Chapter 7, Awakened Beings. 7.1, Introduction. There is a well-known teaching in the Buddhist scriptures describing the stages of enlightenment, the stages of realizing Nibbana. This comprises the four paths, Magga, and four fruits, Phala. Number 1, the path and the fruit of stream entry. Number 2, the path and fruit of once returning. Number 3, the path and fruit of non-returning. Number 4, the path and fruit of arhatship. The first path of stream entry is also called vision, dasana, because it refers to the first glimpse of Nibbana. The following three paths of once returning, non-returning, and arhatship are collectively known as cultivation, bhavana, since they involve a development in the Dhamma initially realized at the moment of stream entry. Those who have reached complete realization of Nibbana, as well as those who obtain a first glimpse of the goal, are thus guaranteed to reach it, are classified as true disciples of the Buddha. They are known as the community of disciples, Savaka Sangha, as seen, for example, in the verse praising the attributes of the Sangha. They are the Blessed One's disciples who have practiced well. There are many special terms used to describe these true disciples. The most frequently used term is Arya Pugala, or Arya, translated as cultivated noble, are far from the foe, i.e. far from mental defilement. The term Arya Pugala was originally used in a general sense. Only later was it used specifically in relation to the stages of enlightenment. The original term used in the Pali Canon when distinguishing the stages of enlightenment is Dukhineya or Dukhineya Pugala. In any case, the terms Arya Pugala and Dakhineya Pugala were adopted from Brahmanism. The Buddha altered their meanings as he did with many other words. For example, Brahman, Hataka, wash clean, and Vidagu, sage. The Buddha gave the term Arya a new definition different from that prescribed by the Brahmins. The word Arya, Sanskrit, Arya, English, Aryan, originally referred to a race of people who migrated from the northwest regions and invaded the Indian subcontinent several thousand years ago. As a result of this invasion, the native inhabitants retreated either south or into the forests and mountains. The Aryans considered themselves cultivated. They disdained the native people, marked them as savages, and enslaving them. Later, when the Aryans had consolidated their rule and established the caste system, the native people were accorded the lowest tier as Sudra laborers. The term Arya, noble, designated the three upper castes of Kshatriya, Kshatriya, warriors, kings, administrators, Brahmana, Brahmin scholars, priests, and teachers, and Vesa, Vaishya, merchants. Sudras and all others were labeled Arya, ignoble, base. A person's caste was determined at birth. There was no way to choose or alter one's position. When the Buddha began teaching, he declared that nobility does not depend on birth, but rather on righteousness, Dhamma, which stems from spiritual practice and training. Whoever acts in line with noble principles is noble, irrespective of birth or caste. Whoever does not is Anarya. Truth is not restricted to the dictates of Brahmins and the Vedas, but is objective and universal. A person who has realized these universal truths is noble, despite having never studied the Vedas. Because knowledge of these truths makes one noble, they are called the noble truths. Technically, those who understand the noble truths are stream enters and above. Therefore, the scriptures generally use the term Arya as synonymous with Dakhineya Pugala, those worthy of offerings, a term which will be discussed shortly. The Four Noble Truths, Arya Saka, are sometimes referred to as the Arya Dhamma. The term Arya Dhamma, however, does not have a fixed definition and is used in other contexts. It can refer to the 10 wholesome ways of action, kusala, kammapata, and to the 5 precepts. Such definitions are not contradictory, since those householders who truly keep the 5 precepts their entire lives without blind adherence and without blemish are stream enters and above. The standard commentarial definitions of Arya in reference to noble people encompass the Buddha, Kitcha Buddhas, private Buddhas, and disciples of the Buddha, although in some places the definition refers to the Buddha alone. When qualifying a spiritual practice or factor, Arya is equivalent to transcendent, Lokutara, although this is not always strictly the case. Although the definition of Arya is rather broad, one can summarize that when the term is used in reference to people, it is identical to Dakhinaya Pugala, meaning those who have gone beyond the state of ordinary persons and become members of the Savaka Sangha, today more often called the Arya Sangha. See Note 7.1 and Note 7.1, commentarial categories of Aryas. Some exceptions include passages at JII 42, 280, and JIII 81, JIV 293. The commentaries explain these exceptions by classifying Arya into 4 categories. Number 1, Akara Arya, noble by behavior, those grounded in virtue. Number 2, Dasana Arya, noble in appearance, those possessing features that instill confidence. Number 3, Linga Arya, noble by gender, those living the life of a spiritual renunciant. Samana. And number 4, Pati Vedha Arya, noble through realization, i.e. the Buddha, Pachika Buddhas, and enlightened disciples of the Buddha. JII 42, 280, JIII 354, JIV 291. Back to the main text. In the commentaries and sub-commentaries, this definition is almost fixed, with very few exceptions. In the scriptures, the term Arya tends to be used in a general sense, not specifying the level of awakening. Dahineya is the more specific technical term and is used less often than Arya. The Buddha extended the meaning of the term, Arya, referring to members of a new community, i.e. Buddhist disciples who are ennobled by practicing the middle way. These disciples live ethically, non-violently, and in harmony. They are dedicated to promoting well-being for all. Their actions are not ruled by the enticements and threats of religious officials who often cater to people's selfish needs. Moral principles may be perverted due to the decisions of such religious authorities. An example of this is the sacrifice of animals performed by Brahmins. Dakhineya translate as one worthy of offerings. The original Brahmanic meaning of this word referred to the payment received for performing ceremonies, particularly sacrifices, yajna, Sanskrit, yajna. The Vedas describe the forms of payments, including gold, silver, household goods, furniture, vehicles, grain, livestock, young women, and land. The more prestigious the ceremony, the greater the reward. For example, in the Ashvamedha royal horse sacrifice, the king shared the spoils of war with the priest. The recipients of these gifts were invariably the Brahmins because they were the only ones entitled to perform the rituals. When the Buddha began teaching, he spoke in favor of abolishing animal sacrifice, and he transformed the meanings of the words yajna and dakhina. He developed the meaning of yana into cruelty-free almsgiving, while dakhina in the Buddhist teachings refers to suitable gifts and faithful donations, not a fee or recompense. If it is a reward, then it is a reward for virtue, but it is more aptly called an offering in honor of virtue. In addition, these gifts are not excessively lavish, but simple and basic requisites for essential life. Persons worthy of these offerings have trained themselves and are full of goodness. They embody a virtuous and joyful life. Their very existence in the world is a blessing to others. When they go out into the wider society and impart these virtuous principles, living as an example and instructing others, they offer a priceless service to the world. And these individuals do not demand or wish for recompense. They rely on the offerings of the four requisites merely to sustain life. Offerings made to such people bear great fruit because the offerings permit goodness to manifest and increase in the world. These people are called worthy of offerings, dakhinaya, because offerings made to them yield valuable results. They are referred to as the incomparable field of merit because they are a source of virtue to blossom and spread in the world. People give suitable remunerations to ordinary teachers. Is it not appropriate for people to give simple gifts to those who teach virtue and the ways of truth? In today's society, people whose business causes destruction, harming the economy, the environment, or even human goodness, receive all sorts of lavish rewards. Is it not right that those who protect the world and protect virtue by being moderate in consumption should receive support? Those who consume only what is necessary have minimal impact on the world's resources. They take little and give much in return. The making of offerings differs from ordinary giving. One does not give out of personal affection, obligation, or an expectation to get something in return. One gives with faith in the power of goodness, appreciating that the recipient is a member of the Buddhist monastic community, Sangha, or that he or she upholds virtue. In any case, the recipient must possess the necessary qualities to be entitled to these offerings. For example, an unenlightened monk or novice who eats the alms food of lay supporters is indebted, despite having moral conduct and making effort in Dhamma practice. He should hasten to free himself from this debt by achieving the state of dakhinaya pugala. Venerable Mahakassapa, for example, claimed that he was in debt to the lay people for 7 days between being ordained and realizing arhatship. After his ordination, he made effort in Dhamma practice as an unawakened person for 7 days before reaching the fruit of arhatship and becoming one worthy of the offerings by the faithful lay people. The commentaries categorize monks and novices who receive offerings in 4 ways. Number 1, those who behave immorally. They do not have the inner qualities fitting for a mendicant and merely wear the outward signs of a monk. They are undeserving of offerings. Their use of offerings is called paribhoga, to consume as a thief. Number 2, those who have moral conduct but do not reflect with wisdom when using the 4 requisites. For example, when eating alms food, they neglect to consider, I eat not for pleasure or beautification. I use alms food only for the maintenance and nourishment of this body, to keep it healthy, to sustain the holy life. Such use of offerings is called ina parihoga, to consume as a debtor. Number 3, Sekha, or the first 7 of the 8 dakhinaya pugala, see below. Their use of offerings is called dayaja paribhoga, to consume as heirs. They have the right to use these offerings as heirs to the Buddha, who was supreme among the dakhinaya pugala. Arhats, who are freed from the enslavement of craving. Their virtue makes them truly worthy of offerings. Their use of offerings is called sami parihoga, to consume as masters. Here we can see that the term Hinaya is used in both social and economic contexts. The principle of offerings, and to some extent the principle of generosity, fits into the wider principle of the Buddhist social structure of having an independent group of individuals, the monastic sangha, within a wider society. These individuals gain their independence not by seeking benefits from society and not being directly involved in other social institutions. They have their own way of life based on spiritual freedom. They support society by transmitting the Dhamma without seeking recompense for their work. They live on offerings by members of the wider society who give out of devotion to the Dhamma in order to preserve the teachings and to purify themselves of unwholesome qualities like greed. Offering this support has minimal financial impact on the supporters' lives. The recipients, the monastic sangha, are like bees who collect pollen from various flowers to make honey and build their hives without demanding even the fragrance or complexion of the flowers. Indeed, they fertilize the flowers because they depend on others to live. They have an obligation to act for the welfare and happiness of all. Although their life depends on others, it does not depend on anyone in particular. They rely on the public and, in a sense, belong to the public, but are subject to no single individual. In a well-organized society, no one should be destitute and forced to beg. In such a society, religious mendicants live on the offerings of others, but the receiving of alms has no resemblance to begging. This system of an independent community that is devoted to spiritual values and provides a necessary balance to the wider society is unique among social systems in the world. There are generally two ways to categorize Dakshinayampu Gala or Aryampu Gala into 8 levels of eradicating defilements, the 8 levels of path and fruit mentioned above, and into 7 qualities or practices that enable the attainment of those 8 levels. The first of these classifications is presented below. The second classification is presented in a following section. 7.2. 8 Noble Beings. This division is associated with the 10 fetters, samyojana, which are abandoned at different levels of awakening, and with the development of the threefold training, sikha, of moral conduct, concentration, and wisdom. The 10 fetters are those defilements that bind beings to suffering in the round of rebirth, similar to yokes that bind an animal to a wagon. A. 5 lower fetters, Orambogiya Samyojana. Number 1, Sakaya Ditti, self-view, the firm belief in a self, the inability to see that beings are simply a collection of assorted aggregates. This view creates a coarse form of selfishness as well as conflict and suffering. The stock definition is: one regards material form as self, or self as possessed of material form, or material form as in self, or self as in material form. One regards feeling as self, ... going back to those different ways, those 4 ways. One regards perception as self, ... One regards volitional formations as self, ... One regards consciousness as self, ... Or self as in consciousness. There's a ... between there. 4 ways for each of the 5 aggregates. Number 2, Vichikicha, doubt, hesitation, distrust. Doubts, for example, regarding the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, the training, the direction of one's life, and dependent origination. This doubts generates a lack of confidence, courage, and discernment in walking the noble path. 3. Silabhata Paramasa, attachment to moral precepts and religious practices, attachment to form and ceremony. The mistaken understanding that one will be purified and liberated merely by the act of keeping moral precepts, rules, traditions, and practices. The belief that these rules and practices are sacred in themselves. One follows them with a desire for reward or acquisition, missing the true purpose of moral precepts and religious observances. One ends up astray or in an extreme form of practice, say of practicing extreme asceticism, tapa, not on the noble path. Number 4, kamaraga, sensual lust, desire for pleasurable sights, sounds, smells, tastes, and tactile objects. 5, Patiga, animosity, irritation, indignation. B, 5 higher fetters. 6, rupa raga, attachment to fine material form. For example, attachment to the 4 jhanas of the fine material sphere, delighting in the bliss and peace of these jhanas, desiring the fine material sphere, rupa bhava. 7, arupa raga, attachment to immateriality. For example, attachment to the 4 immaterial jhanas, desire for the formless sphere, arupa bhava. 8, mana, conceit, the view of oneself as superior, equal, or inferior to others. 9, uhacha, restlessness, mental disturbance, agitation. 10, avijja, ignorance, not knowing the truth, not knowing the law of cause and effect, not knowing the Four Noble Truths. The 8, dakinaya pugala or arya pugala, can be classified into 4 types or stages, which are related to the fetters in the following way. A, Seka, learners, or Sa upadisisa pugala, those who still have grasping. Number 1, Sotapanna, stream enterers, those who walk the noble path truly and correctly. They have perfect moral conduct and an adequate level of concentration and wisdom. They have abandoned the first 3 fetters of Sakayaditi, Vichikicha, and Silabhata Paramasa. Number 2, Sakadam once returners, those who will return to this world one more time and eliminate all suffering. They have perfect moral conduct and an adequate level of concentration and wisdom. Apart from abandoning the first 3 fetters, they have attenuated greed, hatred, and delusion to a greater degree than stream enterers. Number 3, anagami, non-returners. They reach final enlightenment from the realm where they appear after death. They do not return to this world. They have perfect moral conduct, concentration, and adequate level of wisdom. They have abandoned 2 more fetters of kamaraga and patiga, thus abandoning the first 5 fetters. B, Iseka, those who have finished training, or anupati sisa pugala, those with no grasping. Number 4, arhat, worthy ones, those worthy of offerings and respect, those who have broken the spokes of the wheel of samsara, those free from mental taints, asava. They have perfect moral conduct, concentration, and wisdom. They have abandoned the remaining 5 fetters, thus abandoning all 10 fetters. Seka, translated as learners or trainees, must apply themselves to sever the fetters and realize the gradual stages up to arhatship. Seka and the arhats are adepts. They have gone beyond training. They have finished their spiritual work and eradicated all defilements. They have reached the greatest good. There is no higher spiritual realization for which to strive. Sa-upa-di-sisa pugala are equivalent to the first 3 dakinaya pugala above. They still have upadi, fuel, that is, they still have upadana, grasping. They still have mental impurities. Anupadi sisa pugala, the arhats are free from grasping and impurity. Note that upadi here is translated as synonymous with upadana, grasping. This differs from the upadi in sa-upadi sisa nibbana and anupadi sisa nibbana, which translates as that which is grasped, i.e. the 5 aggregates. The equating of upadi with upadana corresponds with the Buddha's teachings on essential spiritual factors, for example, the 4 foundations of mindfulness, satipatthana, the 4 ways of success, iddhipada, and the 5 faculties, indriya, which often end with the encouragement that one can expect one of 2 results from cultivating these factors, either arhatship in this very life, or if there is a residue of clinging, the state of non-returning. The term upadi in these contexts refers to upadana, or generally to mental defilements, kilesa. The Eightfold Noble Beings are precisely these 4 Arya Pugala described above, but each level of awakening is subdivided as a pair. Number 1, stream enterer, one who has realized the fruit of stream entry. Number 2, one practicing to realize stream entry. Number 3, once returner, one who has realized the fruit of once returning. 4, one practicing to realize once returning. Number 5, non-returner, one who has realized the fruit of non-returning. And 6, one practicing to realize non-returning. 7, arhat, one who has realized the fruit of arhatship. And number 8, one practicing to realize arhatship. See note 7.2. Note 7.2, translation of pairs. These days one finds the translation of these pairs as fruition of stream entry, sotapanna phala, path of stream entry, sotapanna magga, fruition of once returning, sakadagami phala, path of once returning, and sakadagami magga, etc. This translation follows commentarial terminology for Magatha and Phalatha. See, and I'm going to give all the references here. The term, because there's a lot of them, the term Sotapati Magga, Sakadagami Magga, and Anagami Magga do not appear in the older text of the Tipitaka. They first appear in the Nidisa, Patisam, Hindagamaga, and the Abhidhamma. In the older text, the term Arahata Magga is only found in the passages. There's a line of 2 phrases of Pali and a bunch of references. Then I'm just going to skip ahead to, in later texts, for example, the Nidisa, Patisam, Hindamaga, and the Abhidhamma, it is extensively used. Back to the main text. These 4 pairs of noble beings are known as the Savaka Sangha, the disciples of the Buddha who are considered exemplary human beings and comprise one of the 3 jewels, Ratana, in Buddhism. The chant in praise of the Sangha includes the 4 pairs, the 8 kinds of noble beings. These are the Blessed One's disciples. In the scriptures, these disciples of the Buddha are later referred to as the Noble Sangha, Arya Sangha. In older texts, the term Arya Sangha is used only once as a synonym for Savaka Sangha in a verse of the Anguttara Nikaya. In the commentaries, it is used frequently, especially in the Visuddhimagga. When the term Arya Sangha gained popularity over Savaka Sangha, the term Sammati Sangha was used to refer to the Bhikkhu Sangha. Sammati Sangha means the agreed upon or authorized Sangha, referring to any gathering of more than three bhikkhus. These terms are often paired with Savaka Sangha with Bhikkhu Sangha and Arya Sangha with Sammati Sangha. In any case, the terms Arya Sangha and Sammati Sangha do not contradict the older terms and offer a valuable perspective on the meaning of the word Sangha. 7.3 Attributes of an Arhat. The teaching of Buddhism is practical and emphasizes things that lead to insight and well-being. Buddhism does not encourage conceptualizing and debating over things that should be realized through practical applications, unless it is necessary for basic understanding. In relation to the study of Nibbana, rather than discussing the state of Nibbana directly, it may be of more value to study those persons who have realized Nibbana, as well as the benefits of realization apparent in the life and character of such persons. We can gain some insight into the nature of arhats by looking at the epithets used for them in the scriptures. Here's a selection of these epithets which express appreciation for their virtue, purity, excellence, and degree of spiritual attainment. Anupata Sadata, one who has attained well-being. Arhat, worthy one, a person far from mental defilement. Aseka, one who has finished training, a person not requiring training, a person possessing the qualities of an adept. Asekadhamma. Kata Karyana, a person who has done what had to be done. Kin Asava, a person free from mental taints. Asava. Maha Purisa, a person great in virtue, one who acts for the welfare of the many folk, one who has self-mastery. Ohitabhara, one who has laid down the burden. Parama Kusala, a person possessing superior wholesome qualities. Parihina Bhava Samyoja Jana, one who has destroyed the fetters. Semyojin jhana, one which binds people to existence. Samadhana vimuta, a person realized through consummate knowledge. Sampanna kusala, a person perfected in wholesomeness. Uttama purisa, a supreme person, a most excellent person. Husitavant, or Husita Brahmacharya, a person who has fulfilled the holy life. Many other terms were originally used by other religious traditions, but their meaning was altered to accord with the essential principles of Dhamma Vinaya. For example, Arya, or Arya Pugala, a noble person, an excellent person, a person who has developed nonviolence towards all beings. Originally, this term referred to members of the first three castes, or to those who are noble Aryan by birth. Brahmana, a true Brahmin, a person who has passed beyond evil by abandoning all unwholesome qualities. Originally, this term referred to members of the highest caste. Dakhinaya, one worthy of offerings. Originally, this term referred to those Brahmins who were worthy of reward for conducting sacrifices. Kivali, or Kipali, a whole person, a complete person. Originally, this term referred to the highest individual in the Jain religion. Taka, one who has been ceremoniously bathed, one who has bathed in the Dhamma, one who has purified his or her volitional actions, one who is a refuge for all beings. Originally, this term referred to a Brahmin who passed through a ritual of bathing and was elevated in status. Samana, a tranquil person, one who has quelled the defilements. Originally, this term referred to renunciants in general. Vedagu, a person who has arrived at knowledge, one who is well versed in knowledge and who is released from attachment to feeling. Vedana. Originally, this term referred to a Brahmin who had finished studying the three Vedas. To understand the nature of an arhat, it is necessary to consider the epithets in the context of the teachings in which they are mentioned. For example, the three taints, asava, the three trainings, sikha, the 10 qualities of an adept, Sekadhamma, the 10 fetters, Samyojana, and the holy life, Brahmacharya, as the eightfold path. Many Buddhists tend to describe the attributes of an arhat and of other awakened beings from a perspective of negation by determining those defilements that have been abandoned or dispelled. For example, a stream enterer has eliminated the first three fetters, Samyojana. A once returner has eliminated those three fetters and further attenuated greed, hatred, and delusion. A non-returner has eliminated the first 5 fetters, and an arhat has eliminated all 10 fetters. Alternatively, they define an arhat briefly as one who is without greed, hatred, and delusion, or one who is free from defilement. Such definitions are useful in that they are clear and provide simple standards of evaluation, but they are limited. They do not clearly demonstrate the exceptional characteristics and prominent features of awakened beings, nor do they describe how such beings live virtuous lives and benefit the world at large. In fact, there are many terms and passages describing the characteristics of an arhat in affirmative ways. Many descriptions or explanations of arhats, however, cover a wide range of subject material, making it difficult to summarize the positive attributes in a clearly defined, well-ordered way. Otherwise, they recount specific incidents and individuals, but do not describe attributes common to all arhats. An important term in this context is Bhavita, which is literally translated as one who has developed himself or one who is self-developed. This term is used for all arhats, the Buddha, the silent Buddhas, Pechika Buddha, and all arhats, disciples of the Buddha. For example, in the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, while the Buddha is traveling to the place of his final passing away, he is referred to as the developed one. Surrounded by and amidst the groups of monks, the Buddha traveled to the river Kakutha and bathed in and drank from its clear, bright, clean waters. He traveled to the mango grove and said to the Bhikkhu Kundaka, "Lay out an outer robe folded into 4 layers for me to lie upon, and thus prompted by the great adept Bhavitata, Kundaka quickly laid out an outer robe folded into 4 layers, DII 135. A similar expression is found in the question by the Brahmin student Tagu, Blessed One, I wish to make an inquiry. Please tell me the meaning. I will thus consider the Venerable Sir to be a master of knowledge, Vedegu, a fully developed one, Bhavitata, from where does all this abundant and diverse suffering in the world come? SN 202 in the 16 questions, Solasa Panha. The Buddha compared a fully developed one, an arhat who is well versed in the Dhamma, Bahu Sutta, to a clever ship captain who is able to guide many people across the seas and reach their destination in safety, as illustrated in the Nava Sutta. Just as one who boards a sturdy boat, fully equipped with oars and barge pole, who is experienced and skillful, knowing the methods of helmsmanship, is able to assist many others to cross over the waters, so too one who is a master of knowledge, Vidagu, a fully developed one, Bhavitata, a highly learned one, Bahu Sutta, stable and unshaken by worldly things, endowed with wisdom, is able to help those who are prepared to listen in order to investigate the Dhamma and to reach fulfillment. SN 56. The Loka Sutta is similar to the previous sutta, but covers a broader subject matter, as is evident from the following passage. Monks, these 3 kinds of persons appearing in the world appear for the benefit of many, for the happiness of many, for the compassionate assistance of the world, for the welfare, the benefit, and the happiness of devas and human beings. Which 3? Here the Tathagata appears in the world. He is the noble one, the fully enlightened one, perfect in conduct and understanding, the accomplished one, the knower of the worlds, the peerless trainer of those to be trained, teacher of gods and humans, the awakened one, bestower of the Dhamma. He teaches the Dhamma, beautiful in the beginning, beautiful in the middle, beautiful in the end. He reveals the holy life of complete purity, both in spirit and in letter. Monks, this first kind of person, when appearing in the world, appears for the benefit of many, for the happiness of many, for the compassionate assistance of the world, for the welfare, the benefit, and the happiness of devas and human beings. Furthermore, there is a disciple of that same teacher who is an arhat, one whose mind is free from the taints, liberated as consequence of thorough knowledge. That disciple teaches the Dhamma, beautiful in the beginning, beautiful in the middle, beautiful in the end. He reveals the holy life of complete purity, both in spirit and in letter. Monks, this is the second kind of person, when appearing in the world, who appears for the benefit of many, for the happiness of many, for the compassionate assistance of the world, for the welfare, the benefit, and the happiness of devas and human beings. Furthermore, there is a disciple of that same teacher who is still in training, still practicing, erudite, engaged in virtuous conduct, and practices silavata. That disciple also teaches the Dhamma, beautiful in the beginning, beautiful in the middle, beautiful in the end. He reveals the holy life of complete purity, both in spirit and in letter. Monks, this is the third kind of person, who when appearing in the world appears for the benefit of many, for the happiness of many, for the compassionate assistance of the world, for the welfare, the benefit, and the happiness of devas and human beings. The teacher and the supreme seeker is first in the world. Following him, the disciple adept, and then the disciple in training, still practicing, erudite, engaged in virtuous conduct and practices. These 3 kinds of people are supreme among devas and human beings. They radiate light, proclaim the truth, open the door to the deathless, and help to liberate the many folk from bondage. Those who follow the noble path, well taught by the teacher, the unsurpassed leader, if they heed the teachings of the welfarer, will put an end to suffering in this very life. IT 78-9, Bahu Janahita Sutta. Note, however, that this term, Bhavitata, is most often used in poetic verses rather than in prose. This is most likely because it is concise and can be used easily in verse as a replacement for longer, more drawn-out terms and phrases. Another reason why this short term, ba vitata, tends not to be used in prose is because its meaning is not clearly defined, as there are not the same limitations in prose as there are in poetic composition. Longer terms and phrases can be used for the sake of clarity. At this point, it is useful to ask what terms and phrases are used in prose instead of the term ba vitata. To answer this question, let us look at an explanation found in the Tipitaka, the third volume of the Tipitaka, the Kula Nidisisa, which is considered to be a collection of teachings by the commander and chief disciple, Venerable Sariputta, elucidates some of the Buddhist suttas contained in the Sutta Nipata. One passage in the Kula Nidisisa explains the term bhavita as it appears in the question by the Brahmin student Metagu cited above. How is the Blessed One an adept? Bhavita. Here the Blessed One has developed the body, Bhavakaya. Bhavitakaya developed moral conduct. Bhavita Sila developed the mind. Bhavita Chitta developed wisdom. Bhavita Panya. He has developed the 4 foundations of mindfulness, the 4 right efforts, the 4 paths to success, the 5 faculties, the 5 powers, the 7 factors of enlightenment, the Eightfold Path. He has abandoned the defilements, penetrated the unshakable truth, realized cessation. And then it gives the Pali for that. NDII 1:4-14. Now let us look at a prose passage by the Buddha describing the 4 areas of self-mastery, bhavita, which are considered an expansion on the concept of an adept. Bhavitata. Monks, there are these 5 future dangers as yet unarisen that will arise in the future. You should recognize them and make an effort to prevent them. What 5? In the future, there will be monks who are undeveloped in body, morality, mind, and wisdom. Despite being undeveloped in body, morality, mind, and wisdom, they will give full ordination to others, but will not be able to guide them in higher virtuous conduct. Ad hi sila, higher mind. Ad hi chitta, and higher wisdom. Ad hi panya. These ordainies will will be undeveloped in body, morality, mind, and wisdom. They in turn will give full ordination to others, but will not be able to guide them in higher virtuous conduct, higher mind, and higher wisdom. These ordainies will be undeveloped in body, morality, mind, and wisdom. Thus, monks, through corruption of the Dhamma comes corruption of the discipline, and from corruption of the discipline comes corruption of the Dhamma. This is the first future danger as yet unarisen that will arise in the future. You should recognize it and make an effort to prevent it. Again, in the future, there will be monks who are undeveloped in body, morality, mind, and wisdom. Despite being undeveloped in body, morality, mind, and wisdom, they will give dependence to others, but will not be able to guide them in higher virtuous conduct, higher mind, and higher wisdom. These pupils, too, will be undeveloped in body, morality, mind, and wisdom. They, in turn, will give dependence to others, but will not be able to guide them in higher virtuous conduct, higher mind, and higher wisdom. These pupils, too, will be undeveloped in body, morality, mind, and wisdom. Thus, monks, through corruption of the Dhamma comes corruption of the discipline. From the corruption of the discipline comes corruption of the Dhamma. This is the second future danger as yet arisen that will arise in the future. You should recognize it and make an effort to prevent it. AIII 105-106. There's a footnote there, giving dependence, i.e., they will formally accept others as their students. This aforementioned teaching by the Buddha is connected to some essential Dhamma principles. Bhavitata is a word of praise. Gunapada, a term describing the virtue or superior quality of the Buddha and the Arhats as those who have developed themselves and completed their spiritual training. When one expands on the meaning of this term into the fourfold mastery of physical development, moral development, and mental development, and wisdom development, this pertains to the teaching on the four kinds of cultivation: cultivation of the body, virtuous conduct, the mind, and wisdom. Here, one needs to know some fundamentals of the Pali language. The term bhavita is used either as an adjective or an adverb describing the qualities of an individual. The term bhavana, on the other hand, is a noun describing the actions, a principle, or a form of practice. There is a compatibility between these terms in that bhavita refers to someone who has fully engaged in bhavana, therefore one who has developed in body. Bhavita kaya has engaged in physical cultivation. Kaya bhavana, one who has developed in virtuous conduct. Bhavita sila has engaged in moral cultivation. Sila bhavana, one who has developed in mind. Bhavita chitta has engaged in mental cultivation. Chitta bhavana, and one who is developed in wisdom. Bhavita panya has engaged in wisdom cultivation. Panya bhavana. This is equivalent to saying that an arhat is one who has completed the fourfold cultivation. He or she is accomplished in physical cultivation, moral cultivation, mental cultivation, and wisdom cultivation. To clarify this matter, here is a brief description of the four kinds of cultivation. Physical cultivation, kaya bhavana, physical development, to develop one's relationship to surrounding material things, including technology, or to the body itself. In particular, to cognize things by way of the five faculties, eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body, skillfully by relating to them in a way that is beneficial, does not cause harm, increases wholesome qualities, and dispels unwholesome qualities. 2. Moral cultivation, sila bhavana, development of virtuous conduct, to develop one's behavior and one's social relationships by keeping to a moral code, by not abusing or injuring others or causing conflict, and by living in harmony with others and supporting one another. 3. Mental cultivation, chitta bhavana, to develop the mind, to strengthen and stabilize the mind, to cultivate wholesome qualities like loving kindness, compassion, enthusiasm, diligence, and patience, to make the mind concentrated, bright, joyous, and clear. 4. Wisdom cultivation, panya bhavana, to develop and increase wisdom until there arises a comprehensive understanding of truth, by knowing things as they are and by gaining a clear insight into the world and into phenomena. At this stage, one is able to free the mind, purify oneself from mental defilement, and be liberated from suffering. One lives, acts, and solves problems with penetrative awareness. When one understands the meaning of bhavana, cultivation, which lies at the heart of the aforementioned ways of practice, one also understands the term bhavita, adept, which is an attribute of those who have completed their spiritual practice and fulfilled the four kinds of cultivation. 1. Physical mastery. Bhavita kaya, this refers to those who have developed the body, that is, they have developed a relationship to their physical environment and to their physical bodies. They have a healthy, contented, and respectful relationship to things and to nature. In particular, they experience things by way of the five senses, say by seeing or hearing, mindfully, and in a way that fosters wisdom. They consume things with moderation, deriving their true benefit and value. They are not obsessed or led astray by the influence or of preferences and aversions. They are not heedless. Rather than allowing sense stimuli to cause harm, they use them for benefit rather than being dominated by unwholesome states of mind. These individuals nurture wholesome states. 2. Moral mastery. Bhavita sila, this refers to those who have developed virtuous conduct and developed their behavior. They act virtuously in regard to society by keeping to a moral code and living harmoniously with others. They do not use physical action, speech, or their livelihood to oppress others or to create conflict, but instead use these activities for self-development, for assisting others, and for building a healthy society. Number 3, mental mastery. Bhavita Chitta. This refers to those who have developed their minds. As a result, their minds are lucid, bright, spacious, joyous, and happy. Their minds are full of virtuous qualities like goodwill, compassion, confidence, gratitude, generosity, perseverance, fortitude, patient endurance, tranquility, stability, mindfulness, and concentration. Number 4, wisdom mastery, Bhavita Panya. This refers to those who have trained in and developed wisdom, resulting in an understanding of the truth and a clear discernment of things according to how they really are. They apply wisdom to solve problems, to dispel suffering, and to purify themselves from mental impurities. Their hearts are liberated and free from affliction. A noteworthy passage in this sutta is where the Buddha states that these monks who have failed to fully develop their body, virtuous conduct, mind, and wisdom will become preceptors and teachers, but will be unable to guide their pupils in higher virtue, higher mind, higher wisdom, i.e. in moral conduct, sila, concentration, samadhi, and wisdom, panya. It is interesting that when describing the qualities of a teacher, the Buddha mentions the 4 kinds of self-mastery, bhavita, but when he describes the subject of study, the teaching, or the principles of practice, he mentions the threefold training of moral conduct, concentration, and wisdom. In full, these are referred to as the training in higher virtue. Adhi Sila Sika, the training in higher mind. Adhi Chitta Sika, and the training in higher wisdom. Adhi Panya Sika. This distinction may raise several doubts. First, why does the Buddha use complementary or corresponding terms here? Wouldn't it have made more sense for him to say that one who is not fully developed bhavita in the 4 ways is unable to guide someone else in the fourfold cultivation, bhavana, or conversely, one who has not completed the threefold training is unable to guide someone else in moral conduct, concentration, and wisdom? Moreover, the factors in these teachings are nearly identical. The dual teaching on cultivation, bhavana, and self-mastery, bhavita, contains the 4 factors of body, virtuous conduct, mind, and wisdom. The threefold training, on the other hand, contains the factors of virtuous conduct, concentration, i.e. mind, chitta, and wisdom. Therefore, wouldn't it have been less confusing if the Buddha had stuck to one or the other of these two teachings rather than combine them? Many Buddhists are familiar with the sequence of practice of sila, samadhi, and panya, and this threefold practice is considered to be complete in itself. They are generally unfamiliar, however, with this extra factor of body, kaya, and may wonder why it is added and what it means. Here, let us simply conclude that the Buddha presented these 2 distinct teachings in the same context. In reference to the attributes of a teacher, he mentioned the fourfold self-mastery, bhavita, while in reference to the subject of teaching, he mentioned the threefold training, sika. A simple, short answer for why the Buddha used these 2 distinct teachings in the same context is that they have different objectives or goals. The teaching on the attribute of a teacher aims to describe the discernible characteristics of a teacher in the manner of evaluating whether someone has completed spiritual training and is ready to teach others. The teaching on the subject of study, on the other hand, aims to describe the content and system of practice, to describe what and how to train in order to obtain desirable results. Most importantly, a true study or training entails a natural process of developing one's life. This process accords with laws of nature, and therefore the system of training must be established correctly in harmony with causes and conditions found in nature. Let us first examine the subject of study, i.e. the threefold training. Why is this training composed of only 3 factors? Again, one can answer this simply by saying that this training pertains to the life of human beings, which has 3 factors or 3 spheres of activity. These 3 factors combine to make up a person's life, and they proceed and develop in unison. These three factors are as follows. Number one, communication and interaction with the world, perceptions, relationships, associations, behavior, and responses vis-a-vis other people and external objects by way of the dvara, the doorways or channels, which can be described in two ways. A. Doorways of cognition, phasa, dvara, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body combined with the meeting point of the mind. These comprise 6 doorways. B. Doorways of volitional action, kama, dvara, body and speech combined with the meeting point of the mind. These comprise 3 doorways. This factor can be simply called interaction with the world and represented by the word sila, conduct. Number 2, the mind, the activity of the mind, which has numerous attendant factors and properties. To begin with, one must have intention, also referred to as volition, deliberation, determination, or motivation. Moreover, people's minds usually contain positive and negative qualities, strengths and weaknesses. The mind experiences feelings of pleasure and discomfort, ease and dis-ease, the feelings of indifference and complacency. There are reactions to these sensations like pleasure and aversion, and desires to acquire, obtain, flee, or get rid of, which influence how one experiences things and how one acts. For example, whether one looks at something or not, what one chooses to say, and whom one speaks, and to whom one speaks. This factor is simply called the mind, citta, or the domain of concentration, samadhi. Number 3, wisdom, knowledge and understanding, beginning with sutta, knowledge acquired through formal education or by way of the news media, up to and including all forms of development in the domain of thought, cinta, visaya, and the domain of knowledge, jnana, visaya, including ideas, views, beliefs, attitudes, values, attachments to various ideas and forms of understanding, and specific perspectives and points of view. This factor is called wisdom, panna. These 3 factors operate in unison. They are interconnected and interdependent. A person's interaction with the world by way of the sense faculties, by way of the doorways of cognition, and through physical and verbal behavior, factor number 1, is dependent on intention, feelings, and various other conditions in the mind, factor 2. And this entire process is dependent on the guidance by wisdom and intelligence, factor 3. The extent of one's knowledge determines the range of one's thoughts and actions. Similarly, the mental factors of, say, determination and desire, factor number 2, rely on an interaction by way of the sense faculties and physical and verbal behavior, factor number 1, in order to be fulfilled and satisfied. And this process is determined and regulated by one's beliefs, thoughts, and understanding, factor number 3, which are subject to change and adjustment. Again, the operation and development of wisdom, factor 3, depends on the sense faculties, say of seeing or hearing, depends on the movement of the body, say of walking, organizing, seeking, seizing, etc., and applies speech to communicate and inquire, factor number 1. And this process relies on mental properties, for example, interest, desire, fortitude, perseverance, circumspection, mindfulness, tranquility, and concentration. The nature of human life is comprised of these 3 interrelated and interdependent factors. They comprise an integrated whole which cannot be added to or subtracted from. As life is comprised of these 3 factors, any training designed to help people to live their lives well must address the development of these 3 areas of life. Spiritual training is thus divided into 3 sections known as the threefold training. This training is designed to develop these 3 areas of life to be complete and in harmony with nature, these three factors are developed simultaneously and in unison, resulting in an integrated system of practice. From a rough perspective, one may see these three factors in a similar way as to how they are sometimes outlined in the scriptures of representing three major stages in practice of moral conduct, concentration, and wisdom. This perspective gives the appearance that one practices these factors as distinct steps and in an ordered sequence. That is, after training in moral conduct, one develops concentration, which is then followed by wisdom development. By viewing the threefold training in this way, one sees a system of practice in which three factors are prominent at different stages, beginning with a coarse factor and leading to more refined factors as one progresses through the stages. The first stage, moral conduct, gives prominence to the relationship to one's external environment, to the sense faculties, and to physical activities and speech. The second stage, concentration, gives prominence to a person's inner life, to the mind. The third stage, wisdom, gives prominence to knowledge and understanding. Note, however, that at each stage, the other two remaining factors always function and participate. This perspective provides an overview in which one focuses on the chief activity at each stage of the process. One gives prominence to each of the three factors respectively, so that coarser factors are ready to support the growth and promote success of more refined factors. Take, for example, the task of cutting down a large tree. First, one must prepare the surrounding area so that one is able to move about easily, safely, and securely. That equals sila. Second, one must prepare one's strength, courage, mindfulness, resolve, non-distractedness, and skill in handling an axe, equals samadhi. Third, one must have a proper tool, like a good quality sharpened axe of the correct size, equals panya. If one fulfills these three requirements, one succeeds in cutting down the tree. In regard to one's regular daily life, however, a closer analysis reveals that these three factors are constantly functioning in an interrelated, interdependent way. Therefore, in order for people to truly engage in effective spiritual practice, one should encourage them to be aware of these three factors. They should develop these factors in unison by including skillful reflection, yoniso manasikara, which helps to increase understanding, and mindfulness, sati, which helps to bring about true success. In terms of one's spiritual practice, no matter what activity one is involved in, one is able to inspect and train oneself according to the principles of the threefold training. One thus aims to engage in all three of these factors, virtuous conduct, concentration, and wisdom, simultaneously in all situations. When involved in an activity, one considers whether one's actions result in the affliction or distress of others, whether they cause harm or whether they are conducive to assistance, support, encouragement, and development of others, sila. During such activities, what is the state of one's mind? Is one acting out of selfishness, malice, greed, hatred, or delusion? Or is one acting, say, with kindness, well-wishing, faith, mindfulness, effort, and a sense of responsibility? While engaged in an activity, is the mind agitated, anxious, confused, and depressed, or is it calm, happy, joyous, content, and bright? Equals samadhi. When engaged in an activity, does one act with clear understanding? Does one discern its purpose, objective, and related principles? Does one recognize its potential benefits and drawbacks, and fully understand the way to adjust and improve the activity? Panya. In this way, skilled persons are able to train and inspect themselves and evaluate their practice at all times and in all situations. They cultivate all three factors of the threefold training in a single activity. Meanwhile, the development of the threefold training from the perspective of three distinct stages unfolds automatically. From one perspective, a person develops the threefold training in an ordered sequence, but from another perspective, the simultaneous, unified practice of these three factors is taking place and assisting in the successful advancement of the so-called three-stage training. In this context, someone who delves deeply into the details of spiritual practice will know that at the moment of awakening, at the moment of realizing path, fruit, and nibbana, all 8 factors of the Noble Path, which are classified into 3 groups of sila, samadhi, and panya, are completed and operate as one, acting to eliminate the defilements and to bring about fulfillment. To sum up, the system of Buddhist spiritual training, the threefold training, Tiso Sika, is based on a relationship between requisite factors in accordance with specific laws of nature. Human life is comprised of 3 factors of conduct with the outside world, sila, mental activities, citta, and understanding, panya, which act in unison and are interdependent in bringing about spiritual development. When describing the principles of spiritual practice, the Buddha referred to these 3 aspects of training. Sika, we now arrive back at the question, why did the Buddha adopt a model of the fourfold self-mastery, bhavita, when he described the attributes of a teacher? As mentioned earlier, this question can be answered easily by saying that these 2 models have different aims and objectives. The threefold training is to be applied in real life, to be practiced in accord with a system in harmony with nature. The 4 factors of self-mastery are intended for self-examination. Here, one need not be concerned with the order of nature. The emphasis here is on getting a clear picture of one's personal qualities. If one discerns these clearly, they will, by their very nature, be connected to the 3 factors of training. This is obvious by inspecting the first factor of sila, which refers to one's interaction and communication with the world, one's apprehension of the world, and one's actions in relation to the world. As mentioned above, we interact with the world by way of 2 sets of doorways, dvara. The first set entails the doorways of cognition, phasa, dvara, usually referred to as the sense faculties, indriya, are awareness of the world by way of the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body. The second set entails the doorways of volitional action, kama, dvara, through which we act towards and respond to the world, towards people, towards society, and towards other objects in our external environment, by physical and verbal gestures. Here lies the distinction in regard to interacting with the world at any one moment, or to speak at a more refined level, at any one mind moment. We only communicate with the world through one of the specific doorways, and one can examine this process by applying either of the 2 sets of doorways. In respect to the threefold training, in which sila, samadhi, and panya are part of an integrated system, the interaction with the world by way of any one of the various doorways comprises the training and conduct. Sila, the factors of the mind, samadhi, and understanding, panya, constitute distinct factors. The entire interaction with the world through the various doorways, both the doorways of cognition and the doorways of volitional action, is included here in the factor of sila. For this reason, the threefold training is comprised of 3 factors. In respect to the attributes of a teacher, one need not consider the integrated functioning of the 3 factors contained in the threefold training. Here one is distinguishing between different factors for the purpose of investigation. It is precisely here at the factor of conduct, sila, where a separation is made, that is, one distinguishes a person's interaction with the world according to one or the other of the 2 sets of doorways. Number 1, doorways of cognition, phasa, dvara, usually referred to as the sense faculties, indriya, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body, along with the meeting point of the mind. These comprise 6 doorways. These doorways enable seeing, looking, hearing, listening, smelling, tasting, and tangible contact, culminating at the mind as cognition of mental objects, dhamma ramana. 2, doorways of volitional action, kama, dvara, body and speech, along with the meeting point of the mind. These comprise 3 doorways. These enable physical actions and speech, and by designating the starting point of volitional action, the mind, this also includes thinking. The Buddha separated these 2 subsidiary factors of conduct, sila, determining them as the first 2 factors in the fourfold self-mastery, Bhavita. He distinguished the first factor of interaction with the world by way of the doorways of cognition or the sense faculties and labeled it as mastery of the body, Bhavita-kaya. The term body, kaya, here refers to the collection of 5 doorways, Pankavarika kaya. The Buddha thus gave great emphasis to one's interaction with the world, in particular to cognition by way of the 5 senses. People tend to overlook this first factor, but in relation to spiritual practice, it is considered of paramount importance in Buddhism, especially in regard to measuring a person's development. This is particularly relevant to the present era, which is referred to as the age of information or the IT age. The development of people in regard to this factor determines the fork in the road between direct wisdom cultivation and getting bogged down in delusion. This principle of physical development can be used as a sign warning people from losing their way and encouraging them to use information technology to advance civilization in a proper direction. In terms of measuring people's spiritual development, the second subsidiary factor of interacting with the world by way of the doorways of volitional action, Kamadevara, constitutes moral self-mastery, Bhavita Sila, and is equivalent to the second part of the training in higher virtue, Adhi Sila Sika. Mental mastery, Bhavita Chitta, and wisdom mastery, Bhavita Panya, correspond to the training in higher mind, Adi Chitta Sika, and the training in higher wisdom, Adipanya Sika, respectively. Note that this concept of physical mastery, Bhavita-kaya, which here has been defined as a development of one's interaction with the world by way of the 5 sense faculties, is sometimes explained differently by defining the term kaya literally as the body or as referring to material objects. If one expands the meaning of Bhavita-kaya in this alternative way, then the definition of the second factor of moral mastery, Bhavita-sila, is adjusted accordingly as follows. Moral mastery refers to the cultivation of one's relationship to other human beings or to one's engagement with society, to promoting peaceful coexistence, cooperation, harmony, and mutual support. These alternative definitions of these 2 factors are connected to the teaching on fourfold virtuous conduct, on the 4 kinds of pure conduct classified as virtue, Parisuddhi Sila, Patimokkha Samvara Sila. Number 1, virtue as restraint in regards to the Patimokkha, the chief disciplinary code of the monastic sangha. Number 2, Indriya Samvara Sila, virtue and sense restraint, to receive sense impressions like sights and sounds mindfully in a way conducive to wisdom and true benefit and not be dominated by unwholesome mind states. Number 3, Avijja Parisuddhi Sila, virtue as purity of livelihood, to earn one's living righteously and in a pure manner. 4, Panchaya Sivana Sila, or Pachasamita Sila, to use the 4 requisites wisely, benefiting from them by understanding their true purpose and value, to live and consume in moderation, not to consume with craving. These aspects pertaining to one's relationship to the world by way of the body or to one's engagement with material objects and with nature are part of the factor on physical mastery, Bhavita-kaya. Those aspects pertaining to one's relationship to society or to one's community are part of the factor on moral mastery, Bhavita-sila. Having introduced these principles, the following description of the attributes of arhats corresponds to the teaching on the fourfold self-mastery, Bhavita, being fully developed in body, moral conduct, mind, and wisdom. Be aware, however, that although these 4 kinds of attributes are distinguished from one another, they are not completely separate. Their main features are highlighted for the purpose of understanding, but in the actual process of development, they are interconnected and are cultivated in an integrated way. In particular, they are never independent from wisdom. A. Physical self-mastery, Bhavita-kaya. Although there are many passages in the Tipitaka in which the Buddha mentions the term Bhikkhu, there are no explicit explanations of this term, as if the listeners always understood its meaning. There were occasions, however, when non-Buddhists, especially members of the Vedanta order, spoke about this subject according to their own understanding, and the Buddha duly responded. The Mahasakaka Sutta, for example, contains an account of such conversation in which the terms Bhavitakaya and Bhavitachitta are discussed. One morning, the famous Nigantha named Sakaka, he was a teacher of the Lichavi princes in Vaji, traveled to where the Buddha was staying and engaged him in conversation. He began by speaking about physical cultivation, kaya bhavana, and mental cultivation, chitta bhavana. He told the Buddha that according to his opinion, the Buddha's disciples only strive in the area of mental cultivation, but they do not engage in physical cultivation. The commentaries state that the reason Sakaka held his view is that he observed the bhikkhus going off in search of seclusion, but that they did not practice severe austerities. After he had stated his opinion, the Buddha replied by asking him what, according to his learning, is the meaning of physical cultivation. Kaya Bhavana, and Sakaka answered by defining it as the practice of severe austerities and self-mortification. Atta Kilamatha Nu Yoga. The Buddha went on to ask him about his understanding of mental cultivation, chitta bhavana. Yet the Sakaka was unable to provide an explanation. The Buddha continued by saying that Sakaka's understanding of physical cultivation is incompatible with the cultivation as found in the Noble One's discipline, Arya Vinaya. Failing to understand the meaning of physical cultivation, how could one possibly understand mental cultivation? He then bid Sakaka to listen to his explanation on what is not physical and mental cultivation, and conversely, what is truly physical and mental cultivation. How Gambhīro has one gained mastery in body and mastery in mind? And that name is Sakaka's clan or surname. Here, pleasant feeling arises in a well-taught noble disciple. Although touched by that pleasant feeling, he does not lust after pleasure. He does not become one who lusts after pleasant feeling. That pleasant feeling of his ceases. With the cessation of pleasant feeling, painful feeling arises. Touched by that painful feeling, he does not sorrow, sniffle, and lament. He does not weep, beating his breast and become distraught. In this way, Gambhīro, although that pleasant feeling has arisen in him, it does not invade his mind and remain, because the body is developed. And although that painful feeling has arisen in him, it does not invade his mind and remain, because the mind is developed. Look here, Gambhīro. Now, any noble disciple in whom, in this double manner, arisen pleasant feeling does not invade his mind and remain because the body is developed, and arisen painful feeling does not invade his mind and remain because the mind is developed, has gained mastery in body and mind. M.I. 237. As mentioned above, the principal meaning of physical cultivation, kaya bhavana, is the development of the collection of 5 doorways, pancha dvarika kaya, that is, of the 5 faculties, indriya, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body. Therefore, physical cultivation, kaya bhavana, is essentially identical to the cultivation of the sense faculties, indriya bhava. The development of the sense faculties begins with sense restraint, indriya samvara, to which the Buddha gave great emphasis in the training for those who have gone forth in the Dhamma Vinaya. Sense restraint is a fundamental practice linked with the training in virtuous conduct, sila. In the commentaries, sense restraint is often classified as a form of virtuous conduct, as virtue as sense restraint. Indriya Samvara Sila. Let us have a look at this basic principle. And how, sire, is a monk called a guardian of the sense doors? Here a monk, on seeing a visible object with the eye, does not grasp at its major signs or secondary characteristics, because the evil, unwholesome states of covetousness and indignation would overwhelm him if he dwelt, leaving his eye faculty unrestrained. So he practices guarding it. He protects the eye faculty, develops restraint of the eye faculty. On hearing a sound with the ear, on smelling an odor with the nose, on tasting a flavor with the tongue, on feeling intangible with the body, on knowing a mind object with the mind. He does not grasp at its major signs or secondary characteristics, He develops restraint of the mind faculty. That monk, endowed with this noble sense restraint, experiences within himself pure, unadulterated happiness. In this way, sire, a monk is a guardian of the sense doors. DI 70. Sense restraint belongs to the practice of a trainee, or is a rudimentary state of practice. It is not a necessary practice for an arhat who has gained mastery over the sense faculties, which is the indriya, which is classified as part of Bhikkhu. It is included in the discussion here, however, to demonstrate the various stages of practice. There is a more profound form of sense restraint, or another way of explaining this term, as evident from the discussion the Buddha had with the wanderer Kundalini at Anjanavana in Sakita. The cultivation of this form of sense restraint fulfills the three kinds of good conduct. Sukharita, the cultivation of the three kinds of good conduct, fulfills the four foundations of mindfulness. The cultivation of the four foundations of mindfulness fulfills the seven factors of enlightenment. The cultivation of the seven factors of enlightenment fulfills true knowledge and deliverance, the highest blessing. And how Kundalini is restraint of the sense faculties, developed and cultivated so that it fulfills the three kinds of good conduct. Here, Kundalini, having seen an agreeable form with the eye, a monk does not long for it or become excited by it or generate lust for it. His body is steady and his mind is steady, inwardly well composed and well liberated. Moreover, having seen a disagreeable form with the eye, he is not dismayed by it, not resistant, not afflicted, not resentful. His body is steady and his mind is steady, inwardly well composed and well liberated. Further, having heard an agreeable sound with the ear, having smelt an agreeable odor with the nose, having savored an agreeable taste with the tongue, having felt an agreeable tangible with the body, having cognized an agreeable mental phenomenon with the mind. A monk does not long for it, His mind is steady, inwardly well composed and well liberated. In this way, Kundalini, restraint of the sense faculties developed and cultivated, so that it fulfills the three kinds of good conduct. SV 74. Now let us examine a higher stage of practice, the cultivation of the sense faculties, Indriya Bhavana, which is described in the Indriya Bhavana Sutta. After describing this form of practice, this sutta also distinguishes between the term Sekha Patipati, referring to an awakened person who is still a trainee, and the term Bhavitindriya, referring to an arhat who has completed his or her spiritual training and is fully developed in body. Bhavittakaya. On one occasion, the Buddha was staying at the bamboo grove in Kajangala, and he was visited by Uttara, a disciple of the Brahman Parasaraya. The Buddha asked him whether Parasaraya taught the cultivation of the sense faculties, Indriya Bhavana, to his disciples. When Uttara replied that he did, the Buddha asked him, in what manner does he teach on developing the sense faculties? Uttara replied that Parasaraya teaches to avoid having the eye see material forms and having the ear hear sounds. The Buddha answered that following this line of reasoning, a blind or deaf person has mastered the sense faculties. The Buddha went on to say that the development of the senses as taught by Parasaraya is different from the supreme cultivation of the senses in the disciples of the Noble Ones, Arya Vinaya. Venerable Ananda then asked the Buddha to explain this supreme cultivation of the senses. Number 1, the cultivation of the sense faculties. Indriya Bhavana. Now, Ananda, how is there the supreme development of the faculties in the Noble One's discipline? Here, Ananda, when a bhikkhu sees a form with the eye, there arises in him what is agreeable, there arises what is disagreeable, there arises what is both agreeable and disagreeable. He clearly understands thus, there has arisen in me what is agreeable, there has arisen in me what is disagreeable, there has arisen in me what is both agreeable and disagreeable. But that is conditioned, gross, dependently arisen. This is peaceful, this is sublime, this is equanimity. The agreeable that arose, the disagreeable that arose, the both agreeable and disagreeable that arose cease in him, and equanimity is well established. Just as a man with good sight, having opened his eyes, might shut them, or having shut his eyes, might open them, so too in a monk, the agreeable that arose, the disagreeable that arose, the both agreeable and disagreeable that arose ceases, and equanimity is established just as quickly, just as rapidly, just as easily. This is called in the Noble One's disciple the supreme development of the faculties regarding forms cognizable by the eye. Again, Ananda, when a monk hears a sound with the ear, smells the odor with the nose, tastes the flavor with the tongue, touches a tangible with the body, cognizes a mind object with the mind, those are all ... Equanimity is well established, just as if a man were to let 2 or 3 drops of water fall into an iron frying pan heated for a whole day. The falling of the drops might be slow, but they would quickly vaporize and vanish. So too in a monk, the agreeable that arose, the disagreeable that arose, and both the agreeable and disagreeable that arose ceases, and equanimity is established just as quickly, just as rapidly, just as easily. This is called in the Noble One's discipline the supreme development of the faculties regarding mind objects cognizable by the mind. That is how there is supreme development of the faculties in the Noble One's discipline. 2a. One who is still in training, Seka Patipati, and how Ananda is one, a disciple in higher training, one who is still engaged in practice. Here, Ananda, when a bhikkhu sees a form with the eye, there arises in him what is agreeable, there arises in him what is disagreeable, there arises what is both agreeable and disagreeable. He is discomforted, disquieted, and disgusted by the agreeable that arose, by the disagreeable that arose, and by the both agreeable and disagreeable that arose. When a monk hears a sound with the ear, smells an odor with the nose, tastes a flavor with the tongue, touches a tangible with his body, cognizes a mind object with the mind, he is discomforted, disquieted, and disgusted by the agreeable that arose, by the disagreeable that arose, and by both the agreeable and disagreeable that arose. That is how one is a disciple in higher training, one who is still engaged in practice. 2b. One who has completed the training, Vitindriya, and how Ananda is a noble one with fully developed faculties. Here, Ananda, when a monk sees a form with the eye, there arises in him what is agreeable, there arises what is disagreeable, there arises what is both agreeable and disagreeable. If he should wish, may I abide, perceiving the unrepulsive in the repulsive. He abides perceiving the unrepulsive in the repulsive. If he should wish, may I abide perceiving the repulsive in the unrepulsive. He abides perceiving the repulsive in the unrepulsive. If he should wish, may I abide perceiving the unrepulsive in what is both repulsive and unrepulsive. He abides perceiving the unrepulsive in that. If he should wish, may I abide perceiving the repulsive in what is both unrepulsive and repulsive, he abides perceiving the repulsive in that. If he should wish, may I avoid both the repulsive and unrepulsive, abide in equanimity, mindful and fully aware, he abides in equanimity towards that, mindful and fully aware. Again, Ananda, when a monk hears a sound with the ear, smells an odor with the nose, tastes a flavor with the tongue, touches a tangible with the body, cognizes a mind object with the mind, there arises in him what is agreeable, there arises what is disagreeable, there arises what is both agreeable and disagreeable. If he should wish, may I avoid both the repulsive and unrepulsive, abide in equanimity, mindful and fully aware. He abides in equanimity towards that, mindful and fully aware. That is how one is a noble one with fully developed faculties. MIII 298, abridged. As mentioned earlier, by expanding on their meanings or by changing the focus of investigation, there are alternative definitions for the term kaya bhavana and bhavita kaya. Instead of focusing on the doorways of cognition or on the sense faculties, the focus shifts to the world at large or to external objects which one come into contact with the senses, the objects of cognition. One then distinguishes between these various sense objects. By doing this, the definition of physical development becomes the development of one's relationship to one's surrounding by way of one's physical body, or the development of one's relationship to material things, including other human beings in their capacity as objects of cognition. One group of objects that people engage with to a great degree is the collection of the four requisites: pot, kaya, food, clothing, shelter, and medicine. By extension, this group also includes all the other material things, consumable objects, tools, and appliances used in work, etc., which comprise a large part of our interaction with the outside world. This area of a person's life requires discipline and training, as one can see from the teaching on moral conduct, comprised of a wise use of the four requisites. A wise use of material requisites, like sense restraint, may thus be included in the factor of physical development. Kaya bhavana. In the Dhamma Vinaya, the relationship to material things that nourish and sustain life is considered an essential part of training. People are able to develop this relationship constantly in everyday life. This form of training is set down from the onset for those individuals ordained as monks and nuns of reflecting wisely on the use of the four requisites and by developing a sense of moderation, which leads to contentment and generates true blessings. This stands in contrast to consuming things with only a foggy understanding and seeking to gratify one's craving. Kunda, I do not teach you the Dhamma for restraining the taints that arise in the present alone, nor do I teach the Dhamma merely from preventing taints from arising in the future. Rather, I teach the Dhamma to both restrain present taints and to prevent future taints from arising. Therefore, Kunda, let the robe I have allowed you be simply for protection from cold, from protection from heat, for protection from contact with the wind and sun, from horseflies, mosquitoes, and creeping things, and only for the purpose of concealing the private parts and protecting your modesty. Let the alms food I have allowed you be just enough for the support and subsistence of the body, for avoiding malnourishment leading to distress, and for assisting the holy life considering. Thus I shall terminate old feelings without arousing new feelings, and I shall be healthy and blameless, and shall live in comfort. Let the lodging I have allowed you be simply for protection from cold, for protection from heat, for protection from contact with the wind and sun, from horseflies, mosquitoes, and creeping things, and only for the purpose of allaying the perils of climate and for the enjoyment of seclusion. Let the medical requisites that I have allowed you be just for warding off feelings that have arisen resulting from illness and for the benefit of being free from afflicting disease. DIII 129-30. Of these four requisites, lodging, sin, nasa, literally place for sitting and laying down, is highly significant, both as a residence and as a place for storing the other requisites. Most human actions, whether it be the preparation, consumption, or storage of food, or the place for keeping one's clothes and getting dressed, occur in one's lodging or abode. In respect to offering gifts, the Buddha said, giving food and drink gives one strength. Giving clothes gives beauty. Giving a vehicle, one gives ease and comfort. Giving a lamp, one gives sight. The one who gives a residence is the giver of all, but the one who teaches the Dhamma is the giver of the deathless. SI 32. For the monastic community, the residence encompasses all buildings, from personal monastic huts, kuti, to communal buildings, which comprise individual monasteries, originally referred to by the Buddha as arama, park, grove. These monasteries developed from forested areas, from woodlands, vana, and royal parks, Uyana. The first Buddhist monastery offered by King Bimbisari to the Buddha was Viluvanam Uyanam, the bamboo grove and royal park. And the monastery in which the Buddha spent the most amount of time was the Jetavana Royal Park, later called Jetavana Grove. From monasteries in smaller woodlands on the outskirts of towns and villages, or those bordering larger forests, the meaning of monastic residences was expanded to incorporate places deep in the forest, arana, including caves, steep ravines, and mountains. Eventually, the concept of residence, sinnasana, for the monastic community came to encompass the entire range of forest, mountains, and inhabited areas until it meant one's entire environment, the whole world. One's residence, region of habitation, and entire environment is equivalent to those things in one's surrounding, which one comes into contact, associates, engages, and relates by way of the five senses. Therefore, the world around us is the domain for physical development, kaya bhavana, for training the body, for training one's interaction with the outside world by way of the sense faculties. A favorable relationship to one's residence, which is maintained continuously by accomplished practitioners, is evinced by the terms used to describe monastic residences above, and is connected to a healthy relationship, generally in spiritual practice, to the world at large. This is evident from the first term used to describe a monastery, arama, which can be translated as park and literally means place of delight. The term arama points to a fundamental aspect of Dhamma practitioners' relationship to the world, beginning with a person's residence. In the case of monks and nuns, this refers to a monastery as being a place inspiring delight. For example, it is a natural surrounding with plants and animals. This term reveals the desirable mind state that a monastic or a Dhamma practitioner should maintain in relation to a suitable residence, which can then be extended to any place or region where one lives, making it a place of delight. This is not all. The term arama connects people to their fundamental state of existence and way of practice. It connects us to the domain of sense experience, to the mind. Here, one's abode or abiding is one of delight, which we see revealed in various Dhamma principles. For example, solitude as a place of delight, seclusion as a place of delight, the relinquishment of unwholesome qualities as delightful abiding, and of the cultivation of wholesome qualities as delightful abiding. Arama here refers to a favorable feeling, which, by the way, all those note here from me, all those list of places of delight end in this Pali word Rama, or arama. So, continuing on there. Arama here refers to a favorable feeling or attitude towards a suitable object with which one comes into contact. It is as if Dhamma practitioners have a responsibility to make those things they engage with a source of delight, beginning with one's lodging or residence, which for monks is already called an arama, and then extending this feeling outward into their general environment. In reference to people's relationship to their abodes and surrounding environment, besides the term arama, another term used probably more often than arama, that is often used in the context of the lives of monks, Dhamma practitioners, and arhats, is ramanaya, translated as delightful, refreshing, pleasant. This term points to an inspiring surrounding atmosphere, which is extremely favorable for practitioners and conducive to the development of wholesome mind states. For arhats, accessing this delightful atmosphere is easy or happens readily because their contact with the world occurs without any hidden defilements. Moreover, arhats are able to make their surroundings delightful and refreshing, both for themselves and those who dwell close to them. The term Ramanaya appears frequently in the Tipitaka, and it is as if this atmosphere of delight or refreshment is a feature of the Tipitaka itself. We see it expressed, for example, already in the story of the Buddha's life before he was awakened, when as a bodhisattva he went in search of a suitable place to practice meditation and finally found such a location at Uruvela. This is a truly delightful piece of ground with sheltered, pleasant groves and a clear flowing river with smooth banks, and nearby a village for alms resort. This will indeed serve for the striving of a clansman intent on striving. As I sat down there thinking, this will serve for striving. M.I. 167. There are records of the Buddha and his disciples when they stayed at or passed through various places, especially forests and mountains, describing these places as delightful. Sometimes these descriptions are detailed, like in the case of Venerable Ekavihariya Thera, who described in verse his place of solitude. While a refreshing breeze blows, laden with the fragrance of flowers, I'll burst asunder ignorance while seated on the mountain top. In the mountain heights, carpeted with flowers, a region cool and forested, gladdened by the joy of release, I will delight in the great mountain caves. THAG verses 5:44 to 5. When Venerable Mahakassapa returned from collecting alms and climbed into the mountains, he uttered a long verse praising the beauty of the forested landscape, including these passages. Garland with scarred pear, sacred pear, echoing with the trumpet calls of elephants. These uplifting crags are places of delight. These mountains do please me so. Dark-hued like thunderheads, these marvelous mountains, with cool, clear streams and covered by meadows, the color of gold dust beetles, the mountains do please me so. These myrtle peaks, majestic as clouds, appearing like palaces, resounding with the lovely bellow of tuskers, these mountains do please me so. Tathagata, or TAG, verses 1062 to 64. To sum up, arhats have completely developed their sense faculties. Besides being able to immediately savor a delightful environment, they are able to perceive or relate to an unpleasant physical surrounding as pleasant. They delight in pleasant places without hindrance, and they transform chaotic, troublesome places into an oasis. Those who come into contact with them share in this delight. Whether in village or in forest, on hill or in dale, wherever arhats dwell, delightful indeed is that spot. DH verse 98. The cultivation of the body, kaya bhavana, begins with initial stages of practice and truly reaches fulfillment when practice is complete, when a person realizes the fruit of wisdom cultivation. When the practice is complete, the aspect of physical mastery, bhavita kaya, is conspicuous and easily apparent to others. Having said this, however, there are other similar results of awakening that can potentially be misleading to ordinary people who have not developed themselves in body, virtue, mind, and wisdom. B. Moral self-mastery. Moral conduct, sila, is a beginning stage of spiritual practice and is perfected at the level of stream entry, sotapanna. It is impossible for someone who has realized liberation to act immorally. dusila, or to deliberately cause harm. For this reason, there are few scriptural references to the moral conduct of awakened beings. The matter to be discussed here is thus restricted to how arhats conduct their lives and act within society. Arhats have brought kama to cessation. They have ended kama. Their actions are no longer referred to as kama. The technical term for their actions is kariya, doing. Ignorance, craving, and clinging do not control their actions. They act with a free mind and with wisdom, clearly understanding cause and effect. They do not cling to ideas of right or wrong, which for other people are connected to a sense of personal identity and gain. They have no hidden personal desires. They have no conceit about my virtue or my good deeds, for example. They act objectively, reasonably, and correctly. They transcend bad karma, since there is no more greed, hatred, or delusion that could lead to harm or evil. And they also transcend good karma. One may pose the question that all actions require a motivating force, in that the crucial motivation is desire, which is a form of craving, tanha. How is it possible for arhats to act when they have abandoned craving? Surely they remain passive and idle. Although they do no bad deeds, they also do no good deeds. An answer to this question is that desire is not the only motivating force for action. Reasoned consideration is also a motivating force. The flow of human life is dependent upon dynamic forces. Unless other factors interfere, the way we live our lives is directed by knowledge. A lack of knowledge gives craving the opportunity to distort or dictate life's course. These two forces of selfish desire and reasoned understanding are often in conflict with one another. At times, selfishness has the upper hand. At other times, sound judgment prevails. When a person is released from the controlling power or furtive whispering of craving, life progresses without restraint. In harmony with wisdom, wisdom becomes the motivating force. Craving does not just dictate action. It can also hinder action when knowledge encourages us to act. Craving, therefore, can be a motivating force for action and for inaction. Inaction, in such a case, is a kind of action, an act of inaction. Craving can have many functions. It can direct, coerce, or impede. When a wholesome action is not performed, say a student is disinterested in lessons or people do not help one another, we should not merely consider the absence of a motivating force for action. We should also reflect on the motivation for inaction, to take into account the craving which comes in the form of laziness, aversion, or pleasure directed towards other objects and has a greater pull or attention. A habitual dependence on craving creates a secondary struggle between the urge to act and the urge not to act. Whichever selfish motivation is stronger wins. When wisdom is the dominant motivation, this struggle is absent. Through a profound analysis, one recognizes another dynamic. As soon as wisdom understands according to reasoned judgment whether to act or to refrain from acting, an additional force arises in the mind which propels one to action or to restraint. This force can be referred to as a form of desire or as a motivation, which will be discussed at more length below. Above, the concepts of craving as a motivation and of wisdom as a motivation were introduced. At first glance, these two kinds of motivation seem to be at opposites. Although this subject is covered in another chapter, it is relevant to the current topic and thus deserves a basic explanation. Simply speaking, human beings have two kinds of motivation. The first kind is driven by craving and is based on our feelings. It is comprised of desires, wishes, and needs that follow sensation. If something is pleasurable, one wants to acquire it. If something is delicious, one wants to savor it. This kind of desire requires no knowledge of whether the object of desire is correct or incorrect, beneficial or harmful. The second kind of motivation springs from wisdom. This is comprised of desires, wishes, and needs that accord with reasoned understanding and a true comprehension of what is correct. For example, one sees a road that is cracking, filthy, obstructed, or slippery. One knows that according to its real purpose and value, such a thoroughfare should be clean, smooth, and safe. When one sees the road in such a damaged state, one wishes to repair and clear it. In contrast with the motivation of craving, this second kind is called the motivation of wholesome enthusiasm, chanda. Chanda refers to desires, wishes, and needs that are in line with reality, sabhava. One wishes for something to be as good, fine, complete, upright, or fulfilled as it naturally should be. This is independent of one's likes and dislikes, or of wanting to either acquire the object or wanting it to disappear in order to satisfy one's personal sentiments. Indeed, the desire of wholesome enthusiasm is cultivated alongside the development of wisdom. When this form of desire of wanting things to exist in an ideal, natural state extends outward in relation to other human beings, it manifests as a wish for others to be well, complete, strong, bright, respected, and happy. Moreover, one wants them to be established in righteousness, established in Dhamma, free from faults and shortcomings. The Buddha gave great emphasis to human relationships. In this context, according to the circumstances, wholesome enthusiasm vis-a-vis others is explained into 4 different kinds: loving kindness, metta, the wish for others to be happy under normal circumstances; compassion, karuna, the wish to help others in times of trouble and distress, to help them escape from suffering; appreciative joy, mudita, well-wishing, the desire for others to increase in happiness and success; and equanimity, upekkha, the wish for others to be established in righteousness, in truth, in a freedom from defect and harm. Compassion is especially prominent in those people who have reached nibbana, who are completely free and happy. Freedom of action based on wisdom, or a motivational force stemming from wisdom, allows for the strength of wholesome desire in the form of compassion to be expressed to the full. Compassion is a key quality of the Buddha and the Arhats. For a person endowed with general humanitarian qualities, compassion arises automatically when encountering someone else who is suffering. This compassion, however, is contingent on an inner freedom and an understanding of things as they are. In that moment, one is not dominated by ignorance, avijja, craving, tanha, and grasping, upadana. For example, one is not acting out of personal gain, one is free of selfish concerns, and one does not find pleasure in others' misfortune, which answers to a secret wish to inflate one's sense of self. When the heart is not oppressed, it becomes expansive and is fully sensitive to the suffering of others. There is empathy, understanding, and a wish to free others from suffering. If craving does not interfere, as self-concern, a fear of losing an advantage, or laziness, for instance, life will be guided by wisdom, and the wish to help others will transform into compassionate action. Chanda is the desire of those whose minds are clear and free, who are ready to truly receive other people, responding to them with an understanding of their suffering, and their altruistic intentions of wanting other people to be released from suffering are readily extended outwards into active deeds of compassionate assistance. This all-embracing compassion of wanting to assist others and free them from suffering is a potent force in the lives of those who have realized nibbana, for whom no lingering sense of a self, no fixed identity remains which needs to be protected and gratified. In sum, true compassion results from wisdom and liberation. The specific term for wisdom in this context is vijja, and the specific term for liberation is vimutti. Vijja, comprehensive knowledge of reality that allows no room for a belief in self, atta. Number 2, vimutti, liberation, freedom. Number 3, karuna, compassion, expansiveness of the heart, responsiveness to the suffering of beings, the wish to console others and promote their liberation. These 3 qualities are of the opposite. Number 1, avijja, ignorance of the truth, leading to the obstruction of self. Number 2, tanha, craving, the desire to compensate for the inadequacy of the self or to reinforce the idea of self. Number 3, upadana, tenacious clinging to things when it is judged that these things will profit the self or will lead to personal prestige and power. Arhats have abandoned ignorance, craving, and clinging. They possess wisdom as a beacon for action and compassion as a motivating force. If the sole motivation for action were to be craving, then benevolent assistance could never be true or pure. By the same token, as long as assistance to others is motivated by craving, it is not true compassion. Craving, including ignorance and clinging, is a hazardous, motivating force and causes us to be blind to our own and others' well-being. Even if we consider such well-being, our vision is distorted. We do not truly understand what is advantageous and disadvantageous. What is beneficial is seen as detrimental, and what is detrimental is seen as beneficial. Craving in the form of lust, anger, and delusion overwhelm the mind, or as the 5 hindrances, nivarana, it obstructs the functioning of the mind. When there is no such defilements, the mind is calm and bright. It is able to recognize true benefit. Arhats are able to assist others in a fully compassionate way because they have fulfilled their own state of well-being. They have attained personal well-being, and they have done what had to be done. When personal matters are finalized, personal well-being is complete. One is inwardly complete and need no longer worry about oneself. A person is then able to fully attend to the well-being and concerns of others and live life by benefiting others. With such fulfillment, arhats have required the qualities of being a friend to all, a companion to all, and kind-hearted towards all beings. The word atta, translated above as well-being, here does not refer to the usual meaning as an advantage. It refers instead to true benefit, to the most important aspect of a person's life, in particular to personal attributes that promote prosperity, maturity, resourcefulness, and self-reliance. This stands in contrast to so-called personal benefits, which often cause harm, for instance, eating delicious food, but to great excess. The main purpose of this inner wealth is to develop virtue, specifically wisdom, and to lead to freedom from the controlling power of ignorance, craving, and clinging. The conduct of arhats can be divided into 2 categories, work and personal activities. In regards to work, arhats tend to be leaders. They fulfill their responsibility as Buddhist disciples in an optimum way, since they have escaped from the constructive noose of defilements. The responsibility of Buddhist disciples is revealed clearly in the Buddha's repeated instructions which he gave when he sent disciples out to proclaim the teachings during the first year of his ministry, to act for the welfare and happiness of the many, for the compassionate assistance of the world, and for the well-being, support, and happiness of gods and human beings. These qualities are significant objectives of the holy life. They are the criteria of behavior and practice for bhikkhus, and they are the virtues present in persons who are considered supreme according to the Buddhist teachings. They are therefore constant considerations for a Buddhist disciple when performing duty and work. The principal work of arhats is to provide instructions to promote mindfulness, wisdom, and other spiritual qualities, and to act as a role model for a happy and virtuous life. Later generations can take these persons as examples to live up to. Ditta Nugati, following a clear example. It is fair to say that teaching others is an arhat's obligation. A similar standard of seeking the welfare of all holds true regarding arhats' personal conduct. Although arhats have finished their business, and once they have realized nibbana, they may abandon those practices that were undertaken for realization, they frequently conduct themselves as before. On a personal level, this is for abiding at ease in the present, and in relation to others, it is for compassionate assistance to later generations by providing a good example. Illustrations of this later motive include the Buddha's abiding in forest dwellings and Venerable Mahakassapa Thera's observance of the austere practices, Dhutanga. Even those community elders who have not realized nibbana emphasize acting as an example for later generations. For an arhat, the ideal human being, such responsibility in this area is exceptional. Note also that some of the rules of discipline were not prescribed as a result of grave offenses, but rather due to actions being improper in consideration of future generations. To sum up, the conduct of arhats, both in regard to duties and personal activities, aims for the welfare of the many and is done in consideration of later generations. They act for the welfare of others and to benefit others, consistent with the virtue of compassion, which acts as the motivation. It is difficult, however, to clearly picture the life of the arhats by drawing from stories passed down from the Buddha's time. These stories are dispersed throughout the suttas, the rules of discipline in the later text, and they stress essential teachings on Dhamma Vinaya rather than the arhat's personal activities. The Buddha's records of foremost disciples, which the commentators claim is a bestowal of rank, includes a long list of arhats' names, but it merely praises individual abilities or distinctions of particular disciples. This list mentions work only when the performance of this work was outstanding. For example, Venerable Dabba was foremost as the assigner of lodgings. There is no mention, for example, of those foremost as distributors of meal invitations, distributor of robes, or building managers, who are similarly officials appointed by the monastic community. The arhats mentioned in this list may have had other regular duties. Moreover, there is a difficulty in that the meanings of some words describing distinctions are obscure. Therefore, this list of names is inadequate for portraying the extent of arhats' activities. Nonetheless, we can see in this list of foremost disciples that many of the outstanding qualities are matters relating to teaching. One can say that teaching and training others are duties for all arhats, to be done according to their ability. Other activities vary based on individual skills or dispositions. Those arhats proficient in teaching, as preceptors and teachers, were honored and had many disciples. Beside their general teaching duties, they were also responsible for training these disciples. The suttas thus tell of many great monks who on their travels were accompanied by a large number of bhikkhus. Teaching disciples includes educating novices. Venerable Sariputta, for example, was adept at teaching children and probably had many novices under his care. When Venerable Rahula was preparing to be ordained as a novice, the Buddha entrusted him to Sariputta as his preceptor. There are many famous young accomplished novices who were Sariputta's pupils. On one occasion, Sariputta, while walking for alms, met an impoverished orphan who was wandering in search of food scraps, and out of compassion encouraged him to ordain as a novice and study the Dhamma Vinaya. The Buddha reminded the monks to look after children who came to be ordained. With the influx of large numbers of people seeking training came the duty of supervision. The Buddha advocated a sense of responsibility around the supervision of the community. The objective of community administration is to facilitate training and to provide education to as many disciples or students as possible in an atmosphere of mutual support. Apart from the responsibilities of teaching, training, and supervising, the Pali Canon shows that arhats honored community activities. Buddhists hold the community Sangha as the authority. The Buddha continually emphasized communal harmony, both in his Dhamma teachings, for example, the conditions of prosperity, and the emphasis of holding the Dhamma as one's teacher, and in the rules of discipline, especially those concerning formal acts of the monastic community. Many stories demonstrate concern for communal activities and respect for the community. For example, when the Buddha encouraged the monks to perform the observance day, Upasataka, each fortnight by reciting the Patimokkha and confirming their purity, Venerable Maha Kapina wondered whether he should participate in the ceremony since he was an arhat and completely pure. The Buddha knew what he was thinking and admonished him. If you, a Brahmin, an arhat, do not honor the observance day, who will honor it? You should go and perform the observance day ceremony. Vinaya I 105. Venerable Dabba Malaputta accomplished the fruit of arhatship whilst still young. He thought, I realized arhatship at 7 years of age. Whether a disciple should attain, I have attained completely. Whatever a disciple should attain, I have attained completely. There is nothing that must be done beyond this, nor is that which had to be done and is finished need to be added to. Which service can I perform for the Sangha? Later he thought, I should assign dwellings and distribute food for the Sangha. He then went to inform the Buddha of his willingness. The Buddha consented and had the bhikkhus meet to consider and accept his appointment as the assigner of lodges and distributor of food. When events take place that may disturb the monastic order, arhats earnestly exert themselves to resolve the issue, even though they usually prefer to abide in quiet and solitude. Venerable Mahakassapa, for example, began the proceedings of the first recitation, and Venerable Yasa Kanda Buddha Sambuddha Sanavasi and Ravata initiated the second recitation. In the first recitation, after the formal act of the Sangha was complete and the meeting was officially ended, some elders present at the meeting formally admonished Venerable Ananda concerning offenses or mistakes during his attendance on the Buddha. Although Ananda had plenty of evidence showing that he did not fail in his duty, after clearly explaining his conduct, he nonetheless acknowledged the criticism by these elders. When the Bhikkhu Sangha met to settle legal matters during the second recitation, 2 arhats failed to come to the meeting on time. The gathered elders imposed a penalty, presenting them with tasks to be performed. At the time of King Milinda, a king of Greek ancestry who ruled in Northwest India, and was erudite in religious doctrines and philosophy, the king challenged various religious sects to debate, causing a disturbance in Buddhist circles. The elder arhats met to consider a response to the situation. One arhat named Rohana had entered the attainment of cessation, Nirodha Samapatti, in the Himalayas, and being unaware of the meeting did not attend. The gathering sent a messenger to invite him and also required expiation, presenting him with the responsibility of ordaining the boy Nagasena. Later texts contain similar stories. For example, when the Bhikkhu Sangha was helping King Asoka to preserve the teachings, an arhat named Upagutta had gone into seclusion, enjoying the happiness of jhana, unaware of the community's activities. The Sangha assembly sent a bhikkhu to fetch him and then imposed a penalty for seeking his own individual comfort and not staying in connection with the community. They gave him the duty of overseeing the celebration of Asoka's stupa, which he performed out of respect for the community. Whatever the authenticity of these stories, especially the later ones, they demonstrate clearly the Buddhist tradition of arhats being role models in honoring the community and being responsible for communal activities. The cause or motivation for these actions is the same as that mentioned earlier, so that the leading of a sublime life, brahmacharya, i.e. the Buddha's teachings, may endure and may be established for a long time and for the well-being and happiness of gods and human beings. C. Mental self-mastery. The principal characteristic of an enlightened person's mind is freedom, which is the result of wisdom. When a person sees things according to the truth, fully comprehending conditioned phenomena, the mind is released from the control of the defilements. The scriptures usually describe the perfection of freedom as follows. The mind, which has been fully cultivated by wisdom, is released from the taints. Asava, Dii 81, 91, 123. When one knows and sees in this way, the mind is released from the taint of sense desire, the taint of becoming, and the taint of ignorance. For example, Vinaya III 5, DI 84, MI 23, 183 to 4, AI 165, IV 174 to 5. One aspect of freedom from defilement is the end of enslavement to alluring and provocative sense objects. The Buddha said that sense objects are the basis for greed, hatred, and delusion. Also, the absence of an impulse to act unjustly or harmfully guarantees moral rectitude. Another aspect of freedom is the absence of fear, trepidation, and terror. An arhat has mastery over sense objects and is thus described as one who has trained the sense bases, i.e. he or she has completed the development of the sense faculties, indriya bhavana. This means that when cognizing a sense object, for example, a sight or a sound, and a natural recognition of agreeableness, disagreeableness, or neutrality arises, arhats can control perception, sanya, as they wish. For example, they can perceive the repulsive as unrepulsive or perceive the unrepulsive as repulsive, as well as abandon both the repulsive and the unrepulsive, dwelling equanimous and mindful. Possessing mindfulness and self-mastery in arhat is called one who has been trained, and a self-conqueror, the greatest of those victorious in battle. An arhat's mind is stable and does not tremble as a consequence of agreeable or disagreeable sense objects. It is like a mountain which is not shaken by the wind, or like the earth which bears all things and is neither angered nor offended when filthy items are cast upon it. An additional aspect of freedom is non-clinging, which the Buddha often compared to a lotus leaf which is not adhered to by water, or a lotus blossom which grows in the mud but is pure, clean, and beautiful. A person begins by not clinging to sensuality, to merit, and to good and evil, as clinging to these things is the cause for brooding over the past and yearning for the future. A bhikkhu who has realized the Dhamma does not grieve over the past and does not fantasize over the future. He is sustained by what is present, thus his complexion is bright. As for the ignorant, they fantasize over the future and pine over the past, thus they are haggard, like a fresh reed that has been plucked and left in the sun. SI 5. In the Bhikkhu Sutta, there is a similar passage. One should not pursue the past, nor yearn for the future. The past has gone away, and the future has not yet been reached. MIII 187. Not brooding over the past and not yearning for the future are classified here as aspects of the citta, not of wisdom. They correspond to the domain of emotion. There are terms describing the attributes of an arhat in respect to the past and future that are matters of wisdom. For example, reminiscence of past lives, knowledge of the decease and rebirth of beings, knowledge of the past, and knowledge of the future. Arhats draw upon knowledge of the past and use wisdom to consider future activities. Indeed, because an Arhat's heart is free from the past and future, knowledge concerning the past and future can be used by wisdom in the most beneficial way. In addition, an Arhat's actions are generally performed to assist future generations, as was explained earlier. Some of the aspects of an Arhat's mind will be at odds with the views of ordinary people, since superficially these aspects are considered unpleasant or blameworthy. One such aspect that the Buddha mentioned often is nirasa or nirasa, which can be translated as hopeless, wishless, or without expectation. This hopelessness or absence of wishing of an enlightened person has a more profound meaning, however, than that which most people usually consider. Ordinary human beings normally live with hope. This hope is based on desire, wanting various things or wanting to be a particular way, thus hoping to obtain or to become. This hope sustains life. When someone is disappointed or feels hopeless due to not getting what is wished for or due to the unattainability of an object, then that person is considered to have misfortune. When someone is gratified by obtaining what is wanted or something desirable appears to be within reach, that person is considered to be fortunate. A hopeful person, however, still has a concealed expectation or anticipation that is constantly present, even if he is not conscious of it. That is, the possibility of being disappointed or falling into despair. This aspect of hope is often referred to as apprehension, which is a form of fear, a form of suffering. Hope thus comes paired with apprehension. If hope remains, fear remains. An arhat resembles the person who has lost hope, but there is an important distinction. An arhat's hopelessness or absence of expectation is not a consequence of there being no way to obtain what is desired. Instead, it results from an inner completeness and satiety. Satiety. There is nothing lacking which must be wished for. There is no deficiency giving rise to desire and hope. In short, an arhat's freedom from hope stems from an absence of craving. When one does not yearn for things and does not long to be some particular way, then there is nothing to be hoped for. When there is nothing to be hoped for, then one lives without hope. One has given up or ended hope along with the fear that springs from hope. This implies that people can exist without depending on or entrusting their life and happiness to hope. Arhats have gone beyond both gratification and hopelessness, as these terms are ordinarily defined. Being fulfilled and contented, they surpass those who are gratified or hopeful. This is a level that is superior to or free from hope, because there is complete happiness in each present moment. There is no opportunity for further disappointment or despair. Compare this with asada, faithlessness, as a wisdom quality. Many other heart qualities exist which are related to those mentioned above. For example, Kana, no anxiety, nothing lingering in the mind. Asoka, happy, sorrowless. Kema, safe, secure. Nichata, hungerless. Santa, no confusion, restlessness, worry, irritation, depression, boredom, or fear. Peaceful. Santutaha, santutta, satisfied, contented. Sitibhuta, nibhuta, tranquil, cooled. Viraja, free from mental impurity, immaculate. Visato, gacchati, totally at ease while walking, standing, sitting, and lying down. The Buddha emphasized happiness, sukha. There are terms describing the state of nibbana as happiness, terms describing those who have realized nibbana as happy, and statements by such realized ones themselves describing their own happiness. For example, nibbana is the supreme happiness, MI 509 DH verses 202 to 204. Nibbana is indeed great happiness, UD 15 THAG verses 227 to 63. There is no greater happiness than the happiness of nibbana, TIG verse 476. This is unsurpassed happiness, AIII 354. Truly, the arhats are happy, SIII 83. The perfectly awakened always sleeps happily, AI 138. One who is without anxiety is indeed happy, UD 14. I, without anxiety, am indeed truly happy. DH verses 200 to 204. Oh, what bliss. Vinaya II 183, THIG verse 24. Even for those who are training in the Dhamma, it is necessary to view nibbana as happiness for the practice to be correct, as stated in the Buddha's words. Monks, that someone who views nibbana as suffering will possess investigation conducive to the realization of truth is impossible. That someone who does not possess investigation conducive to the realization of truth will proceed to the righteous way is impossible. That someone who has not proceeded to the righteous way will realize the fruits of stream entry, once returner, non-returner, or arhatship is impossible. Monks, that someone who views nibbana as happiness will possess investigation conducive to the realization of truth is possible. That someone who possesses investigation conducive to the realization of truth will proceed to the righteous way is possible. That someone who proceeds to the righteous way should realize the fruits of stream entry, once returner, non-returner, or arhatship is possible. AIII 442 to 3. Although nibbana is happiness, and those who have realized nibbana are happy, such realized ones do not cling to happiness of any kind and do not become attached to or indulge in nibbana. When cognizing external sense objects, for example, by way of the eye or ear, an arhat still experiences feelings pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral connected with those objects, just like an ordinary person. An exception exists, however, in that an arhat neither rejoices over nor is troubled by feelings, nor are those feelings a cause for craving. Feelings exist at only one level, which is called experiencing feeling by way of the body, but not the mind. Feeling does not give rise to internal affliction or worry. Such feeling is said to be cooled. An arhat experiences feelings without latent tendencies, anusaya, unlike unenlightened beings who have the latent tendency of lust, raga nusaya when experiencing pleasure, the latent tendency of hostility, Tihanusaya when experiencing pain, and the latent tendency of ignorance, Avijanusaya, when experiencing neutral feelings, perpetually increasing the habit and strength of these defilements. Pleasure and pain from external sources are unable to affect an arhat's internal happiness. An arhat's happiness is thus independent, not relying on external phenomena. It is an immaterial happiness, nirāmisa sukha, or even surpasses immaterial happiness. Ordinary nirāmisa sukha is the happiness of jhana. As an arhat's happiness is independent of external conditions, the natural fluctuation of things is not a cause for suffering. Even if the 6 sense objects change and pass away, an arhat still abides in happiness. Even if the 5 aggregates change and become otherwise, there is no sorrow or suffering. A thorough knowledge of impermanence brings about tranquility and contentment. The Buddha described this happiness as one attribute of being a refuge unto oneself, or of having the Dhamma as a refuge. Another important descriptive term for an arhat's mind, which covers many of the characteristics already mentioned, is arogya, translated as without sickness or freedom from illness. It can be rendered as health or healthy. Arogya is an epithet for Nibbana. Being without illness or being healthy refers here to the absence of mental illness or to a healthy mind, as mentioned in the Buddha's teaching to an aged layman. You should practice and train yourself thus. Although the body is diseased, the mind will not be diseased. SIII, number 1. The Buddha said that there are two kinds of illness, physical and mental. Beings who can assert to be without illness of the mind are difficult to find in the world, with the exception of one who is freed from the taints. AII 143-4. These words of the Buddha illustrate that an arhat is a person with perfect mental health. The description of an arhat as being free from illness or in good health reveals the value of realizing Nibbana. One may wonder, if arhats do not seek the pleasures cherished by ordinary people, how can they be happy, or what worth does Nibbana have? An absence of illness is a condition of happiness that is complete in itself. It is far better than the happiness resulting from a temporary alleviation of pain, not to mention the discomfort of sickness and chronic ailments. Obtaining medicine or treatment to allay symptoms of illness offers momentary happiness. The more severe the symptoms, the greater the happiness when the symptoms subside. From one perspective, a healthy person is denied this kind of pleasure, but no one in their right mind would desire a sick person's happiness of wanting to savor the end of pain and discomfort. In the case of an illness, happiness is experienced through the repeated or occasional alleviation of discomfort and agitation. Such occasional happiness can be compared to the pleasure sought by ordinary people. The happiness of being without illness, which is normally not recognized as happiness, is simply internal ease and relief. This can be compared to the state of an arhat or to the happiness of Nibbana. The Buddha applied the analogy of a leper with erupting sores. Due to irritation and itching, the leper scratches the lesions and heats his flesh over coals. The more he scratches and scars his body, the more itchy and inflamed the sores do become. The happiness and pleasant sensation he receives relies upon having a wound that can be scratched. The leper will remain in this state until a skilled doctor prepares a medicine that cures him of the leprosy. Cured of leprosy, he becomes a person of good health, aroga, happy, sukhi, free, sari, with self-mastery, sayamvasi, and able to go where he pleases, yina kamangama. Both the scratching of the sores and the heating by the fire, which used to provide him with pleasure and relief, are no longer considered by him as a form of happiness. He now regards such behavior as painful and miserable. This analogy can be applied to ordinary beings who seek pleasure from the 5 strands of sensuality. Although they experience pleasure through obtaining things and gratifying desire, they are inflamed by desire, experiencing increasing turmoil and agitation. When life is conducted in this manner, pleasure and delight only revolve around the arousal of craving, leading to increased passion. Gratification is sought to temporarily quell the agitation. With the realization of Nibbana, no fuel remains to provoke craving, and happiness is experienced without alleviating an inflammation. An unenlightened person is compared to someone who derives pleasure from scratching an itch. The greater the itch, the more one scratches, and the more one scratches, the greater the itch. And the greater the itch, the greater the pleasure from scratching. An ordinary person thus likes to increase the degree of pleasure by seeking ways to increase the stimulation and excitement, and so increases the itch. As a result, more pleasure is experienced from increased scratching. A realized being is like someone who is cured from an itch-inducing illness, whose normal physical state is healthy. Happiness exists due to the absence of an itch and of a need to scratch. An ordinary person, however, may criticize such a person as lacking the pleasure derived from scratching an itch. Similarly, an unenlightened person's search for happiness is like building up and fanning a fire and then receiving amusement and coolness by extinguishing it. The brighter and hotter the fire, the more effort needed for extinguishing, causing more spectacular crackling and flashing. Ordinary people conduct their lives in this way, despite greater risk of danger for themselves and others. Those who are liberated resemble persons who have extinguished the fire. They live in ease, coolness, and safety, with no need to be burnt and with no need to be on guard against dangers from the heat. They are not engaged in the thrill or anxiety of extinguishing a fire that they previously ignited. Realization brings about changes in personality as well as in attitudes toward the world. Such mental transformations can be compared to the development of a child into an adult. Adults no longer hold dear those toys and games that were cherished during childhood. An adult may even be amused seeing a child fascinated with and possessive of such toys. Likewise, a person who has realized Nibbana has reached a stage of development that surpasses ordinary beings. Attitudes towards life, towards things admired by ordinary people, and towards the way people conduct their lives have changed. D. Wisdom, self-mastery. Basis for an arhat's wisdom is the ability to see things as they truly are. This clear seeing starts at cognition of sense objects by way of the six senses, with a mind that is equanimous and mindful, not swayed by pleasure or aversion. Such a person is able to observe a sense impression from beginning to end without being distracted or disturbed by it. Ordinary people, on the other hand, tend to get stuck at the point where sense impressions produce a feeling of pleasure and aversion. As a result, they tend to elaborate on and create distorted ideas about the things they encounter. They have a false understanding. They see things clouded by defilement rather than as they truly are. Take, for example, a person who agrees with a statement when he has been flattered, but disagrees without the flattery. Or a person may agree because he likes the speaker, yet disagree when the identical subject is mentioned by someone he dislikes. Arhats are not deceived by external appearances of things. They acknowledge all facets of the truth and do not attach to just one perspective. The wisdom of an arhat helps to dispel the claim that Buddhism is a pessimistic doctrine. For example, those who have realized the truth, Buddhadhamma, know that the five aggregates are neither exclusively painful nor exclusively pleasant. A person who is to be enlightened must understand the merits and disadvantages of sense desire as well as the deliverance from it. The merits are seen as merits, the disadvantages as disadvantages, and the deliverance as deliverance. The abandonment of sense desire and the end of both hankering for the world and grasping the five aggregates is due to seeing the way of deliverance. A person will then be independent of such merits and disadvantages, abiding in happiness, a happiness that is subtler and greater than happiness conditioned by pleasant and unpleasant experiences. The exquisite things in the world are not referred to as sense desire. Only a person's lustful intentions constitute sense desire. The exquisite things in the world abide just as they are. Therefore, the wise only remove the fascination for these things. III 4:1:1. Another level of wisdom is the comprehension of the universal characteristics, impermanence, anicca, dukkha, and non-self, anatta, and of language, in particular of conventions and designations. The comprehension of language includes understanding the nature of worldly speech and knowing how to use language to convey meaning without clinging to linguistic conventions. A monk whose mind is liberated sides with no one and disputes with no one. He employs the speech currently used in the world without attaching to it. MI 500. An arhat with taints destroyed may say, I speak this way, and they speak to me this way. skillful, knowing the world's parlance, he uses such terms as mere expressions. S.I. 14. Monks, I do not contend with the world, rather, it is the world that contends with me. A speaker of the Dhamma, Vadi, does not dispute with anyone in the world. Whatever the learned ones agree upon as not existing in the world, I too say that it does not exist. Whatever the learned ones agree upon as existing, I too say that it exists. SIII 138. These are worldly terms, expressions, manners of speech, and designations. The Tathagata uses these, but does not attach to them. DI 202. With the arising of wisdom, seeing how all conditioned things originate from interdependent causes, a person understands the world according to truth. This is the arising of a correct worldview. Metaphysical beliefs and theories, as well as doubts, vanish automatically. Monks, with the remainderless fading away and cessation of ignorance, whichever conflicting, obstinate, and confounding views exist, such as, what are mental formations? Who owns these mental formations? Mental formations are one thing, the owners of such formations are another. The life principle, jiva, and the body are the same. The life principle is one thing, the body is another. All of these views are abandoned. SII 64. A bhikkhu inquired, what is the cause, what is the condition by which a learned noble disciple will not have doubt arising concerning the matters that the Lord has not explained? The Buddha replied, with the cessation of ignorance, learned noble disciples will not have doubt arise concerning the matters that I have not explained. An unlearned, unenlightened person does not clearly know views, the origin of views, the cessation of views, and the way leading to the cessation of views. Those views increase, and he will not be released from aging, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. AIV 67-8. Another feature of an arhat's wisdom is that he or she does not rely on faith or belief, a quality in which in Pali is called asada, faithless. This quality is the opposite of disbelief or faithlessness in the ordinary sense, which means not believing due to lack of confidence in others or due to obstinacy. Here it means one does not need to believe because one knows and sees with clarity. One knows for oneself and is independent of the knowledge of others. Faith implies reliance on someone else's knowledge when we do not yet clearly know for ourselves. Once we have seen something as it truly is, there is no need to depend on others for knowledge. This is a knowledge that is greater than faith or belief. Of things that are fully known by himself, evident to himself, he does not have faith in others, neither ascetics nor Brahmins, nor gods, nor Mara, nor Brahma. He does not believe others concerning things fully known by himself, evident to himself. That is, formations are impermanent, formations are dukkha, formations are non-self. With ignorance as condition, there are mental formations, NDI 235. Likewise, Venerable Sariputta said to the Buddha, in this manner I do not go with faith to the Blessed One, This matter I have known, seen, experienced, realized, and discerned with wisdom, therefore I have no doubts or uncertainties. SV 221. At the time of the Buddha, people were very interested in the concept of a great man, Mahaparisa, and therefore there are many passages in the Tipitaka in reference to this term. There are references to the characteristics of a great man, Mahaparisa Lakkhana. For example, in the case of the Brahmins' predictions about Prince Siddhartha, which were based on their ancient text. But from the perspective of the teachings, more interesting passages pertain to the question posed to the Buddha after his awakening of who is worthy of the title great man. This frequent question shows that this concept was still important and a matter of debate. On one occasion, Venerable Sariputta went to see the Buddha and asked him this question. Venerable Sir, it is said a great man. In what way is one a great man? The Buddha replied, with a liberated mind, I say, Sariputta, one is a great man. Without a liberated mind, I say, one is not a great man. SV 158. This reply indicates that the Buddha considered an arhat one who has completed the 4 aspects of development to be a great man. His reply is very brief and succinct, focusing on the final criteria, a completion of the 4 kinds of development, culminating in liberating wisdom. No matter how skilled or proficient a person may be, if he is not fully liberated from mental defilement, he is not yet a great man. To be worthy of this title, one must be free from suffering. For example, one's thought processes are truly free from any restriction or impurity, which does not mean that one obtains everything that one wishes for or faces no obstruction or coercion from others. On the highest level, one's wisdom is free from any domination, or manipulation from a fabricated sense of self. One's thoughts do not simply follow one's desires, propelled by craving, conceit, and fixed views. In any case, the reason for the Buddha's brevity here is most likely because he was speaking to Venerable Sariputta, the foremost disciple proficient in wisdom. The Buddha thus mentioned only the decisive criteria, along with tying the concept of liberation with the teaching on the 4 foundations of mindfulness, presenting the supreme perspective on this subject. A teaching by the Buddha which elaborates on this concept of a great man stems from a conversation he had with Vajrasakkara, the chief minister of Magadha. On one occasion, while the Buddha was staying in the bamboo grove at Rajagaha, he was approached by Vajrasakkara, who said that according to his own doctrine, a person considered to be a great man with superior wisdom is endowed with 4 attributes. He is a highly learned, well-informed of various fields of learning, and understands the meaning of various statements, able to distinguish one from the other. He has a good memory. He remembers and recollects what was done and said long ago. He is skillful and diligent in attending to the diverse chores of a householder, and 4, he possesses sound judgment, knowing how to carry out and arrange his affairs. After presenting this explanation, Vajrasakkara asked the Buddha whether he approves or rejects this statement. The Buddha replied, saying that he neither approves nor rejects this statement, but that he himself describes a great man with superior wisdom as possessing 4 other qualities. Number 1, a person practices for the welfare and happiness of the many folk. He is one who has established people in the noble way, that is, to be endowed with beautiful and wholesome qualities. Number 2, he thinks whatever he wants to think and does not think what he does not want to think. He intends whatever he wants to intend and does not intend what he does not want to intend. Thus, he has attained to mental mastery over the ways of thought. Number 3, he gains at will, without trouble or difficulty, the 4 jhanas that constitute the higher mind and are pleasant abidings in this very life. With the destruction of the taints, he has realized for himself with direct knowledge the taintless liberation of mind and liberation by wisdom, and dwells in it here and now. AII 35. Although there are many teachings by the Buddha on this concept of a great man, they usually appear in verse form and are a reply to people's specific questions, so most are either brief or focused on one particular aspect. The teaching presented to the chief minister above is in prose, and it contains clearly defined principles which are relevant to anyone. The 4 aspects of self-mastery are incorporated in the 4 attributes of a great man. Expressed in a different way, these 4 attributes reveal another aspect of the 4 kinds of development, highlighting the superior and exceptional capabilities of an arhat, which are difficult for an ordinary person to attain. The first attribute reveals how arhats, those who have fulfilled the holy life, brahmacharya, are no longer burdened with any personal concerns, including any form of spiritual training. From the time of their full awakening, they devote themselves entirely to the welfare and happiness of the multitudes, which becomes the essence of their life. This corresponds to the goal of the holy life, to Buddhism in its entirety, which is encapsulated in the Buddha's frequent exhortation to act for the benefit of the many folk, for the happiness of the many folk, out of compassion for people in the world. This compassionate altruistic action also points to the connection between individual happiness and promoting the happiness of others. In whichever way one describes the attribute of arhats, including the preceding description of the fourfold self-mastery, they always rest firmly on three essential qualities: wisdom, specifically called vijja, liberation, vimutti, and compassion, karuna, which is the force radiating knowledge and wisdom outwards, resulting in others obtaining knowledge and arriving at deliverance. If we identify an unawakened being as someone bound, wisdom is the knife that cuts the bonds, liberation is the release from the bonds into freedom, and compassion is, once a person is no longer agitated and anxious about his or her own concerns, the looking to others who are still bound and extricating them. Technically, vijja is the path, magga, whereas vimutti is generally considered the fruit or result, phala. The authors of later texts, however, have divided vimutti into more detail as two parts, as both path and fruit. They say that the act or moment of release is the path. The state of having been released and abiding in freedom is the fruit. The realization of nibbana is completed at wisdom and liberation. Compassion is the subsequent acting for others. In other words, personal concerns are ended at wisdom and liberation. Matters to be done for others are deeds then taken up by compassion. Note that these three qualities, wisdom, liberation, and compassion, liberation is a result. It is a finished condition and facilitates further action, but is not the agent itself. Wisdom and compassion are agents. Wisdom is the factor bringing about the realization of nibbana, which is the accomplishment of personal concerns. Compassion is the factor that helps to settle the affairs of others. For this reason, wisdom and compassion are professed to be primary attributes of the Buddha. Wisdom is the essential element for personal welfare or for the completion of personal benefit, while compassion is the essential element for others' well-being or for the practice of benefiting others. In short, the Buddha's attributes are of two kinds: the completion of personal benefit with wisdom as agent, and the practice of benefiting others with compassion as agent. Both the completion of personal benefit and the practice of benefiting others are meaningful and genuine because they are confirmed by liberation. Liberation is proof of the arrival at nibbana. It is an essential characteristic of nibbana and is synonymous with nibbana. 7.4 Additional attributes of arhats. A. Outward demeanor. In the Dhamma Chittaya Sutta, King Pasenadi of Kosala told the Buddha the reasons for his faith in the Triple Gem. The Buddha endorsed these principles as Dhamma Caitaya, monuments in honor of the Dhamma, and said they are fundamental to the holy life. He encouraged the members of the monastic sangha to remember them. One section of the sutta describes the bhikkhu disciples of the Buddha as follows. Again, Venerable Sir, I have walked and wandered from park to park and from garden to garden. There I have seen some recluses and Brahmins who are lean, wretched, unsightly, jaundiced, with veins standing out on their limbs, such that people would not want to look at them again. I have thought, surely these venerable ones are leading the holy life in discontent, or they have done some evil deed and are concealing it, ... But here I see bhikkhus smiling and cheerful, sincerely joyful, plainly delighting, their faculties fresh, living at ease, unruffled, subsisting on what others give, abiding with a mind as a wild deer's. I have thought, surely these venerable ones perceive successive states of lofty distinction in the Blessed One's dispensation, ... This too, Venerable Sir, is why I infer, according to Dhamma, about the Blessed One. The Blessed One is fully enlightened. The Dhamma is well proclaimed by the Blessed One. The Sangha of the Blessed One's disciples is practicing the good way. MII 121. At the break of dawn, Those bhikkhus go out from their dwellings, from the forest, the base of trees and hillsides, ... The way they walk forward, step backwards, look around, and bend and extend their arms instills faith. With eyes cast down, they are perfect in demeanor. VINII 146. As long as the monks meet in harmony, redress problems in harmony, and carry on their business in harmony, they may be expected to prosper and not decline. DII 76-7, AIV 21. B. Happiness and liberation. The elder bhikkhus dress in the morning and, taking bowl and robe, enter a village or town for alms. There they speak on the Dhamma, and the lay people show their confidence in them. They use their gains without being tied to them, uninfatuated with them, not blindly absorbed in them, seeing the danger in them, and understanding the escape. These gains increase their beauty and strength, and on that account they do not meet death or deadly suffering. SII 269. A wise one whose heart is undisturbed is free of mental proliferation. He has stopped brooding. Everywhere he sees peace. He does not praise himself among his equals, superiors, or those of lower standing. SN 185. One who is free of frustration, one who has gone beyond becoming or not becoming this or that, is fearless, sorrowless, blissful. Even the devas cannot see into his heart. UD 20. One who has cut all bonds of attachment, removed worry deep within the heart. The peaceful one sleeps happily, attained to perfect peace of mind. AI 138. C. Masters of the heart, rulers of thought. A great man is one of great wisdom, ... To whatever train of thought he wishes to apply himself, to that train of thought he does apply himself. To whatever train of thought he desires not to apply himself, to that train of thought he does not apply himself. Whatever intention he wishes to intend, he does so or not if he so wishes. Thus he is master of the mind in the way of thoughts. AII 36. D. Loving all creatures, intimate with death and separation. In life one is unafflicted. At death one grieves not. If he is a sage, a seer of the path, surrounded by grief, he grieves not. UD 46. I do not rejoice in death. I am not attached to life. I will discard this body with established mindfulness and clear comprehension. I do not rejoice in death. I am not attached to life. I wait for my time as a servant who has finished work waits for his wages. Thag, verses 1002 to 1003, CF, e.g. THAG, verses 654 to 5 and 685 to 6. At one time, Venerable Upasina Thera was sitting in a cave in the Sitavana forest. Two venomous snakes were chasing each other when one of them fell upon Upasina and bit him. The poison spread quickly. He knew that he was about to die, but his behavior did not change. He asked his fellow monks to place him on a bed and carry him so that he could enter Parinibbana outside. On another occasion, Venerable Ananda asked Venerable Sariputta if he would grieve if the Buddha were to pass away. Sariputta replied, even if the teacher himself were to die, still sorrow, lamentation, pain, displeasure, and despair would not arise in me. However, it would occur to me, the teacher, so influential, so powerful and mighty, has passed away. If the Blessed One had lived for a long time, that would have been for the welfare and happiness of the multitude, for the compassionate assistance to the world. SII 274. The elder Venerable Adi Mutta was captured by bandits but experienced no fear. The bandit leader was perplexed. These people in the past whom we have killed for a sacrifice or to obtain their money were always afraid. They trembled and wailed. But you experience no fear and your complexion is bright. How is it that you don't cry out at a time of such grave danger? One who is not attached to life experiences no mental suffering, chieftain. One who has destroyed the fetters has passed beyond all fear of pain, ... I do not fear death. Just like someone would not fear laying down a burden, ... One who has reached the ultimate needs nothing in the world. He is not aggrieved by death. He is like one who has escaped a burning house. The Lord Buddha has said that all things in this world and all realms attainable by beings are dependent. ... I have no thought of I have been, I will be, or I will not be, or the thought my formations will vanish. Why should I cry out over these formations? Chieftain, one who sees according to truth that there is only the arising of phenomena, only this succession of formations, experiences no fear. When a person sees the world with wisdom as similar to wood and grass, then he will have no need to seize anything as mine. He does not grieve, mine is lost. I have no more requirement for this body. I wish for no realm of existence. This body will disintegrate, and there will not be another. Whatever you must do with my body, do as you wish. I will experience no anger or delight as a consequence of your actions. Listening to the elder's words, the bandits' hair stood on end, and they dropped their weapons. After further questioning, they asked to become disciples. Some of them even requested ordination as Buddhist monks. THAG, verses 705 to 719. Bhikkhus, even if bandits were to sever you savagely, limb by limb, with a two-handled saw, he who gives rise to a mind of hate towards them would not be carrying out my teaching. MI 186. As long as they live, the Arhats have abandoned the slaying of creatures. They abide friendly and compassionate to all creatures, to all beings. AI 211, AIV 248 to 9, 255 to 6, 388 to 90. Wishing, in gladness and in safety, may all beings be at ease. ... Even as a mother protects with her life her child, her only child, so with a boundless heart should one cherish all living beings. KH8SN26. Even those with an arrow stuck in the breast, ... Even these here, stricken, get to sleep. So why should I not get to sleep when my arrow has been drawn out? Going to wild places I dread not, nor am I afraid to sleep. During the nights and days nothing afflicts me. I see for myself no loss in the world. Therefore I can sleep in peace, full of compassion for all beings. SI 110 to 11. The first attribute of a great man with great wisdom is he is dedicated to the welfare of many people, to the happiness of many people. He has established many people in the way of the noble ones, that is, in possessing beautiful qualities, in possessing wholesome qualities. AII 35 to 36. When encountering these canonical records of the inner life of Arhats, ordinary people may brand Arhats as eccentric, wrongly imagining that they have no concern for others and heartlessly let things take their own course. Therefore, it is important to remind people of Arhats' outward behavior, that they conduct their lives responsibly and justly. What is the nature of a person's life when there are no unresolved experiences congesting the mind or defilements ruling the heart? Eccentric or strange behavior can be found in some persons who have attained certain levels of concentrative release, Chitta Vimutti. Arhats, however, have attained release through wisdom, Panya Vimutti. They do not hold even to the thought, I am one who is free from grasping. No impurities are there to form an identity of someone who is unattached. No new attachments are made, e.g. to spiritual attainments, which could bring about a dismissive attitude towards the thing they left behind. Nor are there any defilements that cause disgust or disinterest. Arhats thus act reasonably, appropriately, and wisely out of wholesome service to the world. An absence of fear, even of being startled, is a key mental attribute of an Arhat. As mentioned earlier in the section of qualities of the heart, Chitta, Arhats are free of any greed, hatred, or delusion. which are the causes for fear and anxiety. Fear stems from defilements buried deeply in the subconscious. It is an immediate reaction when confronted by frightening objects, a process that happens so quickly a person is not fully aware of it. Because the reaction occurs before mindfulness is established, fear is very difficult to conceal. It is thus a good indication that subtle mental impurities still lie dormant. When fear is present, it is not easy to deceive others or to delude oneself. In special circumstances, when outward behavior suggests the realization of arhatship, or someone mistakenly behaves to have reached such a realization, Dhamma practitioners have used fear as a test. An example from the scriptures is the story of an elder monk proficient at the 8 attainments, samapatti. As the mental defilements were suppressed by the power of these attainments, for 60 years he believed himself to be an arhat. One day, when he saw a trumpeting, ferocious elephant, he was startled and thus knew that he was still unawakened. 7.5 7 Noble Beings. This division of noble beings focuses on the spiritual faculties, indriya, and is also connected to the 8 liberations, vimokkha. The indriya, literally ruling principles, act as sources of empowerment in spiritual practice. They control or combat unfavorable mental qualities like lack of confidence, laziness, negligence, distraction, and ignorance. There are 5 such faculties: faith, saddha, energy, virya, mindfulness, sati, concentration, samadhi, and wisdom, panya. Dhamma practitioners possess varying degrees of these faculties. 3 of these faculties have an effect on the kind of realization of noble beings: arya, pugala, faith, sadhindriya, concentration, samadhindriya, and wisdom, panindriya. Vimokkha is the liberation from unfavorable mental qualities, resulting from the delight of being absorbed in an object of attention. This liberation, however, is dependent on the power of concentration in the state of jhana and exists only as long as one abides in jhana. It is not the complete liberation from defilements and suffering, which is synonymous with nibbana. There are 8 kinds of vimokkha. Number 1, dwelling in form. One perceives form. This refers to the 4 fine material jhanas of someone who practices kasina meditation and uses an attribute of the body, for example, the color of hair, as the meditation object. Number 2, not perceiving internal form. One perceives external form. This refers to the 4 fine material jhanas of someone who uses an external object for kasina meditation. Absorbed in beauty, this refers to the jhana of someone practicing color kasina meditation. Patisamhindamaga also includes the jhana of a person cultivating the 4 divine abidings. Brahmavihara are apamana, loving kindness, metta, compassion, karuna, appreciative joy, mudita, and equanimity, upekkha. Meditation on the 4 divine abidings leads a person to see all beings as beautiful with no feelings of disgust. Number 4, abiding in the sphere of unbounded space. With the end of perception of repulsion, patigasana, and perception of diversity, nadasana, one transcends the perception of form, rupa sana. One meditates on the boundlessness of space. Number 5, transcending the sphere of unbounded space, one attains the sphere of unbounded consciousness. Vijnana Kayatana. One meditates on the boundlessness of consciousness. Number 6, transcending the sphere of unbounded consciousness, one attains the sphere of nothingness. Akinchanyatana. Number 7, transcending the sphere of nothingness, one attains the sphere of neither perception nor non-perception. Nayatana. Number 8, transcending the sphere of neither perception nor non-perception, one attains the cessation of perception and feeling. Sanavedayita Nirodha, also known as the attainment of cessation, Nirodha Samapatti. These 8 liberations comprise all 9 gradual stages of meditative attainment, Anupubhavinhara Sampatti, as illustrated on figure 7.1. And I'll just kind of describe this figure 7.1, the gradual stages of meditative attainment. One column, there's liberation, vimokkha, another column, jhana, and then concentrative attainment, samapatti. So under the liberation vimokkha column, there's vimokkha 1 through 8, and then there's brackets pointing to the 4 rupa jhana, the 4 arupa jhana under the jhana column, and then those two come together into the 8 samapatti, and that's under the concentrative attainment samapatti column. And under that is equals nirodha samapatti, and the 8 samapatti equals nirodha samapatti come together with a bracket pointing to the 9 anupubhavihara samapatti. Now back to the text. The spiritual faculties, indriya, are linked to the liberations in the following way. When a person begins spiritual practice, he or she will possess a dominant faculty of either faith or wisdom. If that person develops concentration to a higher level than the 3rd liberation, i.e. attains formless jhana, the faculty of concentration, samadhindriya, will become the dominant faculty. Those practitioners whose dominant faculty remains faith or wisdom may attain the 4 fine material jhanas, but they will not attain the formless jhanas. Conventionally speaking, they do not attain vimokkha. Concentration as a dominant faculty, however, in the end must give way to and act as a basis for wisdom. Up to that point, concentration will facilitate the attainment of the higher liberations, vimokkha. At this point, we can examine how the 7 noble beings, Dakhinaya Pugala, are connected to the faculties and liberations. Ordinarily, the 7 noble beings are presented from the highest to the lowest, but to conform with the presentation of the 8 noble beings presented earlier, they are listed here from the lowest to the highest. Learners, Seka Upadisisa Pugala. Number 1, Sadhanusari, faith devotee, a person striving for stream entry and cultivating the noble path with faith as a dominant faculty. If this person attains stream entry, he becomes one liberated by faith, Sadhavimutta. Number 2, Dhammanusari, truth devotee, a person striving for stream entry and cultivating the noble path with wisdom as dominant faculty. If this person attains stream entry, he becomes one attained to right view, Ditthipata. Number 3, Saddha Vimutti, one liberated by faith, a person who truly understands the noble truths, has righteous conduct, and has destroyed some of the taints, asava, through wisdom, and has faith as the dominant faculty. This refers to all those who have attained stream entry up to those who strive for arhatship with faith as dominant faculty. They attain arhatship, they become one liberated by wisdom, panya vimutta. Number 4, Ditthipata, one attained to right view, a person who truly understands the noble truths, has righteous conduct, and has destroyed some of the taints, asava, through wisdom. This refers to all those who have attained stream entry up to those who strive for arhatship with wisdom as dominant faculty. If they attain arhatship, they become panya vimutta. Number 5, kaya sakhi, body witness, a person who abides in and has contacted with the body, the 8 liberations, and has destroyed some of the taints, asava, through wisdom. This refers to all those who have attained stream entry up to those who strive for arhatship with concentration as dominant faculty. If they attain arhatship, they become one liberated both ways, ubhata tobhaga vimutta. Ubhatobhaga vimutta. Adepts, asika, Anupadisisa Pugala. Number 6, Panya Vimutta, one liberated by wisdom, a person who does not abide in and contact with the body, the 8 liberations, vimokkha, but whose taints have all been destroyed by understanding the noble truths with wisdom. This refers to the arhats who have practiced insight, vipassana, as the principal meditation up to the moment of full awakening. Number 7, Bhaga Vimutta, one liberated both ways, one who contacts with the body and abides in the 8 liberations, vimokkha, and destroys all of the taints by understanding the noble truths with wisdom. This refers to the arhats who have developed a high degree of samatha, tranquility, meditation, concentration, and use this tranquility as a foundation for practicing insight to reach full awakening. Figure 7.2 shows the connection between the 8 Dakhinaya Pugala and the 7 Dakhinaya Pugala, the 5 spiritual faculties, and the 8 liberations. Figure 7.2, noble beings and their faculties and liberations. Again, we've got 4 columns here: 7 noble beings, dominant faculty, liberations 4 through 8, and 8 noble beings. So under the 7 noble beings column, there's 1, Sadhanusara, number 2, Dhammanususari, and number 3, Sadha Vimutta, number 4, Ditthipata, and number 5, Kaya Sakai. So then number 1, under the dominant faculty, well, I'll just go down this next column. Dominant faculty, the indriya. So corresponding with that, we got faith, wisdom, concentration. So that's 5, corresponding with each of the other 5 that was previously named. And then liberations 4 through 8, vimokkha. And then there's just a yes next to the bottom on the 5th row there. And then the 8 noble beings, we've got one practicing for stream entry, number 2, stream enterer, number 3, 1 practicing for once returning, number 4, once returner, number 5, 1 practicing for non-returning, 6, non-returner, number 7, 1 practicing for arhatship, and number 8, arhat. Oops. Sorry, I missed number 6 and 7, so going back to the first column, number 6 is Panya Vimutta, number 7 is Bhaga Vimutta, and the dominant faculty column for 6 and 7 is wisdom and concentration, and then liberations 4 through 8, yes. So a little bit confusing, so it helps to see these diagrams. So figure 7.3, noble beings, sequential progression. It's kind of hard to explain with these different arrows and numbers, so I'm just going to skip that one. And back to the main text. There are some noteworthy points here in relation to Dakhinaya Pugala and Ariya Pugala as outlined in the 2 diagrams above. Note that despite the strength of any other faculties with the person at the moment of full awakening, wisdom predominates. Then a simple definition for Kaya Saki is one who first attains jhana and later attains nibbana. Note also that only a body witness who is a non-returner is able to attain the 8th liberation, vimokkha. The commentaries and sub-commentaries state that Bhaga Vimutta are liberated in 2 ways: liberated from the corporeal body, rupakaya, by the formless attainments, and from the mind body, namakaya, by the noble path. They are liberated on 2 occasions: when suppressing vikhamhana, the defilements by the power of concentration and jhana, and when completely uprooting samucheda, the defilements. If Bhanga Vimutta attain the 3-fold knowledge, vijja, they are called tvijja. If they attain the 6 abhinya, supreme knowledge, they are called chalamhina. If they attain the 4 penetrating insights, patisamhinda, they are called patisamhinda pata. And then the next note here, Panavimutta practice primarily Vipassana meditation. They practice samatha meditation only to have an adequate foundation for insight. They therefore do not experience the exceptional fruits of samatha beyond the first 4 jhanas. They do not attain the formless jhanas, the attainment of cessation, nirodha samapatti, the 2 lokaya, vijja, mundane knowledge, recollection of past lives, and knowledge of the rebirth of beings, nor do they attain the 5 mundane abhinya, supreme knowledge, psychic powers, the divine ear, telepathy, recollection of past lives, and the divine eye. In principle, however, they can be pati sam hin pa da pata, those who achieve the 4 penetrating insights. A summary of the subjects described so far can be outlined as follows. An outline from the Pali Canon is illustrated on Figure 7.4. Here the commentaries and sub-commentaries are referred to simply to link the material. Figure 7.4, Noble Beings, an outline of connections. Number 1, practicing stream enterer. Number 2, stream enterer, abandoning the first 3 fetters. Number 3, the one practicing for once returning. Number 4, once returner, weakened greed, hatred, and delusion. Number 5, one practicing for non-returning. Number 6, non-returner, abandoned first 5 fetters. Number 7, one practicing for arhatship. And 8, arhat, abandoned all 10 fetters. So, and then there's a grouping of 1, which is number 1, Saddha Nu Sari, and number 2, Dhamma Nu Sari. And then a grouping of 2, 3, and 4 under that, plus concentration not above 4 jhanas, plus vimokkha of the formless jhanas, and then a grouping of 5, 6, 7. Number 3, Saddha Vimutta. Number 4, Ditti Pata. Number 5, Kaya Saki. And then a grouping of the 8, which is 6, Pana Vimutta, and number 7, Ubhatohaga Vimutta. And then Figure 7.5 shows an outline from the Pali Canon, commentaries and sub-commentaries. To avoid confusion, it is important here to distinguish between 2 ways of teaching: A, explaining indirectly or limiting one's examination to particular aspects, pariyaya, and B, explaining directly, absolutely and comprehensively, nippariyaya. Of particular relevance is the discussion on the 2 types of arhats, panya vimutta and ubhatohaga vimutta. Ubhatohaga vimutta are liberated in both ways. They have attained arhatship and have also attained the formless jhanas. Pana vimutta have attained arhatship, but if they attain jhana, it is not higher than the 4th jhana. Although there are only these 2 types of arhats, people may get confused when encountering, for example, the description of an arhat as liberated in mind, citta vimutta. For clarification, citta vimutta is another name for ubhatohaga vimutta. The term citta vimutta simply emphasizes the preferred mode of practice, in this case samatha, before reaching arhatship. It does not imply that liberation was attained solely by concentration. And then Figure 7.5, Noble Beings, an extended outline. I'm not going to go into this because it has many brackets and lines and quite a bit of Pali words. And then there's columns on the left and right lining up with this more horizontal flow chart, but placed on its side vertically. So continuing on with the text. In some places, arhats who have practiced samatha and vipassana in tandem are rather randomly assigned the names citta vimutta or panya vimutta, depending on which faculty was stronger. For example, the commentaries call Venerable Sariputta a panya vimutta and Venerable Mahamoggallana a citta vimutta. On some occasions, these two terms are used together to describe a single arhat who has achieved both of these ways to liberation. Another example of how terms are used in different ways to describe arhats is the Patisamhindamaga, which uses the fixed terms Saddha Vimutta, Ditti Pata, and Kaya Sakhi for practitioners all the way till the moment of full awakening.
Failing to understand this indirect way of explaining can lead to confusion. All of a sudden, there are multiple types of arhants. A similar confusion can arise when explaining other terms related to Buddhadhamma. For example, is the definition of right mindfulness, samasati, as equivalent to the four foundations of mindfulness, satipatthana. The four foundations of mindfulness are generally considered a comprehensive method of practice comprising all spiritual qualities, including effort, atapa, and clear comprehension, sampajana. A doubt then arises as to how the satipatthana can be confined to merely right mindfulness. In this case, samasati is the mindfulness suitable to or applied in the four foundations of mindfulness. Other examples is the development of concentration, of which there are four kinds. The description of the fourth kind includes, when developed and expanded, this meditation leads to the destruction of taints. One may wonder how concentration, samadhi, which is equivalent to tranquility, samatha, can lead to the destruction of taints without insight, vipassana. Here, concentration must be understood as the core of a person's meditation practice, like a field where various spiritual qualities gather to battle the defilements. The development of concentration in this context is not isolated. It is used in conjunction with and as a support for other meditation techniques.
7.6 Kinds of arhats. Of all the different kinds of noble beings and those persons worthy of offerings outlined above, arhats are supreme. They have completed their training, developed expertise, finished their spiritual cultivation, and reached the goal. Nothing remains for them to do in respect to personal well-being. Instead, they act for the welfare of others, for the welfare and happiness of the many folk, out of compassion for the world. There are two kinds of arhats who can be further subdivided according to their special qualities. Number one, those liberated through wisdom. Arhats who emphasize insight meditation, relying on concentration only to the necessary degree for realizing the destruction of the taints. They do not attain jhanas above the fourth jhana. They do not have the exceptional proficiency of the attainment of cessation or the five mundane supreme knowledges. A. Pure insight practitioners, arhats who exclusively practice vipassana. They attain jhana at the moment of realizing the path. B. Those liberated through wisdom, who attain one of the first four jhanas before practicing insight meditation, leading to arhatship. C. Arhats who attain the four penetrating insights. Number one, clear insight into meaning, atta. 2, clear insight into principles, dhamma. 3, clear insight into language. 4, discriminating knowledge, being perceptive and sharp-witted. Number 2, those liberated both ways. Arhats liberated from the body through the formless attainments and liberated by mind through the noble path. They have two moments of liberation, when suppressing the defilements by the power of concentration in jhana, and when uprooting the defilements with wisdom. A. Arhats who have attained at least one of the formless jhanas, but who have attained neither mundane direct knowledge, vijja, see below, nor mundane supreme knowledge. B. Arhats who have attained the three kinds of direct knowledge, vijja. Number 1, recollection of past lives. 2, knowledge of the decrease and rebirth of beings according to their karma, equivalent to the divine eye. And number 3, knowledge of the truth resulting in the destruction of the taints, asava. C. Arhats with the 6 supreme knowledges. Number 1, psychic powers. Number 2, divine ear. Number 3, telepathy. Number 4, recollection of past lives. Number 5, divine eye. Number 6, knowledge resulting in the destruction of the taints. D, who have attained the 4 penetrating insights. And I skip the Pali titles to these. After this subdivision, a list of arhats looks like this. Number 1, pure insight practitioners. Number 2, those liberated by wisdom. apart from Sukha Vipassaka. Number 3, those liberated both ways. Number 4, those with the 3 kinds of direct knowledge. Number 5, those with the 6 kinds of supreme knowledge. And number 6, those who have attained the 4 penetrating insights. An arhat who is both Chalabhina and Patisamhidapata is considered perfected in spiritual powers. Chapter 7.7, Distinctions between different levels of noble beings. See also the section on different levels of enlightenment presented earlier. A. Trainees, Sekha, and Arhats. The Venerable Sariputta said to the Venerable Anuruddha, Friend Anuruddha, it is said, a trainee. In what way, friend, is one a trainee? It is, friend, because one has partly developed the 4 foundations of mindfulness that one is a trainee. ... Friend Anuruddha, it is said, one beyond training. In what way, friend, is one beyond training? It is, friend, because one has completely developed the 4 foundations of mindfulness that one is beyond training. SV 175. Bhikkhus, I do not say of all bhikkhus that they still have work to do with diligence in regard to the 6 sense spaces for contact, nor do I say of all bhikkhus that they do not have work to do with diligence in regard to the 6 sense spaces for contact. I do not say of those bhikkhus who are arhats, whose taints are destroyed, and are completely liberated through final knowledge, that they still have work to do with diligence in regard to the 6 sense spaces for contact. Why is that? They have done their work with diligence. They are incapable of being negligent. But I say of those bhikkhus who are trainees, who have not attained arhatship, who dwell aspiring for the unsurpassed security from bondage, that they still have work to do with diligence in regards to the 6 sense spaces for contact. Why is that? There are bhikkhus, forms, sounds, etc., cognizable by the eye, ear, etc., that are agreeable, and those that are disagreeable. When these forms are experienced, they cannot obsess the mind of a bhikkhu who is heedful. When the mind is not obsessed, tireless energy is aroused. Unmuddled mindfulness is established. The body becomes tranquil and untroubled. The mind becomes concentrated and one-pointed. Seeing this fruit of diligence, bhikkhus, I say that those bhikkhus still have work to do with diligence in regard to the 6 sense spaces for contact. SIV 124-5. Bhikkhus, there is a method by means of which a bhikkhu who is a trainee standing on the plane of a trainee might understand, I am a trainee, while a bhikkhu who is one beyond training standing on the plane of one beyond training might understand, I am one beyond training. Here, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu who is a trainee understands as it really is. This is suffering, This is the origin of suffering, This is the cessation of suffering, This is the way leading to the cessation of suffering. This is a method by means of which a bhikkhu who is a trainee standing on a plane of a trainee understands, I am a trainee. Again, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu who is a trainee considers thus. Is there outside the Buddhist dispensation another ascetic or Brahmin who teaches a Dhamma so real, so true, so certain, that the Blessed One does? He understands thus. There is no other ascetic or Brahmin outside the Buddhist dispensation who teaches a Dhamma so real, so true, so certain as the Blessed One does. This too is a method by means of which a bhikkhu who is a trainee, standing on the plane of a trainee, understands, I am a trainee. Again, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu who is a trainee understands the 5 spiritual faculties, the faculty of faith, the faculty of energy, the faculty of mindfulness, the faculty of concentration, the faculty of wisdom. He does not yet dwell having contacted with the mental body, their destination, their culmination, their fruit, their final goal. Yet he sees with penetrative wisdom. This too is a method by means of which a bhikkhu who is a trainee standing on the plane of a trainee understands, I am a trainee, Here, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu who is one beyond training understands the 5 spiritual faculties, the faculty of faith, the faculty of wisdom. He dwells having contacted with the mental body, their destination, their culmination, their fruit, their final goal. And he sees with penetrative wisdom. This is a method by means of which a bhikkhu who is One beyond training, standing on the plane of one beyond training, understands, I am one beyond training. Again, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu who is one beyond training understands the 6 faculties: the eye faculty, ear faculty, nose faculty, tongue faculty, body faculty, mind faculty. He understands these faculties will cease completely and totally without remainder, and no other 6 faculties will arise anywhere in any way. This too is a method by means of which a bhikkhu who is one beyond training, standing on the plane of one beyond training, understands, I am one beyond training. SV 229. Sariputta, a person sees as it really is with correct wisdom. This has come to be. Having seen thus, one is practicing for the purpose of disenchantment and dispassion towards what has come to be, for its cessation. One sees as it really is with correct wisdom. Its origination occurs with that as nutriment. Having seen thus, one is practicing for the purpose of disenchantment and dispassion towards its origination through nutriment for its cessation. One sees as it really is with correct wisdom. With the cessation of that nutriment, what has come to be is subject to cessation. Having seen thus, one is practicing for the purpose of disenchantment and dispassion towards what is subject to cessation for its cessation. It is in such a way that one is a trainee. Sariputta, how has one fully examined the Dhamma? A person sees as it really is with correct wisdom. This has come to be. Having seen thus, through disenchantment and dispassion towards what has come to be, through its cessation, one is liberated by non-clinging. One sees as it really is with correct wisdom. Its origination occurs with that as nutriment. Having seen thus, through disenchantment and dispassion towards what has come to be, through its cessation, one is liberated by non-clinging. One sees as it really is with correct wisdom. With the cessation of that nutriment, what has come to be is subject to cessation. Having seen thus, through disenchantment and dispassion towards what has come to be, through its cessation, one is liberated by non-clinging. It is in such a way that one has fully examined the Dhamma. SII 49 through 50. And what Buddhadhamma is the trainee's wisdom. A monk in this Dhamma and discipline understands as it truly is. This is suffering, ... This is the origin of suffering, ... This is the cessation of suffering, ... This is the way leading to the cessation of suffering. This is the trainee's wisdom. Now Buddhadhamma, that noble disciple endowed with morality, concentration, and wisdom, by realizing for himself with direct knowledge, here and now enters upon and abides in the deliverance of mind, and deliverance by wisdom that are taintless with the destruction of the taints. AI 219-20, a discourse by Venerable Ananda. Here are several more important passages distinguishing trainees from those beyond training. He is under training, bhikkhu. That is why he is called a trainee. And what does he train in? He trains in the higher virtue, the higher mind, and the higher wisdom. AI 231 and CNDI 493 NDII 9. Here, bhikkhus, one possesses a trainee's right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. It is in this way that one is a trainee. SV 14. Here, bhikkhus, one possesses the right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration of one beyond training. It is in this way that one is beyond training. AV 221-2. SV 327-8 describes the differences between a trainee's abiding and the Tathagata's abiding. Trainees dwell having incompletely abandoned the 5 hindrances. Arhats have completely eliminated the 5 hindrances. The Abhidhamma makes this distinction. The 4 Magga, Samnagi, and the Phala Samagi are Sekha, Arhats are Aseka, and the remainder are neither trainees nor beyond training. B. Those practicing for stream entry and stream enterers, monks. The eye is impermanent, changing, becoming otherwise. The ear, nose, mind, the mind, the 12 sense spheres, the 6 forms of consciousness. the 6 contacts, the 6 feelings, the 6 perceptions, the 6 volitions, the 6 forms of craving, and the 6 elements, the 5 aggregates, is impermanent, changing, becoming otherwise. One who places faith in these teachings and resolves on them, thus, is called a faith follower. One who has entered the fixed course of rightness, entered the plane of superior persons, transcends the plane of the worldlings. He is incapable of doing any deed by reason of which he might be reborn in hell. In the animal realm or in the domain of ghost, he is incapable of passing away without having realized the fruit of stream entry. One for whom these teachings are accepted thus, after being pondered to a sufficient degree with wisdom, is called a Dhamma follower, one who has entered the fixed course of rightness, He is incapable of passing away without having realized the fruit of stream entry. One who knows and sees these teachings thus is called a stream enterer, no longer bound to the netherworld, fixed in destiny, with enlightenment as his destination. SIII 225-8. See stream enterers and arhats. When bhikkhus, a noble disciple, understands as they really are the origin and the passing away, the gratification, the danger and the escape in the case of these 5 aggregates subject to clinging, then he is called a noble disciple who is a stream enterer, no longer bound to the netherworld, fixed in destiny with enlightenment as his destination. When bhikkhus, having understood as they really are the origin and the passing away, the gratification, the danger, the escape, in the case of these 5 aggregates subject to clinging, a bhikkhu is liberated by non-clinging. He is then called a bhikkhu who is an arhat, one whose taints are destroyed, who has lived the holy life, done what had to be done, laid down the burden, reached his own goal, utterly destroyed the fetters of existence, one completely liberated through final knowledge. SIII 160-161. Agivisana, in what way is a disciple of the recluse Gautama, one who carries out his instruction, who responds to his advice, who has crossed beyond doubt, become free from perplexity, gained intrepidity, and become independent of others in the teacher's dispensation. The Buddha. Here, Agivisana, any kind of material form, feeling, perception, volitional formations, consciousness, whatever, whether past, future, present, internal or external, far or near, a disciple of mine sees all material form, feeling, etc., as it actually is, with proper wisdom thus: this is not mine, this I am not, this is not myself. It is in this way that a disciple of mine is one who carries out my instructions, who responds to my advice, who has crossed beyond doubt, become free from perplexity, gained intrepidity, and become independent of others in the teacher's dispensation. Agivisana, Master Gautama, in what ways is a bhikkhu? An arhat with taints destroyed, and is completely liberated through final knowledge, the Buddha. Here, Agivisana, any kind of material form, feeling, etc., whatever, a bhikkhu has seen all material form, feeling, etc., as it actually is, with proper wisdom thus: this is not mine, this I am not, this is not myself. And through not clinging, he is liberated. It is in this way that a bhikkhu is an arhat with taints destroyed, and is completely liberated through final knowledge. MI 234-5. D. Non-returners and arhats. Venerable Narada, friend, Savita, apart from faith, apart from personal preference, apart from oral tradition, apart from reasoned reflection, apart from conforming to a personal opinion, I know this, I see this. With the cessation of birth comes cessation of aging and death, With the cessation of ignorance comes cessation of volitional formations, I know this, I see this. Nibbana is the cessation of existence. Venerable Savitha, when the Venerable Narada is an arhat, one whose taints are destroyed. Then Venerable Narada is an arhat, one whose taints are destroyed. Narada, friend, though I have clearly seen as it really is with correct wisdom, Nibbana is the cessation of existence. I am not an arhat, one whose taints are destroyed. Suppose, friend, there was a well along a desert road, but it had neither a rope nor a bucket. Then a man would come along, oppressed and afflicted by the heat, tired, parched, and thirsty. He would look down into the well, and the knowledge would occur to him, there is water, but he would not be able to make bodily contact with it. So too, friend, though I have clearly seen as it really is with correct wisdom, Nibbana is the cessation of existence. I am not an arhat, one whose taints are destroyed. SII 1:17-18. Venerable Kimaka, among these five aggregates subject to clinging, I do not regard anything as self or belonging to self. Elder Bhikkhus, if the Venerable Kimaka does not regard anything among these five aggregates subject to clinging as self or as belonging to a self, then he is an arhat, one whose taints are destroyed. Kimaka, I do not regard anything among these five aggregates subject to clinging as self or belonging to a self, yet I am not an arhat, one whose taints are destroyed. Friends, I still experience the notion I am in me in relation to these five aggregates subject to clinging, but I do not regard anything among them as this I am. Venerable Dasaka, when you speak of this I am, what is it that you speak of as I am? Do you speak of form as I am, or do you speak of I am apart from form? Do you speak of feeling, of perception, of volitional formations, of consciousness as I am? Or do you speak of I am apart from consciousness? When you speak of this I am, friend Kimaka, what is it that you speak of as I am? Kimaka, I do not speak of form as I am, nor do I speak of I am apart from form. I do not speak of feeling as I am, nor of perception as I am, nor of volitional formations as I am, nor of consciousness as I am, nor do I speak of I am apart from consciousness. Friend, although I still experience the notion I am in me in relation to these five aggregates subject to clinging, I do not regard anything among them as this I am. Suppose, friend, there is the scent of a blue, red, or white lotus. One would be speaking rightly if one would say the scent belongs to the petals, or would one be speaking rightly if one would say the scent belongs to the petals, or the scent belongs to the color, or the scent belongs to the pistils? Dasaka, no, friend. Kimaka, and how, friend, should one answer if one is to answer rightly? Dasaka, answering rightly, one should answer, the scent belongs to the flower. Kimaka, so too, friends, I do not speak of form as I am, nor do I speak of I am apart from form, nor do I speak of I am apart from consciousness. Friends, although I still experience the notion I am in me in relation to these five aggregates subject to clinging, I do not regard anything among them as this I am. Friends, even though a noble disciple has abandoned the five lower fetters, still, in relation to the five aggregates subject to clinging, there lingers in him a residual conceit I am, a desire I am, an underlying tendency I am, that has not yet been uprooted. Sometime later he dwells contemplating rise and fall in the five aggregates subject to clinging, such as form, such as its origin, such is its passing away, such as feeling, such as perception, such are volitional formations, such as consciousness, such its origin, such its passing away. As he dwells thus contemplating rise and fall in the five aggregates subject to clinging, the residual conceit I am, the desire I am, the underlying tendency I am, that had not yet been uprooted, this comes to be uprooted. Suppose, friends, a cloth has become soiled and stained, and its owners give it to a laundryman. The laundryman would scour it evenly with cleaning salt, lye, or cow dung, and rinse it in clean water. Even though that cloth would become pure and clean, it would still retain a residual smell of cleaning salt, lye, or cow dung that had not yet vanished. The laundryman would then give it back to the owners. The owners would put it in a sweet, scented casket, and the residual smell of cleaning salt, lye, or cow dung that had not yet vanished would vanish. So too, friends, the residual conceit comes to be uprooted. SIII 127 to 130. E. Arhats liberated by wisdom and arhats liberated both ways. Nada. Insofar as a monk, having known as they really are these 7 stations of consciousness and these 2 spheres, see note 7.3, their origin and cessation, their gratification, their danger and their escape, that monk, Ananda, is liberated by non-clinging and is called one who is liberated by wisdom. Ananda, when a monk attains these 8 liberations, vimokkha, in forward order and reverse order, and in forward and reverse order, entering them and emerging from them as and when and for as long as he wishes, and by realizing for himself with direct knowledge, here and now enters upon and abides in the deliverance of mind and deliverance by wisdom that are taintless, with the destruction of the taints, that monk is called one liberated both ways. DII 70 to 71. F. The Buddha and those liberated by wisdom. Bhikkhus, the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened one, is liberated by disenchantment, by dispassion, by cessation, by non-clinging towards form, feeling, perception, volitional formations, consciousness, and therefore called a perfectly enlightened one. So too, a bhikkhu liberated by wisdom is liberated by disenchantment, by dispassion, by cessation, by non-clinging towards form, feeling, perception, volitional formations, consciousness, and is therefore called one liberated by wisdom. Therein, bhikkhus, what is the distinction, what is the disparity, and what is the difference between the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened one, and a bhikkhu liberated by wisdom? The Tathagata bhikkhus, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened one, is the originator of the path as yet unrisen, the producer of the path as yet unproduced, the declarer of the path as yet undeclared. He is the knower of the path, the one adept in the path, the one skilled in the path, and his disciples now dwell following that path and become joined with it afterwards. This bhikkhus is the difference between the Tathagata, the Arhat, the perfectly enlightened one, and a bhikkhu liberated by wisdom. SIII 65 to 6. And there's the note 7.3, the 9 abodes of being, 7 stations of consciousness. Vijnana Thiti. Number 1, beings different in both body and perception. Number 2, beings different in body but equal in perception. Number 3, beings equal in body but different in perception. Number 4, beings equal in body and in perception. Number 5, beings in the sphere of boundless space. Number 6, beings in the sphere of boundless consciousness. Number 7, beings in the sphere of nothingness. The 2 spheres, ayatana. Number 1, realm of non-percipient beings. And number 2, realm of neither perception nor non-perception. The 7 stations of consciousness and 2 spheres are sometimes combined as the 9 abodes of beings. Sattavasa. The reference here to the stations of consciousness and 2 spheres is merely one way of teaching. It would be equally valid to substitute the 5 aggregates, which would cover the same subject. 7.8 Factors of Stream Entry. So far, the discussion has focused on those who have reached the highest stage of complete realization of Nibbana. It is worthy, however, to recognize the many individuals, especially householders, who have entered the stream to Nibbana or who have caught a glimpse of Nibbana, These individuals often have spouses and children, conducting their lives virtuously in the wider world. In modern times, people's understanding and feeling for Nibbana and enlightened beings has changed considerably. The view held by many people in the past of Nibbana as a heavenly city of eternal bliss has changed into a view of extinction. Having less contact with Buddhist teachings and being influenced more by materialism has led people to see Nibbana in a negative light as something to be avoided. At the very least, they see Nibbana as something distant and without relevance to their lives. To address this problem, apart from instilling a correct understanding of Nibbana, people should be encouraged to take special interest in the first stage of enlightenment of stream entry. The importance of stream entry goes beyond an academic interest in Nibbana and enlightened beings, but it often gets overlooked. The Buddha repeatedly taught bhikkhus, those for whom you have compassion, and those who are receptive, whether friends or colleagues, relatives or kinsmen, you should exhort, settle, and establish in the 4 factors of stream entry. SV 364-5. The life of a stream enterer does not appear alien or frightening to contemporary people. Rather, it appears admirable. Many of the stream enterers at the time of the Buddha were lay disciples and were exemplary people. They were virtuous, led contented family lives, and were engaged in society, helping their community in the Buddhist religion. Although stream enterers have reached a level of realization, they still possess a subtle degree of defilement. They still grieve and lament when encountering separation. They still have preferences and aversions like unawakened people, although these are attenuated and do not lead to serious misconduct. Their suffering is minor compared to the suffering they have abandoned. They are firmly established and secure in a happy, wholesome, and faultless life. Prominent stream enterers from the Buddhist time include Bimbisara, king of Magadha, who offered Valuvana, the first Buddhist monastery, and who kept the weekly observance day precepts. Anathapindika, founder of the famous monastery of Jetavana, an incomparable benefactor to the monastic community and to the poor. Visakha, foremost laywoman supporter, who was renowned in the Kosala country. She was very active in promoting social welfare, despite having 20 children of her own. Jivaka Kumar Rabhaka, celebrated physician of King Bimbisara, of the Buddha, and of the monastic community, who is revered by traditional medicine practitioners to this day. Nakulapita and Nakulamata, husband and wife, who were utterly faithful to each other into old age and vowed to meet again in future lifetimes. The attribute of a stream enterer that was mentioned earlier in this is the abandonment of the first 3 fetters, samyojana, personality view, doubt, and attachment to rules and religious practices. Freedom from these fetters focuses on the absence of certain qualities. There is, however, much emphasis in the scriptures on positive active qualities. There are many of these active qualities, but essentially they can be incorporated into a group of 5 qualities: faith, saddha, moral conduct, sila, learning, sutta, generosity, jaga, and wisdom, panya. Below is a description of the attributes of stream enterers, both in terms of active present qualities and of abandoned qualities. A. Active qualities. Faith. Stream enterers possess a firm trust in truth, goodness, and the law of cause and effect. They have confidence in wisdom, that it is possible for human beings to overcome suffering by realizing the conditioned nature of reality. They have faith in the virtuous people who follow this path of wisdom and have a profound respect for the triple gem. Their faith is secure and unshakable because it is rooted in true understanding. 2. Moral conduct. Their behavior through body and speech is appropriate, and their mode of livelihood is honest and upright. Their conduct is free. It is not enslaved by craving. They act in accord with truth to promote virtue, simplicity, dispassion, peace, and concentration. Generally speaking, this means following the 5 precepts, which is considered perfect moral conduct. 3, learning. Those learned in spiritual knowledge. They have studied the noble teachings, Buddhadhamma. 4, generosity. They delight in giving and sharing. They relinquish what they have for others. They are not stingy. 5, wisdom. They possess the knowledge of a learner, Sakha. They see clearly into the Four Noble Truths, dependent origination, and the 3 characteristics. They abandon all wrong view. They have no doubt concerning the Four Noble Truths. They know the world as it truly is. 6, social action. Stream enters abide by the virtues conducive to communal life, which engender social unity and concord. They do this perfectly because they maintain the last virtue of right view below, which connects all the others. These virtues are as follows. A, physical acts of loving kindness, mutual assistance, and respect. B, verbal acts of loving kindness, well-intentioned advice and instruction, well-mannered speech. C, thoughts of loving kindness, thinking well of others, wishing to assist others, cheerful demeanor. D, distributing lawful gains with others. E, possessing a similar virtuous conduct as one's companions, acting in an agreeable manner. F, sharing right, noble views with one's companions, which lead to the end of suffering. In the scriptural passages that describe noble views of Virtue 6, there are 2 special characteristics mentioned of stream enterers. A, if they have transgressed the discipline, Vinaya, it is their nature to confess this transgression without delay to their teacher or wise companions and to show restraint in the future. This restraint is similar to that shown by a young child who has touched a burning coal and immediately retracts his hand. B, although stream enterers endeavor to assist their companions with various activities, they have a keen interest for training in the higher virtue, the higher mind, and the higher wisdom. Just as a cow with a new calf, while she watches her calf, so too does a stream enterer look to both the collective good and to personal progress on the path. 7, happiness. Stream enterers have begun to experience transcendent happiness, which is profound and independent of material things. They have realized noble liberation, Arya Vimutti. So note 7.4 here, free conduct. Free conduct is conduct from which one does not wish for personal gain, say worldly pleasure or heavenly birth. Note that good conduct always includes right livelihood. Of the many Pali words describing the moral conduct of stream enterers, there are 2 words in particular that have been introduced into the Thai language. Arayakanta Sila, conduct cherished or praised by enlightened beings, and Paramatha Sila, conduct that has not been grasped onto, conduct untainted by craving and fixed views, conduct that springs naturally from virtue. One need not attach to this conduct since no impurities exist that would lead to its transgression. B, abandoned qualities. Number 1, 3 fetters. Sakaya Ditti. A, Sakaya Ditti, the delusion in self, the mistaken belief in a self which leads to selfishness, conflict, and suffering. B, Vichikicha, doubts and uncertainties concerning, for example, the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, and the training. These doubts prevent the mind from rousing energy and advancing on the path. C, Silabhata Paramasa, the misapplication of moral precepts, rules, observances, and traditions. These rules are not used as they are intended as tools for developing such qualities as tranquility and concentration. Instead, they are tainted by craving and fixed views, by seeking personal reward, enhancing self-stature, or blindly following others. 2, 5 kinds of selfishness. A, possessiveness in regard to one's dwelling. B, possessiveness in regards to one's family, group, institution, etc., partisanship. C, possessiveness in regards to one's wealth and good fortune, preventing others from sharing these gains. D, jealousy about one's reputation and social standing. Displeasure when someone else competes for one's gain or beauty. Intolerance when hearing praise for others. E, possessiveness in regard to
to the truth, possessiveness of knowledge and attainments, a fear that others will gain knowledge or attain realizations that match or excel one's own. 4 biases. A, bias caused by desire, bias caused by aversion, and bias caused by delusion or stupidity. And D, bias caused by fear. 4, defilement. They have abandoned coarse or acute greed, raga, hatred, dosa, and delusion, moha, which lead to an unhappy existence. Stream enterers do not commit any serious misdeeds which would lead to perdition. They are secure from rebirth in states of woe, apaya. 5, suffering. They have quelled mental suffering and misfortune arising from transgressions of the 5 precepts. The suffering remaining for stream enterers is minor. The active qualities and the abandoned qualities are 2 sides of the same coin. The abandonment of personality view occurs with a profound understanding of the conditioned nature of reality. With the arising of this understanding, doubt vanishes and a solid confidence based on wisdom remains. At the same time, moral precepts are observed appropriately, leading to conduct pleasing to awakened beings. The attachment to rules and observances ends when a person develops generosity, selfishness wanes. Wisdom weakens the force of greed, hatred, and delusion, which in turn frees a person from bias and clinging. The reduction of clinging leads to a release from suffering and an experience of great joy. Stream enterers are endowed with virtue and happiness. There is adequate virtue to ensure that they will not cause danger, distress, or harm to anyone. On the contrary, their behavior will benefit both themselves and others. This virtue is secure because it stems from thorough knowledge, which leads to a new way of seeing the world. As for happiness, stream enterers have encountered a profound inner happiness that is of tremendous value. Although they still experience sensual or mundane pleasure, they are not carried away by this coarser form of happiness. They will not sacrifice the refined happiness to increase mundane happiness. Mundane happiness is balanced by transcendent happiness. This transcendent happiness is both a consequence of and a supporting factor for virtue. It is confirmation that a person will not regress, and it supports further spiritual growth. Stream entry is of great value to the person who has realized it and to society. The Buddha assigns stream entry to the first stage of enlightenment. It is the point where life as an awakened being begins. Stream enterers are true disciples. They are part of the noble community, which is the crucible in which humanity is refined. The Buddha greatly emphasized the importance of stream entry and urged his disciples to set it as a goal for their lives. He said that the realization of stream entry is better than going to heaven, being an emperor, or attaining jhana. A teacher who is free from sensual lust due to the power of concentrated attainments and who leads his many disciples to merge with Brahma in heaven is considered excellent, but he is surpassed by the stream enterer who still has sensual lust. Better than ruling the world, better than going to heaven, better than lordship over the universe is reaching the stream of awakening. DH verse 178. Those people who feel that Nibbana is too distant to reach, too esoteric, too desolate, or ethereal, should use the state of stream entry as a bridge for understanding, because stream entry is closer to their experience and easier to understand. At the same time, stream entry is directly linked to Nibbana, as it is an entry into the stream leading to Nibbana, or as a first glimpse of Nibbana. This dual benefited approach is appropriate for contemporary people and still accords with the Buddha's principles. Stream entry should be the goal of the individual practitioners and of the Buddhist community as a whole. In the meantime, one can reach an intermediate stage as either a faith devotee or a truth devotee, whose members are considered to have approached stream entry, dwell in the path, and progress without falling back, and are sometimes included as noble Arya, or true disciples. So this note 7.5 is on faith and truth devotees. See the earlier section describing faith and truth devotees. Later, the term small stream enterer, Chula Sotapanna, was coined, referring to those disciples who have great love for and faith in the Buddha, but whose wisdom has not yet developed. CMI 141-2. The commentaries say this refers to those practitioners who have developed insight and reached knowledge of recognition, nata, parina, and the purity of transcending doubts, kavarana visuddhi, and who have attained in ease and sense of security. CMA II 120, BBHA 254, VSM 606, and VSMT, and then quite really long Pali words too. And then see also the discussion on settled confidence, and there's a lot of different references for that I'll just skip over. Back to the main text here. Those who hesitate or for some reason are delayed can dwell in the preparatory stages of a virtuous person. Kalyana, Buddhadhamma, see note 6, 7.6. And I'll just do that now and come back and reread this. So, note 7.6, virtuous person. This term is frequently used in the commentaries and is contrasted with Andhabala Puttujana. In the Pali Canon, it is found at, and there's a really long list of references here. And then it's spelled different in some locations. In the Pali Canon, this term, more often a similar term, is used meaning unlearned ordinary person. Again, a long list of example sightings. This term is frequently used as a pair with Suttava Arya Savaka. The commentaries include these virtuous persons, especially those who make great effort in their spiritual practice and whose virtues indicate they will attain stream entry imminently as trainees Sekha, along with the other 7 kinds of awakened trainees. These virtuous persons are included in this classification from the level of faith devotees and truth devotees. Compare with the small stream enterer mentioned in note 7.5. And then there's another long line of references. Okay, back to the main text again here, repeating. Those who hesitate or for some reason are delayed can dwell in the preparatory stages of a virtuous person, possessing beautiful qualities, or learned noble disciple. These individuals have studied the noble teachings, Buddhadhamma. They have responded to the call of the truth. They have escaped from the jungle of confusion and recognized the starting point of the path. Although they may still falter, they possess the necessary factors to begin the journey. At the onset, these virtuous persons, whose faith, moral conduct, generosity, and wisdom is not yet truly secure, can generate the quality of learning, sutta, of having listened, of seeking knowledge, until they reach the stage of great learning, bahu sutta, of being steadfast in knowledge. It is precisely this learning sutta that helps in the development of the noble path, beginning with a recognition of where the path begins. Indeed, correct understanding leads to faith, moral conduct, generosity, and wisdom. Because faith springs from such an understanding, followed by the energy to cultivate other virtues. These 5 qualities, learning, faith, morality, generosity, and wisdom, are called the 5 mundane accomplishments, sampada, or the 5 mundane treasures, vadi. With the attainment of stream entry, these 5 accomplishments or treasures become transcendent qualities. A notable feature of stream enterers is that they are not possessive of their material wealth. Stream enterers dwell at home with a mind devoid of the stain of stinginess, freely generous, delighting in giving and sharing, whatever there is in their family that is suitable for giving, all that they share unreservedly among those who are virtuous and of good character. SV 351-2. Because of this unbounded generosity, stream enterers grow in virtue, but may diminish in material wealth, and the Buddha even established a training rule as a result of this trait. If the Bhikkhu Sangha sees that members of a family have increasing faith but diminishing wealth, it can formally assign them the title of
of Sekha learner, regardless of whether they are actually enlightened or not. It is usually not possible to determine the level of realization in another. Here, behavior is used as the standard. If a monk who is not ill and has not been previously invited goes to members of this family and eats their food, he transgresses one of the training rules. From this example, one can discern two important principles. First, this training rule focuses on and declares a person's inner spiritual qualities for the benefit of the community by dictating a standard of behavior suitable to the circumstances. Second, it reveals how these people who are endowed with certain qualities, whose faith is correctly aligned with the Buddhist teachings, or who have realized the Dhamma as stream mentors, do not seek reward for their good deeds. They do not chase after pleasurable sense objects for gratification. These questions do not arise for them. I have done good. Why don't good things come back to me? Or, I have been generous. Why am I not rich? I haven't got what I wanted. Stream enterers possess not only the physical eye, which sees material things, but they have developed the eye of Dhamma, Dhammacakku, or the wisdom eye, which clearly sees into the truth. They have complete confidence in the power of goodness, a confidence that can never be shaken regardless of unfavorable material circumstances. When they have clearly seen the truth and walked the virtuous path, no one, including devas, can tempt them to deviate. They are steadfast in virtue. The commentaries use the example of Anathapindika to show the degree of a stream enterer's rectitude. They cannot be enticed or intimidated by devas. On the contrary, devas pay respect to them. 7.9. The Buddha's words on stream enterers. Here are some passages from the Pali Canon concerning stream enterers. A. Epithets and descriptions. Buddha, this is said. The stream. What now, Sariputta, is the stream? Sariputta, this noble eightfold path, Venerable Sir, is the stream. That is, right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. Buddha, good, Sariputta, This is said, a stream enterer. What now, Sariputta, is a stream enterer? Sariputta, one who is endowed with this noble eightfold path, Venerable Sir, is called a stream enterer. This venerable one of such a name and clan. Buddha, good, Sariputta. SV 347-8. This noble disciple is called a person who is accomplished in view, Ditti Samapana, accomplished in vision, Dasana Sampanna, who has arrived at this true Dhamma, who sees this true Dhamma, who possesses a trainee's true knowledge, who has entered the stream of the Dhamma, a noble one, with penetrative wisdom, one who stands squarely before the door to the deathless. SII 45, 58, 79, 80. A well-taught noble disciple who has encountered the noble ones and is skilled and disciplined in their Dhamma, who has encountered true men and is skilled and disciplined in their Dhamma. And, for example, there's a whole long list. I'll just read the first one here. MI 8, 135, 300, 310, 433. They have seen, attained, realized, and penetrated the Dhamma, passed beyond doubt, did away with confusion, and gained perfect confidence and become independent of others in the teacher's dispensation. Just the first one, for example. VINI 12, 16, 19, 20, 23, 37, 1, 81, 2, 25 to 6, 242, 248. A variation of this passage is one who carries out the Buddha's instructions, who responds to his advice, who has crossed beyond doubt, in the teacher's dispensation, MI 234, 491. This refers also to one's returners. Alternatively, one who is firmly established and at ease in this Dhamma and discipline, who has crossed beyond doubt, in the teacher's dispensation, AIII 297, CFD, III 39, 52, SIV 254. A noble disciple who has arrived at the fruit, realized the Dhamma, and understood the teaching, VIN III 189, AIII 284.
one who has utter confidence in the Tathagata, who sees the deathless, who realizes the deathless. III 451. No longer subject to perdition, bound for deliverance, headed for enlightenment. For example, VIN III 10. And then there's more. Okay, B, general criteria. Householder, Nathapindika. When 5 fearful retributions are stilled in a noble disciple, he possesses the 4 factors of stream entry, and he has clearly seen and thoroughly penetrated with wisdom the noble method. If he wishes, he could by himself declare of himself, I am one finished with hell, finished with the animal realm, finished with the domain of ghost, finished with the plane of misery, the bad destinations, the place of ruin. I am a stream enterer, no longer bound to perdition, sure in destiny with enlightenment as my destination. 1. Stilling the 5 fearful retributions. On account of his behavior, one who destroys life encounters fearful retribution in the present and in the future, and he experiences mental pain and anguish. For one who abstains from destroying life, this fearful retribution is stilled. One who steals encounters fearful retribution in the present and in the future. For one who abstains from taking what is not given, this fearful retribution is stilled. One who engages in sexual misconduct encounters fearful retribution in the present and in the future. For one who abstains from sexual misconduct, this fearful retribution is stilled. One who speaks falsely encounters fearful retribution in the present and the future. One who abstains from false speech, this fearful retribution is still. One who indulges in wine, liquor, and intoxicants encounters fearful retribution in the present and in the future. For one who abstains from intoxicants, this fearful retribution is still. Possessing the 4 factors of stream entry. Here the noble disciple possesses firm confidence with wisdom in the Buddha thus. The Blessed One is an arhat, perfectly enlightened, and accomplished in true knowledge and conduct. Fortunate, knower of the world, unsurpassed, leader of persons to be trained, teacher of devas and humans, the awakened one, the Blessed One. See Note 7.7. And I'll go to that now. Note 7.7, Unshakable Faith. Sada is sometimes translated as unshakable faith. I have used the translation firm confidence with wisdom to expand the meaning and to show the relationship of faith to wisdom. Wisdom is an inherent component to a balanced spiritual practice that expresses itself with even greater clarity until one no longer needs to refer to the term faith. And at least one should understand that faith here is based on wisdom. Veka can be translated as knowing, examining, and penetrating with wisdom. See DIII 158, KH4, SN40, 66. Explained at DAIII 933, KHA 185, SNAI 277, 368. Compare with Avika in the Rupa City Parkarana 16/17, and with Anuvika at AV 88. Explained at AA IV 98. For commentarial passages on this interpretation of Vekapa Sada, CAA II 333, AA III 363, DAII 544. A concise definition equates Vekapa Sada with Akala Pasada. For example, and then there's citing a bunch, but just do DAII 646. See also the relationship between Avekapa Sada and the abandonment of the 16 Upakalesa at MI 37. Okay, back to the main text.
He possesses firm confidence with wisdom in the Dhamma. Thus, the Dhamma is well expounded by the Blessed One, directly visible, timeless, inviting to come and see, to be brought within, to be experienced individually by the wise. He possesses firm confidence with wisdom in the Sangha. Thus, the community of the Blessed One's disciples is practicing well, practicing uprightly, practicing correctly, practicing properly, that is, the 4 pairs of persons, the 8 types of individuals. This community of the Blessed One's disciples is worthy of gifts, worthy of offerings, worthy of hospitality, worthy of respect, the unsurpassed field of merit for the world. He possesses the virtues dear to the noble ones, unbroken, untorn, unblemished, untainted, free, praised by the wise, unambiguous, and leading to concentration. It says, see note 7.8. Note 7.8, following DA, II 537A, A, III 354, VNTT, Parivaratikam, and Tarapayalam, Katipujavaranana, etc. The term aparamata can be translated 2 ways. First, as irreproachable, a person's conduct is flawless, and no one can find true fault with it. Second, a person's conduct is not defined by craving and fixed views. It is pure and practiced according to how moral conduct should be practiced. It has no ambiguity or hidden agenda, for example, to gain personal advantage or to attain status. This conduct is cherished by enlightened beings. The Buddha said, this is the supreme mode of conduct. AIII 36. Back to the main text. 3. To see and penetrate with wisdom the noble method. The noble disciple carefully analyzes dependent origination thus. When this exists, that comes to be. With the arising of this, that arises. When this does not exist, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that ceases. That is, with ignorance as condition, volitional formations come to be. With volitional formations as condition, consciousness comes to be. ... Such is the origin of this whole mass of suffering. But with the remainderless elimination and cessation of ignorance comes cessation of volitional formations. With the cessation of volitional formations comes cessation of consciousness. ... Such is the cessation of this whole mass of suffering. When these 5 fearful retributions are stilled in a noble disciple, and he possesses the 4 factories of stream entry, and he has clearly seen and thoroughly penetrated with wisdom the noble method, if he wishes, he could, by himself, declare of himself, I am a stream enterer, with enlightenment as my destination. II 68 to 70, SV 387 and 9. Of these 3 criteria, the 4 factors of stream entry are direct attributes of stream enterers. The remaining 2 criteria are the cause and an effect of these 4 factors respectively. Understanding the noble method, the law of dependent origination, is a cause for these factors of stream entry, because when wisdom sees this law of nature, faith is stable and based on reason, and conduct is in accord with moral principles. The first criterion is an effect, because when faith and conduct reach this stage, the fearful retributions cease. Therefore, the Pali Canon generally refers solely to the 4 factors of stream entry as the constant attribute of stream enterers. Bhikkhus, a noble disciple who possesses 4 things, is a stream enterer, no longer bound to the lower world. A noble disciple possesses firm confidence and wisdom in the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, He possesses the virtues dear to the noble ones, leading to concentration. For e.g., from SV 343 to SV 405. The 4 factors of stream entry are sometimes called Dhamma lens or Dhamma mirror, Dhamma dasa, for stream enterers to use for inspection and self-assessment. They are sometimes called an ocean of merit, ocean of good fortune, and food for joy. At other times they are referred to as supreme abidings for living happily in the present. Virtuous conduct is sometimes expanded into the 3 pure physical actions and the 4 pure verbal actions, together referred to as the 7 essential qualities, and the factors of stream entry are in this case called the 4 desirable states. In some passages, the factors of stream entry are divided into 10 right states, samatha, and the Eightfold Path plus right knowledge, samajnana, and right deliverance, samavimutti. In alternative presentation, the 4 factors of stream entry replaces moral conduct, sila, with generosity, jaga. A noble disciple who possesses 4 things is a stream enterer. A noble disciple possesses firm confidence with wisdom in the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha. He dwells at home devoid of the stain of stinginess, freely generous, open-handed, delighting in relinquishment, one devoted to the request of others, delighting in giving and sharing. Whatever there is in the family that is suitable for giving, all that is shared unreservedly amongst those who are virtuous and of good character. SV 351-2, 396-7, SIV 304. All of the attributes of stream enterers fall under the qualities of faith, moral conduct, learning, generosity, and wisdom. For this reason, the Buddha frequently encouraged his disciples to develop these qualities and to use them as a measuring stick for the progress of awakened beings. Likewise, he suggested they be used to measure the progress of all his disciples, including those not yet enlightened. Bhikkhus growing in the 5 areas of growth. A male noble disciple grows with a noble growth, Arya Vadhi, and he acquires the essence, acquires the best of this bodily existence. What are the 5? He grows in faith, conduct, learning, generosity, and wisdom. When he grows in faith, conduct, learning, generosity, and wisdom, the virtuous and knowledgeable male disciple acquires right here the essence for himself. Bhikkhus growing in the 5 areas of growth. A woman noble disciple grows with a noble growth, and she acquires the essence, acquires the best of this bodily existence. What are the 5? She grows in faith, conduct, learning, generosity, and wisdom. When she grows in faith, conduct, learning, generosity, and wisdom, the virtuous and knowledgeable woman disciples acquires right here the essence for herself. AIII 80 SIV 250 CF AV 137. A bhikkhu possesses faith, conduct, learning, generosity, and wisdom. He thinks, that by realizing for myself with direct knowledge, I may here and now enter upon and abide in the deliverance of mind and deliverance by wisdom that are taintless with the destructions of the taints. And by realizing for himself with direct knowledge, he here and now enters upon and abides in the deliverance of mind and deliverance by wisdom that are taintless with the destruction of the taints. MIII 103. Even if a person has not mastered these 5 qualities, recollecting someone else who has mastered them brings ease of mind and acts as an incentive for spiritual practice. A bhikkhuni hears thus: the bhikkhuni named so-and-so has died. The Blessed One has declared of her, she was established in final knowledge of arhatship, and she has either seen that sister for herself or heard it said of her, that sister's moral conduct was thus, her qualities were thus, her wisdom was thus, her virtues were thus, her deliverance was thus. Recollecting her faith, conduct, learning, generosity, and wisdom, she directs her mind to such a state. In this way, a bhikkhuni has a happy abiding. MI 466. Bhikkhus, I do not praise standing still, not to mention declining in wholesome qualities. I praise only growth in wholesome qualities, not standing still, not declining. And what is the decline of wholesome qualities? Not standing still, not growth. Here, whatever qualities a monk possesses of faith, conduct, learning, generosity, and discerning wisdom, those qualities do not remain constant and are not developed. This I call the decline of wholesome qualities, not the standing still, not the growth, And what is the standing still of wholesome qualities? Here, whatever qualities a monk possesses of faith, wisdom, these qualities neither decrease nor increase, And what is the growth of wholesome qualities, Here, whatever qualities a monk possesses of faith, wisdom, these qualities do not remain constant, nor do they decline. There are several instances when the Buddha, and that's from AV 96. There are several instances when the Buddha presented variant definitions for some of these 5 qualities. Number 1, faith. Saddha, apart from the firm confidence with wisdom in the 3 jewels as found in the 4 factors of stream entry, the Buddha often presented another definition. And what is the accomplishment of faith? Here a noble disciple has faith. He has faith in the enlightenment of the Tathagata. Thus, the Blessed One is an Arhat, the Awakened One, the Blessed One. For example, AII 66, AII 53, AIV 284, 288, 324-5, 360, 3-4. Number 2, moral conduct, sila. On many occasions, the Buddha defined moral conduct very simply as the 5 precepts. Here, a noble disciple abstains from the destruction of life, from stealing, from sexual misconduct, from false speech, from wines, liquors, and intoxicants, which are a basis for negligence. From the surrounding material, it is fair to say that these 2 passages on faith and conduct refer to noble disciples who have not yet reached a stage of awakening, as will become clear from additional quotations below. 3, learning, sutta. In addition to having encountered the noble ones and being skilled in the noble teaching, Buddhadhamma, as mentioned earlier, the Buddha gave an alternative definition. And what is the treasure of learning? Here a noble disciple is one of great knowledge and bears in mind and retains what he has learned. And these teachings, beautiful in the beginning, beautiful in the middle, and beautiful in the end, which in spirit and letter proclaim the absolutely perfected and purified holy life. He is erudite, he remembers them, recites them, he is well versed in them, and penetrates them with vision. AII 53. 4, generosity, jaga. There are normally no variant definitions from that presented earlier. Number 5, wisdom, panya. Apart from an understanding of dependent origination, the Buddha presented definitions that can also be applied to noble disciples who are not yet awakened. And what is the treasure of wisdom? Here a noble disciple is wise. He possesses wisdom that penetrates arising and passing away, which is noble and pierces defilement, leading to the complete destruction of suffering. AII 53. And what is accomplishment in wisdom? One who dwells with the heart overcome by covetousness and greed, by ill will, by sloth and torpor, by restlessness and worry, and by doubt, does what he should avoid and fails in his duty. As a consequence, his fame and happiness diminish. When a noble disciple thus understands that these qualities are defilements of the mind, he abandons them. When he has abandoned them, he is called a noble disciple of great wisdom, of vast wisdom, one who sees the path of prosperity, one endowed with wisdom. This is called accomplishment in wisdom. AII 67. One passage from the Pali Canon enumerates 6 qualities of a stream enterer. By possessing 6 qualities, the householder Tapusa and 20 other lay disciples has reached certainty about the Tathagata, has seen the deathless, has realized the deathless, and conducts his life accordingly. He possesses firm confidence with wisdom. In the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, he possesses noble moral conduct, noble knowledge, and noble deliverance. AII 451-2. C, abandoned qualities and qualities of fruition. For additional quotations, see Appendix 5. One who is perfect in view, Ditti Samapana, and has abandoned 6 things. He has abandoned fixed personality view, doubt, attachments to rules and vows, lust that leads to ruin, anger that leads to ruin, and delusion that leads to ruin. It is impossible that one perfect in view could give rise to these 6 things. There are these 6 impossibilities. It is impossible that one who is perfect in view will live disrespectfully and without regard for the teacher, the Dhamma, the Sangha, the training. It is impossible that he will cling to that which should not be clung to. It is impossible that he will give rise to an 8th birth. There are also these 6 impossibilities. It is impossible that one who is perfect in view will believe that any conditioned phenomena is permanent, is essentially pleasurable, is a self, It is impossible that he will perform a heinous crime, that he will believe purity is gained through auspicious rituals, that he will seek one truly worthy of offerings outside of this teaching. There are also these 6 impossibilities. It is impossible that one who is perfect in view will perform matricide, will perform patricide, will kill an arhat, will with evil intent draw the blood of the Tathagata, will split the Sangha, will follow another teacher. There are also these 6 impossibilities. It is impossible that one who is perfect in view will believe that pleasure and pain are self-created, are created by an external agent, are both self-created and created by an external agent, that pleasure and pain arise randomly, not self-created, arise randomly, not created by an external agent, arise randomly, neither self-created nor created by an external agent, And what is the cause for this non-belief? One, perfect in view, clearly sees both cause and the profound effect. III 438-40. One who can abandon these 5 qualities is capable of realizing stream entry. Selfishness in regards to one's dwelling, selfishness in regard to one's family, selfishness in regard to one's wealth, selfishness in regard to one's social standing, and selfishness in regard to truth. III 272-3. Shortly before the first recitation after the Buddha's death, 499 arhats were selected to attend along with Venerable Ananda, who was still a stream enterer. He was invited because he had spent a long time learning the Dhamma Vinaya directly from the Buddha and because he was a stream enterer. It is not possible that he, Venerable Ananda, could be biased due to likes, dislikes, delusions, or fear. VIN II 285. Buddhadhamma, the Sakyan, approached the Blessed One, paid homage to him, sat down to one side, and said to him, Venerable Sir, this city of Kapilavatthu is rich and prosperous, populous, crowded with congested roads. In the evening, when I am entering Kapilavatthu, after visiting the Blessed One or the bhikkhus who are dear to the heart, I come across a bustle of elephants, horses, chariots, carts, and people. On that occasion, my mindfulness regarding the Buddha becomes muddled. My mindfulness regarding the Dhamma becomes muddled. My mindfulness regarding the Sangha becomes muddled. The thought then occurs to me, if at this moment I should die, what would be my destination? What would be my future state? Do not be afraid, Buddhadhamma. Do not be afraid, Buddhadhamma. Your death will not be a bad one. Your passing away will not be a bad one. When a person's mind has been refined over a long time by faith, conduct, learning, generosity, and wisdom, his body consisting of form, composed of the 4 elements, born from mother and father, built up from rice and pudding, requiring scrubbing and massaging, subject to impermanence, to breaking apart and dispersal, is devoured by crows, vultures, hawks, dogs, jackals, and various creatures. But his mind, refined over a long time by faith, conduct, learning, generosity, and wisdom, that is elevated and reaches distinction. Do not be afraid, Buddhadhamma. Do not be afraid, Buddhadhamma. Your death will not be a bad one. Your passing away will not be a bad one. A noble disciple who possesses 4 things, inclines towards Nibbana, is devoted to Nibbana. SV 369-71. There are these 6 blessings in realizing the fruit of stream entry. 1 is firm in the good Dhamma. 1 is unable to fall back. One's suffering is limited. One is endowed with exceptional knowledge. One has clearly seen into causes and the effects of causes. III 442. The person who is accomplished in view, freed from the vast plane of misery, understands as it really is. This is suffering. This is the origin of suffering. This is the end of suffering. This is the path leading to the end of suffering. Therefore, you should endeavor to understand as it really is. This is suffering. This is the path. This is the path leading to the end of suffering. That's SV 442. It says, see note 7.9. 7.9, the plane of misery. The beginning of this sutta offers a comparison to demonstrate the vastness of the plane of misery, apaya. At SV 342, there is a comparison between a world-turning monarch and a stream enterer. A world-turning monarch who is a ruler of the 4 continents and after death experiences the delights of heaven, but is not a stream enterer, is not safe from the hell realms or other planes of misery. A stream enterer, however, even if he lives on alms food and is dressed in threadbare robes, is safe from these planes of misery. Now back to the quotes from the suttas here. Bhikkhus, suppose that the great ocean would dry up and be destroyed except for 2 or 3 drops of water. What do you think? Which is more, the water in the great ocean that has dried up and been destroyed, or the 2 or 3 drops that remain? Venerable Sir, the water in the great ocean that has dried up and been destroyed is more. The 2 or 3 drops of water that remain are trifling. They do not amount to 100th part or 1,000th part or 100,000th part of the water in the great ocean that has dried up and been destroyed. So too, bhikkhus, for a noble disciple, a person accomplished in view, who has reached the truth, the suffering that has been destroyed and eliminated is more, while that which remains is trifling. It does not amount to 100th part, 1,000th part, or even 100,000th part. There is a maximum of 7 or more lives. Of such great benefit is the realization of the Dhamma. Of such great benefit is it to obtain the Dhamma I. See note 710. I'll just finish up this passage here. The bliss of worldly pleasure and the bliss of heaven equal not 1/16 of the bliss of cravings end. UD 11. And here's note 710. 7.10, the suffering which remains. This is one of 10 suttas comparing the suffering that remains for a stream enterer with the suffering that has been eliminated. SII 133-9. Other comparisons include dirt under a fingernail with the entire earth, water on the tip of a blade of grass with water in a lake hundreds of miles long and hundreds of miles deep, 7 tiny balls of clay with the entire earth, and 7 tiny pieces of gravel with the Himalayas. The same 10 suttas plus 2 more occur at SV 457-65, which differ only with the final section. A noble disciple, one accomplished in view, who has reached the truth, understands as it really is. This is suffering. This is the way leading to the end of suffering. Or this is suffering. This is the way leading to the end of suffering. The suffering that remains is trifling compared to the former massive suffering that has been destroyed and eliminated. The latter is incalculable, does not bear comparison, does not amount even to a fraction, as there is a maximum of 7 more lives. Therefore, you should endeavor to understand as it really is. This is suffering. Back to the sutta quotes. Bhikkhus, suppose that a man would place 7 stones the size of mung beans next to Mount Sineru. What do you think? Which is more, the 7 stones the size of mung beans placed by that man, or Mount Simeru? Venerable Sir, Mount Simeru is more. So too, bhikkhus, the extraordinary achievements of ascetics, Brahmins, wanderers, and followers of other sects do not amount to 100th part or 1,000th part or 100,000th part of the achievement of a noble disciple, a person accomplished in view. So great an achievement is a person accomplished in view, so great in direct knowledge. SII 139. D. Attributes and conduct before attaining stream entry. Compare the qualities here of faith, moral conduct, generosity, and wisdom with the same qualities described earlier in passages directly relating to stream enterers. One in whom the 4 factors of stream entry are completely and totally absent is an outsider, one who stands among the worldlings. SV 397. King Mahanama, Venerable Sir, in what way is one a lay follower? Buddha. When one has gone for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, one is then a lay follower. Mahanama, in what way, Venerable Sir, is a lay follower accomplished in moral conduct? Buddha. When a lay follower abstains from the destruction of life, from taking what is not given, from sexual misconduct, from false speech, and from wines, liquor, and intoxicants that are the basis for negligence, the lay follower is accomplished in moral conduct. Mahanama, in what way, Venerable Sir, is a lay follower accomplished in faith? Buddha, here a lay follower is a person of faith. He has faith in the enlightenment of the Tathagata. Thus, the Blessed One is an Arhat, the awakened one, the Blessed One. In that way, a lay follower is accomplished in faith. Mahanama, in what way, Venerable Sir, is a lay follower accomplished in generosity? Buddha, here a lay follower dwells at home devoid of the stain of stinginess, delighting in giving and sharing. In that way a lay follower is accomplished in generosity. Mahanama, in what way, Venerable Sir, is a lay follower accomplished in wisdom? Buddha, here a noble disciple is wise. He possesses wisdom that penetrates the truth, leading to the complete destruction of suffering. In that way, a lay follower is accomplished in wisdom. And that's SV 395, CF, IV 220 to 223. Let's have another look at faith devotees and truth devotees who rank just below stream enterers. Bhikkhus, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind, the 6 sense objects, the 6 kinds of consciousness, the 5 aggregates, is impermanent, changing, becoming otherwise. One who trusts these teachings and is devoted to them, thus is called a faith devotee, For one whom these teachings are accepted after being investigated to a sufficient degree with wisdom, is called a truth devotee, SIII 225 to 8. There's another group of 4 factors of stream entry, but here, rather than referring to the qualities of extreme enterer, they are modes of spiritual practice that lead to stream entry. Buddha. Sariputta, this is said, a factor for stream entry. What now is a factor for stream entry? Sariputta, association with superior persons is a factor for stream entry. Hearing the teachings of superior persons is a factor for stream entry. Proper reflection, yoniso manasikara, is a factor for stream entry. A comprehensive spiritual practice is a factor for stream entry. SV 347. Bhikkhus, there are these 4 factors for stream entry: association with superior persons, hearing the teachings of superior persons, proper reflection, and a comprehensive spiritual practice. See note 711. That's from SV 404 DIII 227. In note 7.11, factors for right view. The first 3 factors for right view, samaditi, are sapurisa samsiva equals kalyana mita, sadhama savana equals wholesome learning from others. Buddhagosa. These factors for right view are explained in the latter half of Buddhadhamma. Dhamma patipati is gradual, systematic, and correct practice. Preliminary spiritual practices are conducive to subsequent accomplishments. A correct practice of sila, for example, leads to the realization of nibbana. One does not follow rules blindly or act from fixed views. The Kula Nidisa in DII 70 offers examples of preliminary practices. For example, moral conduct, sense restraint, moderation in eating, and wakefulness, as well as subsequent accomplishments are primary teachings. For example, the 4 foundations of mindfulness, the Eightfold Path, i.e., the 37 factors of enlightenment. One should observe the preliminary practices with a goal in mind to act in harmony with and be conducive to later stages of practice. And then back to the last Sutta quote here. Bhikkhus, these four things, when developed and cultivated, lead to the realization of the fruit of stream entry. What for? Association with superior persons, hearing the teachings of superior persons, proper reflection, and comprehensive spiritual practice. SV 410-11, referred to at PSII 189. These four qualities lead not only to stream entry, but to all levels of wisdom, ending in the realization of arhatship. They may be referred to by many other names, but because the Buddha emphasizes them in this context, they are called the factories for stream entry. 7.10, additional points on the attributes of stream enterers. Let us look more closely at the 5 qualities of faith, moral conduct, learning, generosity, and wisdom, which incorporate the 4 factors of stream entry. The Buddha emphasized these qualities and used them as benchmarks for progress in relation to noble disciples, both before the realization of stream entry and after. Special attention should be given to the quality of faith. Why did the Buddha mention faith every time he discussed this stage of practice, even though Buddhism considers wisdom to be the supreme quality for spiritual development? These 5 qualities are referred to as the 5 accomplishments. Sampada, the 5 treasures. Dhyana, and the 5 qualities of growth. Vati. A. Faith. Saddha. Trust and conviction resulting from reasoned and wise contemplation. There are 3 aspects of faith. Number 1, faith in the Buddha. The existence of the Buddha is proof that through their own efforts and by mindfulness and wisdom, beings are able to realize the highest truth. Human beings can be trained and cultivated, both in regards to proper conduct vis-a-vis their external environment and in regard to spiritual qualities. They are able to develop wisdom to the point that they escape from the oppression by mental defilement and make an end of suffering, realizing supreme deliverance. With this realization, human beings become excellent and self-reliant. They need not petition a divinity, for example, Devas, Mara, or Brahman, to intercede on their behalf. By recognizing the exceptional virtues of the Buddha who has reached this realization, a person with faith should cultivate these virtues in him or herself and try to reach the truth that the Buddha has made known. 2. Faith in the Dhamma, the truth or the highest good, which the Buddha discovered and revealed. This truth is stable, certain, and autonomous. It is the natural law of cause and effect. It does not rely on the appearance of a Buddha. It is neutral and impartial to all beings. It invites investigation and spiritual practice. Every person who has developed himself adequately and has sufficient wisdom can realize this truth. This realization leads to liberation and to the end of suffering. 3. Faith in the Sangha, the model community. This community acts as proof that every person has the potential to realize the highest truth realized by the Buddha. The community only comes into existence, however, when individuals allow the truth to manifest through spiritual practice. This community is comprised of people with different levels of maturity and development, but is unified by the adherence to the same standards. They have the Dhamma as their focus and standard of measurement, and they are the vessels through which the Dhamma manifests. One should treasure and participate in the virtue of this community because the Sangha acts more than any other community to preserve the Dhamma in the world. It is the source for goodness and well-being to spread in the world. The 3 aspects of faith are a trust that truth, a natural law of cause and effect, exists. Human beings are capable of realizing this truth, and that there are exceptional people who have reached this truth and share it with others. Those who have confidence in this truth and in the human potential to realize it will strive to generate the results, especially through proper action. They believe in the causal link between action and the fruits of action, and this belief leads to steadfast ethical behavior and a solid understanding. They do not rely primarily on external forces for help, and they trust that together people can build a virtuous or ideal community, which is comprised of individuals who have trained themselves and realized the truth of the Buddha. By reflecting on causality, a person has a firm conviction that the Buddha was truly awakened, that his teachings accord with the truth, and that it is of utmost benefit to join the community of enlightened disciples who have followed this teaching. B. Moral conduct, sila. A moral code, the entire system of conduct conveying both private behavior and one's interaction with society through physical actions and speech, including one's livelihood. This code of conduct is established to assist in the attainment of the highest good. Its aim is to prevent unskillful actions and promote good actions by teaching people to see the relationship between their deeds and their environment. It brings about stability, both personal and social, and is a foundation for higher spiritual practice. It helps to perfect physical and verbal conduct and emphasizes harmonious coexistence. Such a harmonious social environment allows each individual to live at peace and to train him or herself in order to reach higher states of realization. For the general public, the basic code of conduct that supports well-being is the 5 precepts: to not violate living creatures, to not violate others' property, to not violate loving relationships, to not violate truth by speaking falsely or aggressively, and to not impair mindfulness and clear comprehension, sampajanya, by using addictive substances. Certain communities establish more intricate and refined codes of conduct, for example, the 8 precepts, the 10 precepts, and the 227 precepts for an ordained disciple, and to reach the goal of that specific community. There are several attributes of Buddhist morality. It creates a conducive external environment for spiritual practice, leading to the highest goal. It promotes peace and harmony within a community so that each individual can pursue his or her activity in comfort. And number 3, the restraint of moral conduct leads to self-discipline and to reduction of mental impurity. Moral conduct makes a person receptive to wholesome qualities. In particular, it is a basis for concentration. Although there are levels of moral conduct higher than the 5 precepts, all desirable codes of conduct required for Dhamma practice, referred to as conduct cherished by the noble ones, share the same essence and have the same criteria. They are followed neither out of desire for pleasurable rewards, nor out of attachment, nor out of fixed views on morality, nor by blindly following social custom. They are followed by understanding the true purpose of moral precepts. For lay Buddhists who have this proper perspective, observing the 5 precepts is enough to lead to stream entry. C. Learning Sutta, that which is heard, knowledge gained from listening, reading, studying, news media, or any other sources, knowledge of the noble teachings, Buddhadhamma, the teachings of enlightened beings which reveal the highest way of life and the path to awakening, knowledge gained for careers and general activities in the world, for example, in the arts and sciences, is insufficient to become a noble disciple. Worldly knowledge varies between different individuals, and it is not always harmless. Although it is developed to solve problems and to generate happiness, often it has the opposite desired effect and creates all sorts of complications. Therefore, it is not the same as learning referred to here. The knowledge of a noble disciple is always beneficial. It is the knowledge that every person needs to lead a good life. It enables people to apply professional knowledge to promote personal and social well-being. It prevents harm and solves problems in a truly effective way. And most importantly, it alone can lead an ordinary person to become enlightened. For professional knowledge to be an effective tool for solving problems, it must be aligned with the knowledge of the noble teachings. All these forms of knowledge, however, including the knowledge of noble teachings, resemble at first a storeroom containing raw materials. The knowledge has not yet been applied to truly settle one's affairs. After acquiring knowledge, a person assimilates it and makes it his own, as a particular view or belief. But for the knowledge to be truly effective, it must become an instrument for wisdom, at which point it develops into analytical and discriminative knowledge and is integrated into systematic, comprehensive practices. Dhamma Anudhamma Patipati. D. Generosity, Jaga. True giving, outward relinquishment by giving material things, and inward relinquishment by abandoning greed. In absence of stinginess, noble disciples do not seek reward, material gain, prestige, happiness, or heaven in exchange for their gifts. The expression in the suttas, delighting in giving and sharing, indicates that noble disciples derive joy from the very act of giving. They do not experience the suffering or disappointment from such thoughts as, I have given but received nothing in return. Noble disciples are endowed with loving kindness and compassion. Without the urge to acquire or to possess, the heart becomes expansive and sympathy for others arises. One clearly sees other people's hardships and suffering and naturally inclines to generosity. One finds joy in giving by alleviating others' suffering and making them happy. The goodness in the act of giving becomes a reward. By giving, the world becomes a happier place. In addition, generosity purifies the heart, reduces mental impurities, and leads a person closer to the goal of Buddhism. As Venerable Sariputta said, wise persons do not give gifts for worldly happiness, nor do they give gifts for a better rebirth. Wise persons give gifts to remove defilement, to reach the state of no renewed existence. In D.I. 424-5. Besides generous assistance in a wider context, noble disciples are generous with their fellow companions. They willingly relinquish their personal belongings for public consumption to benefit the virtuous members of their community. Because noble disciples are superior persons, sa purisa, they give the gifts of a good person. Sa purisa dana. See note 7.12. And then note 7.12, qualities of giving. These qualities consider the attributes of the donor over and above the needs of the recipient. There are several different groups of these qualities. A, group of 5. 1, gives respectively. 2, gives with humility. 3, gives with his own hand. 4, gives a pure gift or does not give leftovers. 5, gives with the knowledge of the fruits of giving. The commentaries explain this as knowing the fruits of giving and believing in karma and the results of karma. MIII 24, AIII 171-2, AIV 392-3. B, group of 5, gives with faith, gives respectfully, gives at the proper time. 4, gives with a generous heart, with no pride. This is the commentarial explanation. This quality is also translated as gives with a heart of service. 5, gives without troubling oneself or others, for example, by elevating oneself and denigrating others, AIII 173. And C, group of 8, gives clean gifts, gives choice things. Number 3, gives at the proper time. Number 4, gives appropriate things. Number 5, gives with discretion. Number 6, gives regularly. Number 7, the mind is bright at the moment of giving. And 8, after giving, the mind is delighted. Back to the main text. One of these qualities is to give respectfully. A noble disciple values the recipient, the gift, and the act of giving. He gives willingly and without resentment, no matter how low the recipient's social standing. He does not hold the person in contempt, acting with kindness and the intention to help. E, wisdom. Panya, comprehensive knowledge, clear knowing, discriminative knowledge, reasoned analysis. A noble disciple distinguishes between true and false, good and bad, right and wrong, appropriate and inappropriate, benefit and harm. It is a practical knowledge. A person understands causality and understands how to relate to conditions in order to solve problems. This knowledge applies specifically to human suffering. It is used to alleviate suffering and to live a good life. There are many ways to refer to this wisdom, including knowledge of the Four Noble Truths, knowledge of dependent origination, and knowledge free from the 5 hindrances. The definition of the accomplishment of wisdom, Panya Sampada, as an attribute of a noble disciple is wisdom that penetrates arising and passing away, which is noble and pierces defilement, leading to the complete destruction of suffering. No matter what level of expertise a person has in worldly knowledge, as a predominant politician, brilliant businessman, clever inventor, or skilled researcher, for example, the knowledge of a noble disciple is indispensable for every person in solving life's problems and living honorably. Learning sutta can be a conditioning factor for wisdom. It provides information and expands a person's understanding. It is not only Dhamma learning that supports wisdom. Worldly knowledge, especially life experience, can foster an understanding of the truth. A person skilled in reflection, yoniso manasikara, gains an understanding of the world and of life from applying technical or professional knowledge. The decisive factor for spiritual progress, however, is wisdom. Some people are highly educated but are unable to reflect. They therefore do not grow wise and do not truly benefit from their knowledge. Some people have only a meager level of formal education but are very wise. Their wise reflection enables them to solve problems. For a wise person, increased knowledge of any kind is used to their advantage. Because a wise person can still prosper despite a shortage of formal learning, there are many occasions where the number of attributes of noble disciples is reduced from 5 to 4, leaving faith, conduct, generosity, and wisdom. Wisdom fulfills not only learning sutta, it also validates all the other factors of a noble disciple. Wisdom ensures that faith is correct, not erring towards gullibility. Wisdom leads to suitable moral conduct, which is praised by awakened beings, and free from clinging to rules and practices. Wisdom brings about true relinquishment, because as long as one does not truly understand the world and phenomena, and one has not discovered a more refined happiness, it is natural that one takes pleasure in sensuality. With the lack of wisdom, it is difficult to avoid being preoccupied by worldly pleasures and to be generous without wishing for some form of sense pleasure or other reward. Wisdom thus unites the other factors. It is the essential factor of a noble disciple. It is the aim of each successive level of spiritual practice. To sum up, there are 4 primary virtues of a noble disciple. Number 1, saddha, faith in the wisdom, virtue, and perseverance of human beings. These qualities promote a realization of the truth and the highest good as taught by the Buddha and his disciples. This faith fosters the building of a virtuous society established on principles of truth. 2, sila, self-discipline, which leads to an appropriate behavior in relationship to others and to one's environment. This conduct supports the blossoming of virtue in an individual and fosters social harmony. Jaga, relinquishment, which reduces selfishness and prepares a person to assist others. Number 4, panna, wisdom, penetrative knowledge of things as they truly are, as following laws of nature, as arising and passing away according to causes and conditions. This knowledge, accompanied by a free mind, promotes a proper relationship to things and an appropriate balanced conduct. A person then knows how to apply or develop the other virtues in a suitable way. Learning, sutta, acquired by any form, by instruction, encouragement, advice, or study, supports the development of the other virtues and brings about greater success. But the required amount of learning and the level of success depends on a person's ability to reflect with wisdom. Let us return to the first virtue of faith, saddha, and examine how it is a crucial factor at the beginning of spiritual practice. Normally, faith is divided into 3 groups: faith in the Buddha, faith in the Dhamma, and faith in the Sangha. Occasionally, a single, precise definition is presented, especially when describing the faith of a noble disciple before realization of stream entry. A person has faith in the enlightenment of the Tathagata, thus, the Blessed One is an Arhat, the awakened one. This form of faith is called faith in the Tathagata's awakening. See note 7.13. It is faith in the wisdom of the Buddha, who is considered the archetype, representative, or pioneer for all human beings. So note 7.13, faith in the Tathagata's awakening. Alternatively, faith in the wisdom of the discoverer of truth. It is noteworthy that the Buddha uses the term Tathagata here to refer to himself because there are many epithets for the Buddha, and each one emphasizes different qualities. The use of the term Tathagata here is consistent with the passage where the Buddha describes the laws of nature, which exist autonomously and are not dependent on the arising of Tathagatas. A Tathagata is merely the discoverer and revealer of these truths. CAI 286 SII 25. On many occasions, the term Tathagata is translated as a being. For example, MI 426, SIV 395. Explained, for example, at MA III 142. Interested scholars may compare Bodhi here with the concept of Buddhahood in the Mahayana tradition. Back to the main text. The Buddha's awakening confirms that all human beings are capable of realizing the truth and reaching the highest good through mindfulness, wisdom, and disciplined effort. The Buddha compared himself to a baby chick who is the first to peck its way through the eggshell of ignorance, and to a discoverer of an ancient path who reveals this path to humanity. Faith in the Buddha's awakening is thus equivalent to faith in the capability and wisdom of human beings, or more succinctly, it is self-confidence or faith in oneself. This confidence is not selfish belief or pride, but rather confidence in being human or an objective trust in humanity. One believes in the human potential for wisdom, that every person can reach the highest goal through spiritual training and satisfy the greatest of human aspirations. The Buddha is the symbol of self-belief. He was the first person to assert this human potential and the first person to not attribute enlightenment to a divine or supernatural power. Effectively, faith in the Buddha's awakening encompasses faith in the Triple Gem. There is a trust that human beings can develop wisdom to the point of resolving even the most refined difficulties in the heart, and they are able to reach the highest liberation and complete happiness, just as the Buddha was able to accomplish. There is trust that these principles of practice and the highest goal are aspects of truth based on natural laws, and there is trust that there are people who have reached this goal, who comprise a noble community, have verified the truth, propagate the Dhamma, spread blessings, and are fully prepared to assist others in joining this noble community. Although Buddhism advocates wisdom, faith is an essential quality at the beginning stages of practice, before a person realizes his or her potential and perfects wisdom. Faith here is different from what is commonly understood and should not be mistaken for blind faith. It is faith in wisdom, linked with wisdom, and leads to wisdom. There are two important aspects to faith in the Triple Gem, or to faith in the Buddha's awakening. First, the entire teachings in Buddhism, either of the highest goal or of modes of practice, rests on the principle that human beings are capable of following in the Buddha's footsteps and realizing the truth through their own effort and wisdom. There exists no external supreme source of power surpassing that of human beings. If this principle were to be false, then the entire Buddhist system of practice and the stated goal would be meaningless and void. Second, if a Buddhist disciple does not have trust in this human potential, he will be unable to progress along the path of Buddhism. How would he be able to devote himself to practice? In fact, he would not be a true disciple of the Buddha. Faith in the Buddha's awakening is thus an essential quality for a Buddhist. Stream entry is a valid goal for Buddhist practitioners, and reaching this essential stage of awakening should be encouraged. The related factors of faith, conduct, learning, generosity, and wisdom, which the Buddha repeatedly taught, and when developed can be considered equivalent to stream entry, should also be emphasized. These 5 factors can be developed gradually, both before the realization of stream entry and after, and they are relevant to the present time. Today's society is in need of faith that is based on reason, not credulity, and of trust in the human potential for reaching the highest good. Society requires an understanding of the true spirit of moral conduct as connected to other spiritual qualities. This conduct then guides and protects society. In today's society, there is abundance of learning and a profusion of information, but it often appears to create increased confusion and difficulty for people. Society requires an education in noble principles that reveals the essential meaning of life and points out ways of disentanglement from problems. Such learning leads to self-sufficiency and suitable action. Today's society faces increasingly dire economic problems which require self-sacrifice, generosity, and mutual assistance coming from a pure heart. The earth no longer has the resources to sustain people's unbridled greed. People need to discover the happiness that comes from giving and sharing that leads to social harmony. Contemporary society is full of people who take pride in their intelligence because they have received a formal education. They are able to accomplish extraordinary things and wield a certain power over nature and the environment. People have become expert at worldly knowledge to the extent that their power is exceptional, but because they lack transcendent wisdom, they have only begun to penetrate the mysteries of the universe. As a result of pride, people risk falling into a pit created by their own intelligence. They meet with obstruction on the physical level and frustration in their hearts. To solve these problems, people require noble wisdom. Looking at the state of the world today and the widespread behavior of people, there are two outstanding qualities of a stream enterer that should be emphasized as guidelines for living. First, stream enterers have a firm understanding of the law of cause and effect. Their trust in wisdom is adequately strong to expect successful results from actions based on mindfulness and balanced effort, and in line with causality. They do not rely on fate or petition a supernatural force from outside to intercede on their behalf. However, because their wisdom is not yet complete, their confidence is not self-sustaining. They still rely on someone else who has reached the truth and leads the way. This is faith in the Buddha's awakening, or faith in the Triple Gem. This is the highest and purest level of faith. Thereafter, wisdom is perfected and replaces faith. The wisdom of stream enterers is not yet absolute. Their wisdom is reinforced by faith. Second, stream enterers are firmly established on the path to awakening. Their understanding of the world is sufficient to not be influenced by defilement, nor to overrate worldly conditions. They have begun to experience transcendent joy and freedom, which brings about an appreciation of the truth. They develop chanda, enthusiasm, and love for truth. They desire truth so much that there is no chance of them returning to a fascination with material pleasures. Unlike ordinary people, they seek no reward of material gain, honor, fame, praise, pleasure, or heaven from their virtuous conduct, sila, or from acts of generosity, jaga. Their moral conduct is steadfast. They are not discouraged if they do not reap the aforementioned rewards. This Dhammapada verse illustrates the life of a stream enterer. Fear-stricken people in large numbers take refuge in mountains, forests, and sacred groves and trees. But no such refuge is safe. No such refuge is supreme. Not by resorting to such a refuge is one freed from all misery. One who goes for refuge to the Buddha and the Sangha, who sees clearly with wisdom suffering, the origin of suffering, the transcendence of suffering in the Noble Eightfold Path leading to the end of suffering, this indeed is a safe refuge. This indeed is the refuge supreme. By reaching such a refuge, one is freed from all misery. DH verses 188 to 92. Let us return to the Buddha's frequent teaching. Bhikkhus, those for whom you have compassion, and those who are receptive, whether friends or colleagues, relatives or kinsmen, these you should exhort, settle, and establish in the 4 factors of stream entry. Leaders of a family, an organization, or business who really deserve the title of leader and fulfill their responsibility are able to foster the 5 qualities of stream entry in their relatives, dependents, and employees. Supported by the Himalayas, a great tree grows in these 5 growths. It grows in branches and leaves, in inner bark, in outer bark, in sapwood, and in hardwood. So too, supported by a devout family leader, members of a family grow in these 5 growths. They grow in faith, moral conduct, learning, generosity, and wisdom. AIII 44. Besides encouraging general assistance to family and friends, the Buddha gave a specific teaching concerning the factors of stream injury in reference to repaying the goodness of one's parents. I declare, O monks, that there are two persons whose goodness it is difficult to repay. What two? One's mother and father. Even if one were to carry one's mother on one's shoulders and one's father on the other, attending to them until one reached the age of a centurion, reached the age of 100 years, and if one were to care for them by kneading, massaging, and bathing, and they would even void their excrements there, even by that one would not do right by one's parents, one would not repay them. Even if one were to establish one's parents as the supreme lords and rulers over this earth, rich in the 7 treasures, one would not do right by one's parents. One would not repay them. What is the reason for this? Parents have been of great service to their children. They have nurtured, fed, and introduced them to the world. But one who encourages his unbelieving parents, settles and establishes them in faith, who encourages his immoral parents, settles and establishes them in moral conduct, who encourages his stingy parents, settles and establishes them in generosity, who encourages his ignorant parents, settles and establishes them in wisdom. Such a one does right by his parents. He repays them. AI 62-2. 7.11 Appendix 1, Silabbata Paramasa. Silabbata Paramasa is one of the most misunderstood of the 10 fetters. In the Sutta Nipata, the Buddha often talks about the wrong view of certain people who believe that purity is gained solely by following moral precepts and religious practices. The term purity, Suti, here refers to the goal of the religious life, equivalent to liberation, vimutti. This wrong view may manifest in observing precepts and practices in order to go to heaven, as revealed in this common passage from the suttas. He has such a view as this: by this moral precept, or austerity, or asceticism, or celibate life, I shall become some kind of God or divine being. Noble disciples, the enlightened ones and true sages do not hold this view and have let go of moral precepts and religious practices. There are many passages in the Mahadisana and Chula Nidisa explaining this attachment to precepts and observances. For example, some Brahmins and ascetics equate purity with morality. They believe that purity, immaculateness, liberation, deliverance, and freedom come solely from moral precepts, abstinence, sanama, restraint, samvara, and obedience, Some Brahmins and ascetics equate purity with religious austerities. They observe the practice of behaving like elephants, hati vata, like horses, asa vata, like cows, go vata, They observe the rites of Brahma, of Devas, of praying to the 4 directions, This is NDI 88-9 CF :ND I 92-3 188 310 ND II 11-28. This explanation helps clarify the definition of Silabbata Paramasa from the Abhidhamma. Silabbata Paramasa is this manner of view and belief of ascetics and Brahmins outside of this Dhamma Vinaya. Purity stems from keeping moral precepts and austerities. The phrase outside of this Dhamma Vinaya can lead some people to wrongly understand that Silabbata Paramasa is found only in other religions. This passage from the Abhidhamma is merely an example. It can be reworded as beliefs like those of other non-Buddhist ascetics and Brahmins. In fact, one need not add these words other or outside at all. The passages in the Sutta Nipata, Mahadisana, Isa or commentaries do not use these words, for if a person clings to this wrong view, even if one is a Buddhist, one is outside. Besides being a deep-rooted misunderstanding, this blind faith in moral precepts and religious practices reveals an inherent craving, for example, a wish to go to heaven. Silabbata Paramasa is composed of the words sila, morality, moral precepts, vata, austerity, religious practice, and paramasa, extreme attachment. The words sila and vata are explained in the Mahadesa and defined above. The Mahadesa elaborates by saying that some things are both sila and vata, while others are vata but not sila. For example, in the Bhikkhu discipline of Vinaya, those aspects having to do with self-control, samyama or sanama, restraint, samvara, and moral integrity are sila. Those aspects having to do with vows or observances are vata. For example, of practices that are vata but not sila are the ascetic practices Dhutanga vata, e.g. vowing to live in the forest, eat only food gathered on alms round, and wear rag robes. In regard to monks of other traditions who keep, for example, the dog practice, Kura Vata, in order to be reborn in heaven, the commentaries say that sila is the behavior mimicking dogs, and vata the particular routines of such a practice. In regards to Buddhists, an example of sila is keeping the 5 precepts, and a vata is keeping the ascetic practices. In regards to bhikkhus, the commentaries occasionally say that the 4 kinds of pure morality, parisuddhi sila, are sila, and the 13 ascetic practices are vata. Paramasa is sometimes translated as caress or fondle, but its general meaning in the Pali Canon is seize or take hold. For example, a monk grabs hold of a layman. Dehavu holds the king of Kasi's head to kill him. The Buddha is not attached to what he knows. One should not take that which is not freely given. Seizing rods and swords to fight. The definition of caress probably comes from the Jataka stories describing the birth of Suvanasama, Kusa, and Mandavya, where a holy man touches the mother's navels. Perhaps it is also influenced by VINI 121, which defines paramasa as stroke or rub. Ito Jito Ka San Ko Pana. The principal meaning of paramasa, however, is clearly defined as sabhavam atikam neva parato amasatiti paramaso. To grasp at, exceed, and deviate from reality. One overreaches by exceeding or distorting the truth, making more of something than it actually is. For example, one may mistakenly believe something to be permanent, which is in fact fleeting. Precepts and religious practices are established as foundations for spiritual development, but one may miss the point and believe that liberation comes merely from keeping these rules and practices. Silabbata Paramasa is a belief or view, ditthi. One may ask how this fetter is distinct from the first fetter, Sakaya Ditthi, which is also a belief. The commentaries explain that Sakaya Ditthi, the firm belief in self, is a view inherent in most people and does not require logical reasoning or transmission from others. Silabbata Paramasa has an external or social context. It is related to what a person considers right and wrong conduct. Because it pertains to spiritual practice, the commentaries thus designate Silabbata Paramasa under the category of self-mortification, one of the 2 extremes to be avoided by Buddhists in order to walk the middle way. Paramasa is often found in the past participle form as paramatha, touch, grasp, and has the meaning of defiled or tainted. Something is tainted because it has been smeared by craving. One keeps rules and precepts to gain reward, wealth, fame, praise, bliss, etc., or to be reborn in whatever state one's religion professes. Pure morality is called aparamata. It is not stained by craving. One follows moral standards with wisdom and independence. One is not enslaved to craving and fixed views. This is the sila of stream enterers. A further consequence of this attachment to rules and practices is the debate between people about who is right and wrong. It can generate arrogance and conceit, looking down on those who are deemed less strict or less ethical. Silabhata paramasa results from people unquestionably following others, a symptom of the blind leading the blind. Some people see rules and practices as sacred or magical rites or ceremonies. Others follow the rules unwillingly, seeing them as mere arbitrary commandments. They do not see the harm in transgressing the rules, nor do they see the benefits of restraint. Others again seek good luck or sensual pleasures by observing these rules and practices. Keeping moral precepts and observing religious duties correctly is not silabhata paramasa. One knows their true purpose, that they should be used for spiritual training, as a basis for concentration, for peace and simplicity, and to promote goodness in society. One sees clearly the harm and impression of others. One follows moral precepts willingly by having insight into their benefits, feeling shame in wrongdoing, and generating enthusiasm for the good. Eventually, true moral conduct becomes automatic and natural. No training or compulsion is required because the defilements that cause evil are gone. Nonviolence is one of the 6 devotions practiced by arhats, not because they cling to rules and practices, but because they are free from greed, hatred, and delusion. At first, moral behavior is normal behavior because of habit and the strength of one's determination. Later, moral behavior is normal behavior because the causes for evil and unwholesomeness have all been eliminated. Someone who keeps moral precepts correctly is called silavatupapana, endowed with ethics, or silabhata sampana, perfect in morality. To say that purity is gained by moral precepts is inaccurate, but to say purity is gained without moral precepts is also inaccurate. Religious observances and ceremonies may not be a required part of spiritual practice, especially for the laity, but pure morality, not diverging from truth and unblemished by craving, is an essential basis for liberation. Here's a way of measuring conduct. If by keeping precepts and religious practices wholesome qualities increase and unwholesome qualities wane, then that conduct is incorrect. But if wholesome qualities increase and unwholesome qualities wane, then that conduct will bear good fruit. As long as one is unawakened, there will be some degree of clinging to and mistaken application of moral precepts and religious practices, commensurate with one's share of craving, wrong view, and delusion. At least one will need to check and counter certain impulses. For stream enterers, coarse defilements have been quelled, and they are thus called perfect in moral conduct. They uphold rules and observances in just the right way, neither too laxly nor too strictly. 7.12, Appendix 2, the link between the fourfold self-mastery, Pavita, and the 4 kinds of development, Bhavana. In the Tipitaka, although there are many passages in which the Buddha mentions as a group the 4 aspects of an arhat's complete development, i.e., he or she has gained self-mastery in body, virtue, mind, and wisdom, there is no single passage in which these 4 factors are defined together. There exist only cases in which one or a few of these factors are defined in specific circumstances. For example, by correcting a misunderstanding about one or more of these aspects of development. This may be because at the Buddhist time, his disciples were familiar with these terms, and there was thus no need to define them. The passages containing definitions tend to be answers or explanations the Buddha gave to non-Buddhists, for example to wanderers and ascetics of other traditions. Similarly, the 4 kinds of development, bhavana, which lead to self-mastery, bhavita, are not found together as a group in the Tipitaka unless one counts the Burmese edition, which includes the Pittakopadisa. This text includes the passage, by way of the eightfold path, one also obtains the 4 kinds of development: moral development, physical development, mental development, and wisdom development. Other passages in the Tipitaka mention at most 3 kinds of development, following on from the threefold training. The Sangiti Sutta arranges 3 kinds of development as follows. The threefold training entails the training in higher virtue, the training in higher mind, and the training in higher wisdom. The 3 kinds of development entail physical development, mental development, and wisdom development. Note also that the term Sila Bhavana does not appear at all in the Tipitaka, apart from the Pittakopadisa mentioned above. The term Sila Bhavana thus only exists inherent in the term Bhavita Sila. In contrast, the commentaries frequently mention all 4 aspects of self-mastery, Bhavita, and all 4 kinds of development, Bhavana, as unified groups, and provide a fair number of explanations for these terms. These explanations, however, sometimes conflict with one another. The terms Chitta Bhavana and Panya Bhavana tend not to be a problem and are well understood. The confusion and contradictions tend to arise in regards to the terms Kaya Bhavana and Sila Bhavana, and in extension to the terms Bhavita Kaya and Bhavita Sila. The Pittakopadisa cited above seems to give definitions variant from other texts for all 4 kinds of development, Bhavana. Note the following passage. In respect to the 4 kinds of development, by way of right effort and right livelihood, the body is developed. By way of right speech and right effort, moral conduct is developed. By way of right thought and right concentration, the mind is developed. By way of right view and right mindfulness, wisdom is developed. By way of these 4 kinds of development, these 2 factors come to fulfillment: the mind, chitta, and wisdom, panya. Let us compare this passage with the Netipakarana, which is also included in the Burmese Tipitaka. Here, the 4 kinds of development, bhavana, are not explained, but the 4-fold self-mastery, bhavita, which is inherently connected to the kinds of development, is explained. One will see that here the explanation contradicts that of the Pittakopadisa. One of the 3 groups, Kanda, the body of morality, Sila Kanda, and the body of concentration, Samadhi Kanda, constitute tranquility, meditation, Samatha, while the body of wisdom, Panya Kanda, constitutes insight meditation, Vipassana, ... That monk is developed in body, developed in moral conduct, developed in mind, developed in wisdom. When the body is developed, 2 factors are developed: right action and right effort. When moral conduct is developed, 2 factors are developed: right speech and right livelihood. When the mind is developed, 2 factors are developed: right mindfulness and right concentration. When wisdom is developed, 2 factors are developed: right view and right thought. Note that the terms bhavana and bhavita can also be translated as cultivation, fully cultivated, or training, fully trained. The scriptures use the term vadhana as a synonym for these terms. For example, bhavita kayoti vahita kayo and bhavita siloti vahita silo. Most of the commentarial explanations conform with Netipakarana, which seem to be at odds with the Pittakopadisa. Take, for example, a passage from the commentaries of the Netipakarana itself. With the fulfillment of excellent moral conduct, one is developed in body, Bhavita Kaya. With the fulfillment of moral conduct, fundamental to the holy life, Adi Brahmacharya Yaka Sila. One is developed in virtue, Bhavita Sila. Moreover, by way of sense restraint, Indriya Samvara. One is developed in the body of the 5 doorways, Bhavita Panchadvara Kaya. By way of other forms of moral conduct, one is developed in virtue. The commentaries to the Anguttara Nikaya offer a similar yet distinctive explanation. By way of physical development, Kaya Bhavana, that is, by contemplation of the body, Kaya Nupassana, one is called developed in body, Bhavita Kaya, ... Moreover, by developing the 5 doorways, Panchadvara, one is developed in body. The term developed in body refers here to virtue as sense restraint. Indriya ya samvara sila. The term developed in moral conduct, Bhavita sila, refers to the 3 remaining kinds of virtue. Other commentaries and sub-commentaries contain infrequent explanations of the term bhavana and bhavita. For example, the commentaries to the Samyutta Nikaya states the term Bhavitakaya refers to the body endowed with the 5 doorways. This passage is consistent with the 2 commentarial passages cited above. Furthermore, some commentarial and subcommentarial passage emphasize that the term bhavana in the context of the 4 kinds of development does not refer to spiritual practice currently engaged in, to practice applied in order to reach the goal, but rather to the practice of arhats, which is completed or has already reached the goal. For example, it is developed by the fact of having been developed. 7.13, Appendix 3, Learned Ones, Suttavant, Noble Disciples, Arya Savaka, and Noble Dhamma, Arya Dhamma. The expression learned noble disciple, Suttavant or Suttava, Arya Savaka, is always paired with the expression untaught ordinary person. Suttava Pujana, which is explained as an untaught ordinary person who has not seen the noble ones and is unskilled and undisciplined in their Dhamma, who has not seen true men and is unskilled and undisciplined in their Dhamma. The commentaries explain untaught ordinary person as a blind or foolish person. The expression has not seen the noble ones means that a person has not regularly sought out and visited the noble ones, and even if he has met them, he does not know how to derive benefit from this meeting. Seen here means seeing with wisdom, not merely seeing with the physical eye. In the Pali Canon, the term noble Dhamma, Arya Dhamma, can refer to the 10 wholesome courses of action, Kusala Kamapatha, to the 10 qualities of an adept, Asika Dhamma, also known as the 10 right states, Samatha, the 8-fold path, plus right knowledge, Samanyana, and right liberation, Sama Vimutti, or simply to the 5 precepts. The commentaries explaining these canonical references give a broad definition to Arya Dhamma as meaning various spiritual qualities, for example, the foundations of mindfulness, Satipatthana. Regarding the term Arya or Arya Pugala, these commentaries say that it usually refers to the Buddha, Pachika Buddhas, and Buddhist disciples, but where Arya is paired with Sapurisa, true men, it refers solely to the Buddha, where Sapurisa or Sapurisa Jana refers to Pachika Buddhas and Buddhist disciples. 7.14, Appendix 4, Incentives for Giving. There are several occasions when the Buddha discussed the incentives for people to offer gifts. Number 1, to give for gain, to give out of attachment, to give believing one will receive an identical gift in return after death. Number 2, to give out of the belief that giving is good. Number 3, to give out of the consideration that one's ancestors gave gifts and one should not break this family tradition. Number 4, to give thinking I can provide for myself, but these people are unable to provide for themselves. When I can provide for myself, it is unsuitable to not give to those who cannot provide for themselves. Number 5,
to give with the thought, this gift of mine is like the great sacrifices of the ascetics from the past. One seeks prestige. Number 6, to give thinking that joy and delight will arise as a consequence. Number 7, to give in order to equip the mind or to improve the quality of the mind. One believes that giving is a way to develop the mind, that giving softens the heart of both the donor and recipient, that giving is a form of renunciation, and that giving fosters loving kindness and compassion. One gives with the thought, may those who suffer find happiness through this gift. Technically speaking, this last form of giving is a support for tranquility and insight. AIV 59-63. Number 1, to give because of circumstances a recipient happens to arrive. Number 2, to give out of fear. Number 3, to give as repayment. 4, to give hoping the recipient will return the favor, to wish for a reward. Number 5, to give out of the belief that giving is good. Number 6, to give thinking I can provide for myself, but these people are unable to provide for themselves. 7, to give with the thought that by giving one's fame will spread. Number 8, to give in order to equip and improve the mind. DIII 258, AIV 236. Number 1, to give out of affection. Number 2, to give out of anger. Number 3, to give out of confusion. Number 4, to give out of fear. Number 5, to give out of the consideration that one's ancestors gave gifts. 6, to give with the thought that by giving, one will be reborn in heaven. Number 7, to give thinking that joy and delight will arise as a consequence. Number 8, to give in order to equip the mind or improve the quality of the mind. AIV 236-7. The Sutta of the first group finishes with the description of the states of existence where donors with these various motivations will be reborn, but this description accords with the natural consequences of these actions. The state of rebirth are not necessarily connected to the wishes of the donor. 7.15, Appendix 5, additional scriptural quotations. Factors of stream entry, abandoned qualities. When there is form, by depending on form, by clinging to form, such views as this arise. This is mine, this I am, this is myself, ... Such a view as this arises. That which is the self in the world, having passed away, I will be permanent, stable, eternal, not subject to change, ... Such a view as this arises. If I am not, then it will not be for me. I will not be, and it will not be for me, ... Such a view as this arises. Gifts bear no fruit. Offerings bear no fruit. Acts of worship bear no fruit. There is no fruit or result of good and bad actions. No this world, no other world. No mother, no father, no beings who are reborn spontaneously. No ascetics and Brahmins faring and practicing rightly in the world, who, having realized this world and the other world for themselves by direct knowledge, make them known to others. We consist of the 4 great elements. When one dies, earth returns to earth, water returns to water, fire returns to fire, and air returns to air. The faculties are dispersed into space. 4 men with the bier as 5th carry away the corpse. Footprints appear as far as the charnel grounds. The bones whiten, burnt offerings end with ashes. Giving is a doctrine of fools. The words of those who teach a doctrine of spiritual gain are empty, false, and incoherent. Fools and the wise are likewise destroyed and perish with the breakup of the body. After death they do not exist, ... Such a view as this arises. When one acts or makes others act, slaughters or makes others slaughters, torments or makes others inflict torment, inflicts sorrow or makes others inflict sorrow, oppresses or makes others inflict oppression, harasses or makes others inflict harassment. When one destroys life, steals, burgles, plunders, breaks into houses, ambushes highways, seduces another's wife,
tells lies, no evil is done by the doer. If with a razor-rimmed disc one were to make the living beings of this earth into one mass of flesh, into one heap of flesh, because of this there would be no evil and no outcome of evil. If one were to go along the right bank of the Ganges, killing, slaughtering, tormenting, and making others kill, slaughter, and inflict torment, because of this there would be no evil and no outcome of evil. If one were to go along the left bank of the Ganges, giving gifts and making offerings and having others give and offer, because of this there would be no merit and no outcome of merit. By giving, by self-discipline, by self-restraint, by speaking truth, there is no merit and no outcome of merit. Such a view as this arises. There is no cause or condition for the defilement of beings. Beings are defiled without cause or condition. There is no cause or condition for the purification of beings. Beings are purified without cause or condition. There is no fruit of action, no fruit of effort, no fruit of energy, no fruit of perseverance. All beings, all sentient beings, all living beings, all creatures are without power, strength, and energy, shaped by destiny, circumstance, and nature. They experience pleasure and pain in the 6 classes as human beings. Such a view as this arises. There are these 7 bodies that are unmade, unformed, uncreated, without a creator, barren, steady as mountain peaks, steady as pillars. They do not move or change. They do not impede each other or cause pleasure and pain to each other. These 7 bodies are the earth body, the water body, the fire body, the air body, pleasure, pain, and the soul, jiva. Even one who cuts off another's head with a sharp sword does not deprive anyone of life. The sword merely passes through the space between the 7 bodies. There are approximately 1,400,000 modes of generation, 6,000 kinds of kama, 62 sub-aeons, 6 classes of human beings, 8 stages in the life of man, 3,000 hells, 840,000 great eons, through which the foolish and the wise roam and wander, after which they will alike make an end to suffering. In this round of rebirth, there is none of this. By this conduct, this vow, this austerity, or this holy life, I will make unripened kama ripen, or eradicate ripened karma by repeatedly experiencing it. In this round of rebirth, there is no such method, like ladling out a measured amount of ending pleasure and pain. There is no shortening or extending, no raising or decreasing. Just as when a ball of string is thrown, it unwinds completely, so too the foolish and the wise wander, making an end to suffering. Such views as these arise. This world is eternal. The world is not eternal. The world is finite. The world is infinite. The soul and the body are the same. The soul is one thing, the body another. The Tathagata exists after death. The Tathagata does not exist after death. The Tathagata both exists and does not exist after death. The Tathagata neither exists nor does not exist after death. What do you think, bhikkhus? Is physical form, feeling, perception, volitional formations, consciousness, permanent or impermanent? That which is seen, heard, sensed, cognized, attained, sought after, and contemplated by the mind, is that permanent or impermanent? Impermanent, Venerable Sir. Is that which is impermanent oppressive or easeful? Oppressive, Venerable Sir. But without clinging to what is impermanent, oppressive, and subject to change, could such a view as that arise? No, Venerable Sir. When a noble disciple has abandoned doubt in these 6 cases, and when he has abandoned doubt about suffering, the cause of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the way leading to the cessation of suffering, this noble disciple is called a stream enterer, no longer bound to perdition, sure in destiny, with enlightenment as his destination. SIII 202-216. So the relevant footnote here with this line, but without clinging to what is impermanent, oppressive, and subject to change, could such a view as that arise. Such a view here refers to all the aforementioned views. 7.16, Appendix 6, List of Foremost Disciples. This list of foremost disciples includes only the bhikkhus. There are separate lists for bhikkhunis, laymen, and laywomen. Here the names of the monks are mentioned along with the prominent qualities attributed to them. Anakodana, having gone forth for a long time and having experienced the events of the Buddha's life from the beginning. Sariputta, great wisdom. Mahamoggallana, psychic powers. Mahakassapa, ascetic practices. Dutanga. Anuruddha, the divine eye. Madhya, those born in a high family. Lakuntakamhadaya, melodious voice. Pindolabharavaja, uttering the lion's roar. Puna Mantanaputta, speaking the Dhamma. Mahachakayana, elucidating brief teachings into detail. Kulapanthaka, creating a physically formed body. Kulapanthaka, competent in turning away from samsara by way of the citta. Mahapanthaka, competent in turning away from samsara through wisdom. Panya Vivata. Subhuti, living remote and in peace. Subhuti, worthy of offerings. Rivata Kandiravanaya, living in the forest. Kangha Rivata, adept in jhana. Sona Ko Livisa, resolute energy. Sona Kutikana, beautiful speech. Sivali, receiving gifts. Vakali, liberated by faith. Rahula, love of training. Rathapala, ordaining out of faith. Kunda Jnana, receiving meal invitations. Vangisa, perspicacity. Not familiar with this word. So it's Perspicacity. Upasina Vangantaputta, inspiring confidence. Daba Malaputta, appointing lodgings. Pilinda Vaja, adored by devas. Bahaya Daruchiriya, enlightened quickly. Kumara Kassapa, varied and versatile discourse. Mahakothita, analytic insight. Ananda, erudite. Ananda, mindful. Superb memory. Ananda, exemplary conduct. Gati. Ananda, steadfast. Ananda, as an attendant. Uruvela Kassapa, with a large following. Kaludayi, inspiring families. Bagula, with minimal illness. Sabhita, remembering past lives. Upali, mastering the Vinaya. Nandaka, instructing the bhikkhunis. Nanda, guarding the sense doors. Mahakapina, instructing the bhikkhus. Sagata, adept in the fire element. Radha, nurturing discernment. Magharaja, wearing a coarse robe. And then we have Appendix 7.17, Appendix 7, Seven Noble Beings. For comparison, a varying explanation of the seven noble beings is as follows. Note that the seven terms in this sutta are inconsistent in various editions of the Tipitaka, for example, between the Thai and Roman editions. Sadhanusari, a person who does not contact with the body and abide in those liberations that are peaceful and immaterial, arupa, samapati, but some of the taints, asava, are destroyed through seeing the noble truths with wisdom. He has adequate faith in and love for the Tathagata. Furthermore, he has these faculties: faith, energy, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. Number 2, a person who does not contact with the body and abide in those liberations that are peaceful and immaterial, but some of the taints are destroyed through seeing the noble truths with wisdom. He has adequate understanding and wise reflections, those teachings proclaimed by the Tathagata. He has the faculties of faith, energy, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. Number 3, Saddha Vimutta, a person who does not have contact with the body and abide in those liberations that are peaceful and immaterial, but some of the taints are destroyed through seeing the noble truths with wisdom. His faith is planted, rooted, and established in the Tathagata. Number 4, Ditti Pata, a person who does not contact with the body and abide in those liberations that are peaceful and immaterial, but some of the taints are destroyed through seeing the noble truth with wisdom. He has clearly understood and correctly applies with wisdom those teachings proclaimed by the Tathagata. Number 5, Kaya Saki, a person who contacts with the body and abides in those liberations that are peaceful and immaterial, and some of the taints are destroyed through seeing the noble truths with wisdom. Number 6, Pana Vimutta, a person who does not contact with the body and abide in those liberations that are peaceful and immaterial, but all of the taints are destroyed through seeing the noble truths with wisdom. Number 7, Ubhatom Hanga Vimutta, a person who contacts with the body and abides in those liberations that are peaceful and immaterial, and has destroyed all of the taints through seeing the noble truths with wisdom. And finally, 7.18, Appendix 8, 4 kinds of faith. There is a group of factors established in a later period of time, dividing faith/belief into 4 kinds. Number 1, Kama Saddha, belief in Kama. Number 2, Vipaka Saddha, belief in the fruits of Kama. Number 3, Kama Sakata Saddha, belief that beings are the owners of their Kama. Number 4, Tathagata Bodhi Saddha, faith in the Buddha's awakening. Apart from Tathagata Bodhi Saddha, a term formed from the Pali Saddha Hatha Tathagatasa Bodhim, this group of 4 is not found in the Pali Canon or even in the commentaries. This collection of 4 is a compilation of teachings found in different locations, but they are not found in the Pali Canon as these specific terms. For example, Kama Sakata Saddha is only found in the Pali Canon as Kama Sakata Jnana. In the earlier suttas, there is only Kama Sakata. In the commentaries, one finds Kama Sakata Pana and Kama Sakata Ditti, but these concern matters of wisdom. Kama Saddha and Vipaka Saddha are derived from teachings concerning Kama, which are usually associated with wrong view, Miccha Ditta, and right view, Samaditta. But these specific terms are not found in the Pali Canon. Even the expression believing in Kama, which is one of the 5 qualities of a lay disciple, Upasakadhamma, is translated from Kamam Pacheti, which means focusing on achievement through action rather than relying on luck. This subject reflects the development of Buddhist thought and tradition later, post-canonical times. This ends Chapter 7.